28 If something like here happened, then I might think about going there. Something like here, Taidnail cocked his head to one side. Unfortunately, he had never heard of enslaved orcs. However, the word festival came to his mind with the words something like here. Ah! What's the matter? Well, I don't think this has anything to do with you, Sir Bash. I heard that the engagement between Inula, the third princess of the Beastman nation, and Aconite of the Elf nation has been officially decided, and the Beastman nation seems to be in a festive mood. I see. It was really irrelevant. Bash's shoulders slumped. But he was the only one who thought so. Zell had an idea, though. Mister, that's it. What? Lend me your ear a little. Zell whispered to him. It was a fairy whisper. When you see something good in someone else, don't you get a little jealous and want to copy it? He thought back to the incident in the Elven land. After Bash's failed marriage proposal, Last Breath had gotten an elven wife. And he felt envious. He would be lying if he said he didn't want to imitate him. Elves were monogamous, therefore, he gave up. Perhaps something similar would happen in the land of the Beastmen. And by that you mean? How clueless, mister. Listen, if the princess will marry, that means there will be a boom of marriage activity with different races in the Beastman nation. There would be a boom in interracial marriages in the future. It certainly wasn't impossible. Bash looked at Zell. The fairy had a smug look on her face. Never before had he thought that this fairy's ability to gather information and detect enemy targets from it was so reliable. Zell. I'm glad you're with me on this journey. Hey, don't get so sentimental. Zell patted Bash on the shoulder. Bash thanked Zell again and turned to Taidnail. Thanks for the information. I think I'll head for the Beastman country. Taidnail nodded. However, in light of the current secret talk, he took the liberty of guessing that there must have been a reason for it. Because the one he was talking about now was Bash. He was a true hero who freed the Dwarven nation's captive orc slaves and defended their pride. I see. I'm glad my information was useful to you. Someday, when this journey is over, I will visit your nation. Yes. I will welcome you with open arms. See you later. Good luck. And so, Bash set out on his journey. A journey to the Beastman country. Over the next few days, the Dwarven nation of Dubanga's pit buzzed with talk of the armament festival. Orc slaves had been held captive since the war. A slave warrior fought to regain his freedom and his pride. The Orc Hero came to his rescue. The hero, with the help of the War Fiend's daughter, ascended through the armament festival and confronted the slave warrior. The hero put the warrior to the test, and the warrior passed it. Thus, the warrior regained his freedom and pride and returned to his country. Such verses were sung throughout the taverns, and the dwarves toasted the manhood and pride of the orcs and their wondrous battle. The merchants who had enslaved the orc warriors were exposed for their wickedness and fled from Dubanga's pit. The arena was deserted, but the dwarves, who liked to make money, would eventually bring it back to life. But now, when the dwarves in the tavern were talking about it, two questions came to mind. One is what happened to the hero. After granting victory to the warrior in the arena, he stayed behind and disappeared. He did not send the liberated warriors back to his country, nor did he stay in the Dubanga's pit. However, by then, the Siwanasai forest incident had also reached the Dubanga's pit, so they thought, he is a hero. He probably went to the next place to protect the pride of the orcs. The War Fiend's daughter is that Primera, isn't she? I don't think that snooty little girl could have been of much help to the hero. The other one was about Primera, who helped the hero. No, it was Bash, the Orc Hero, who put Primera in her place. The story is that Primera changed her mind after being scolded by a hero as great as him. Really? Yes. The proof is that Primera became Barabara's apprentice, whom she hated. No, she's more than just his apprentice. She works quietly without a word of complaint, even though she gets yelled at every day. Her enthusiasm is so great that the other day, in a bar, Barabara said, I can't afford to rest on my laurels either. It was that Barabara Dubanga, you know. Ha! I guess the hero must have taught her a good lesson. Yes, to keep his promise to Bash, Primera became an apprentice to Barabara, the foremost blacksmith in the Dubanga's pit. She was working on her training as a blacksmith without complaining, without comparing herself to others or making herself look bigger than she was, as she had been doing until now. There were still those who said that her blood, her mother's blood, was no good. However, there were fewer who slandered her, now that she had lent her strength to the hero and was still working hard. Oh, and speak of the devil. She visited the tavern once every 3 days. The dwarves were supposed to drink every night and go back to work in the forge after drinking, but she didn't. She never came alone. She always brought a woman with her. Oh, and she comes with her sister Carmela. Only recently. The first time Primera visited Carmela was the day after the armament festival ended. Primera visited Carmela's workshop with a bottle of wine in her hand. No one knew what words she exchanged with Carmela afterwards. However, seeing them together at the bar and drinking merrily, no one would have thought that they had had a long-standing grudge. So, the Orc Hero ended the Dubanga sisters' quarrel after all. Can that be done? Don't be silly. He did it because he is the hero, and it is a thing only the hero can do. The two dwarves laughed and held their beers in their hands. They raised their cups in their right and clinked them against each other's cups. To the Orc Hero. They raised their glasses in their left and clinked them together. For the sons of Dubanga. They raised the last 2 cups and struck them against each other. Cheers! The night in the Dubanga's pit was still full of bustle and noise. Moving northwestward from Mount Lind along the mountains, there were the Gongrasha Mountains. The range consisted of Mount Gongar, Mount Gurat and Mount Elisha, and reached a height of 4,000 meters. The Beastman country was beyond this mountain range. The Gongrasha Mountains was part of the dwarf territory, but not every mountain had a hole leading to the other side, such as the Dubanga's hole. Even if there was a route through the Beastman country, not everyone knew about it, and of course there were no maps either. Therefore, if a traveler wanted to pass from the dwarf lands to the Beastman country, they had to take a long detour through the mountain range, as a steep mountain range was not a place normally used for passage. The fog is getting thicker and thicker. Yes, it is. Bash was on such a mountain. He was the Orc Hero. He was used to harsh battlefields, and sometimes ran through steep mountain paths like this, deep forests and battlefields full of magic. With his strong orc body and his inexhaustible physical strength, it was easy to cross a mountain range of this magnitude. Can you see your feet? No, I can't, but that's no problem. Bash was now climbing a precipice in thick fog. He was clinging tightly to the steep slope, but he was moving so fast he looked like a giant spider. Anyone who didn't know it would have looked twice and pinched their cheeks to see if they were being tricked by a magical beast that created illusions. But it was a sight that anyone who did know him would be relieved to see, saying, "Oh, even standing on a cliff like that, Sir Bash doesn't fail to do justice to his title of hero. My, Mister, I see you're in a good mood. What's the matter?" "I was just thinking about the beast women, you know." Bash was all smiles. He was thinking about the beast women he had seen during the war. They were all fearless warriors with lithe, beautiful bodies. The beastmen. If they could be described in one word, they would be bipedal beasts. Agile and fierce. Relentless and cruel. They could see in the dark with their night vision and used their keen sense of smell to find their enemies, even in dense fog. They used a special cry that only they could understand to maintain close communication between their troops, and their brilliant siege battles to hunt down the enemy were a real spectacle. They were far behind the other races in terms of magic, but they didn't let that bug them. For they were a race of warriors. However, there was one more important fact for the orcs. The beastmen sired many children. A single pregnancy could produce 3 to 7 children. Moreover, during the annual mating season, they did not refuse to mate with orcs, but approached them passionately. Therefore, they were extremely popular among some orcs. They said that beast women were the best at bearing children. The appearance of the beastman was not to the liking of all orcs, but to Bash, they fell into the category of his preference. At least compared to the dwarves. The thought of encountering one of the beast women he had not yet seen naturally made his mouth relax and his steps lighten. "Next time, I want to find a wife." "That's right. So far I have not been able to offer perfect support, because I have been fooled by half-informed people. But next time, I will find a perfect wife giving you perfect support and bring you a perfect proposal." 3 unsuccessful proposals. This made Bash, a veteran warrior, a little impatient. There was still time until he turned 30. But time was flying. The time would come in the blink of an eye while he was still talking about it. If that happened, Bash would be over. He wouldn't be able to live outdoors for the rest of his life. The engagement of the Beastman royal family, the Beastman nation would be cheering for this. What kind of hero or warrior would he be if he couldn't seize this opportunity? This time, the two were more passionate than ever. Which way is it? After stepping over the cliff and being able to stay on the ground with his 2 feet, Bash looked around. Despite being excited, he was in the middle of the fog. He only vaguely knew which way was up and which way was down. This way. This way. The red forest is definitely this way. Trust me and follow me. Sure. However, with him there was also a fairy who was a good scout. Or, if one did not know her well, one would have felt uncomfortable at her untrustworthy words and actions, and would have taken the wrong path. But Bash had known Zell for a long time. Whether in a strange forest under a thunderstorm, in a swamp of corpses, or on a battlefield where angry shouts and sword fights resounded, he had survived by trusting and following Zell's guidance. That's why he believed in her and followed her. Sometimes she strayed, but he knew they would reach their destination. The air was thin and cold, and if it was the season, it would be covered with snow. It was a harsh environment in which a human being would freeze to death in an instant. However, Bash's steps were light. For the Beastman Nation, the Red Forest was just around the corner. Oh! The fog is lifting. At that moment, a strong wind blew. And as if blown by the wind, the fog began to clear. Light shone through the clouds that covered the sky, and the clear sky spread out. It only lasted a minute or so. The fog around Bash had lifted, the sky was clear, and the sun was shining brightly. It's the arrival in the sky, hey! On the continent of Vastonia, the weather sometimes changed abruptly. When a heavy rain or storm suddenly ceased and the sky cleared, it was called arrival in the sky. These events had often occurred in the midst of great battles and had changed the course of history. Bash, too, had memories of experiencing a few arrivals in the sky. Even in that unforgettable decisive battle in the highlands of Lemium, there had been one. But that one was not the product of nature. Oh, there! There is the Beastman's forest! Zell shouted, just as Bash was about to remember a certain someone. Zell pointed in the direction. Just behind. Just below the cliff they had just passed, they could see a red forest. A big forest with bright red leaves, the red forest of the Beastman. Let's go down the mountain. Okay. Bash nodded, oblivious to the fact that they almost missed it. This was what always happened when you let Zell lead. In the end, as long as they could get there without so much delay, there was no problem. If Bash was alone, he would never arrive, or, when he did, it would be too late. They started down the steep slope, slipping and sliding. Orcs who knew Bash well would be relieved and disappointed at the same time. As they descended the slope, Bash suddenly felt a presence and looked back. Behind him was the peak. In the distance, even with Bash's eyes, was the peak of the mountain range. There, something was glowing and reflecting light. It was backlit and hard to see, but if you strained your eyes, it looked like someone was there. What's the matter? Nothing. It seems there were other travelers besides us who got lost in the fog. Bash, however, was an orc. He wasn't the type to worry about details. He doesn't care where if at the top there was also someone standing. I see. Zell wasn't one to care about details either. Still, it couldn't be. The name of a certain person came to Bash's mind for a moment, but he quickly denied it. That person was not someone who would be in a place like this at this time, and even if he was here, it was none of Bash's business. Well, let's go to the checkpoint first. Vamos. Sure. And so, the two descended the mountain. A stray orc. There's a stray orc. Draw your weapons. In the name of the ancient heavy dog squadron, don't let him escape alive. Don't let him ruin the princess's day. As Bash approached the border, it suddenly became noisy. Bulldog-faced soldiers, who had fought and won dozens of fights, surrounded Bash bearing their fangs. Wait, I'm not a stray orc. My name is Bash, and I'm traveling in search of something. Yes. Where else would you find such a noble-looking stray orc? His skin, polished by daily baths, is a bit dirty today from our trip through the mountains, but his fragrant perfume, well, that one is gone from the trip too. He even stinks a bit, no, but his face, yes, his face. Look at those pretty fangs. The bulldogs looked quizzically at the fairy, who was screaming and flying at super speed, but did not give up their swords. Rather, when they heard the name Bash, their faces became even more intense. Bash? The Orc Hero Bash. That's right. Hey, ASSHOLE. What do you want here? I heard that the third princess of this country is getting married. As soon as he said that, the soldiers in front became furious. They showed their murderous intent like demonic beasts. With bloodshot eyes, they raised their swords to attack. How dare you? I will not let you pass. I'll kill you, even if it costs my life. Normally, it was only one stance that Bash would take before an opponent with bloodshot eyes and a sword pointed at him. He would accept the fight. He would pull the sword out of his back, take it all down and cut through the center. He would just keep going. But Bash didn't draw his sword. He knew that, if he drew his sword here, he wouldn't achieve his goal. What the hell? This is crazy. Don't tell me you're not going to let him through just because he's an orc. That's nowhere in the treaty. Rather, the armistice says that any traveler can get through. Or won't you change your mind? So it's okay for the beastmen to renege on the agreement? Doesn't that put you in a bad position? We don't give a damn about treaties. Zell's persuasion didn't change their minds. They all looked at Bash with hostility and murderous intent. They were ready to pounce at any moment. From the looks of it, they were warriors who had fought many battles. They also seemed to know Bash. Although Bash didn't know them, but he had probably met them in battle before. And maybe he killed one of their own. He could feel it in them. These were peaceful times. Everyone was trying to be peaceful. Even those who held grudges thought that, even if they resented the war, they shouldn't resent the races that were their enemies. But there were some who did not see it that way. And if the murderer of their parents or siblings actually appeared in front of them, it was possible that they might not be able to restrain themselves. But they knew Bash, too, and that's why they didn't attack. They knew that, if they jumped on him carelessly, they would become pieces of meat. Let us through. Bash was worried. Thinking about it, there had been times when he had been turned away or questioned, but he had never been refused passage across the border. He had seen some who really didn't want to let him through, but he had never seen such thinly disguised murderous intent. Bash had no intention of fighting. However, if they were really serious about wielding their raised swords against him. As for Bash, he couldn't afford not to fight. For a proud orc warrior, running away from a fight was not an option. Especially if the other side was really coming at him with pride in their hearts. Bash did not move. If he took a step forward, they would attack him. If he put his hand on the sword on his back, they would attack him. Or even if Bash turned around and started walking back the way he came, they might see an opportunity and attack him. At that point, Bash's plan to find a wife in the Beastman nation would vanish into thin air. He also had no backup plan. His plan to find a wife would take a big step backwards, and his virginity would stay with him for much longer. He would end up a magical warrior. As soon as he got the symbol of dishonor, Bash would lose everything else. He was doomed. Looking back, there had probably never been a greater annoyance in Bash's life. Tatara tata ta 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 tararara tararara tata tararara tata tararara tararara, tararara dot. That's when it happened. From somewhere, he began to hear a humming. And at the same time as the humming, he heard the sound of a stringed instrument. It was a cacophony, somewhere between a GG and BB, like the cry of a hellbird, but it was definitely the sound of a musical instrument. Behind Bash. Bash, to be honest, was already expecting it. Looking back, the border was a place of encounters. In the Siwanasai forest, he encountered Thunder Sonia, and in the Dubanga's pit, Primera. Both had turned down his marriage proposals, but they were beautiful women with whom he had no complaints. So he thought, what if this time too? Tatara tata, ta, rara, tatara tata, ta, rara, tata very well. The owner of the humming song headed straight for the distant Bash and spun between the soldiers and the orc. With a shout, he pointed his finger to the sky. Bash felt disappointed. It was a man. What's the problem? He pointed his finger at the guards and asked as if he were talking to an old friend he had known for over a decade. He was unreserved. Bewilderment was something that was passed down regardless of race. Bash looked at Zell and then at the Beastman soldiers. Do any of them know him? No, I don't know him. They exchanged thoughts, though without using telepathy, and then looked back at the humming man. His race was probably human. He was a man. He was holding a stringed instrument that humans used to play, and he wore a mask that looked like a woman's mask. It was really suspicious. I'd like to come this way, but they won't listen to me. Bash said for the time being. For now, answering the question. The man turned to Bash with a grunt. Oh, really? Yes. He then turned to the soldiers. What he says is true. We're former members of the Heavy Dog Squad. We won't let this guy, the Orc Hero, pass while our name and honor is on the line. Hearing this, the human man spread his hands even wider and launched an appeal to the soldiers. I understand your feelings. He turned around with his hands raised and said in a theatrical tone, I too lost my loved ones in the war. I would be lying if I said I had no resentment towards those who killed them. But still. In this time of peace, that's the wrong way to think. You may have lost people in the war. But think about it. We, the alliance of the four races, have made peace. Why? Because all those who have been fighting so fiercely thought, I don't want to lose any more of my loved ones. Don't you have other loved ones now? Don't you have a family at home? But, said the man with a theatrical gesture as he raised his stringed instrument and let out a raspy sound. It was a dirty sound, as if something had been exposed that was not supposed to come out. The soldiers wondered how such a sound could come out of an ordinary stringed instrument. This gentleman here is also a hero who has fought in many battles in the past. If you fight now, there may be 1 or 2 casualties among you. Or you may even be annihilated completely. Of course, I don't want to underestimate you. War is always like this. And if even one of you loses your life, those who await your return will grieve. The thoughts and wishes of those who brought us peace will be in vain. The stringed instrument emitted a sound that made burrow, burrow. The sound was so unpleasant that some even began to cover their ears. That is not something that I, as an emissary of peace, can overlook. So forgive him and let him pass, as I have a face. Said the man and held out his hands again. The soldiers looked at each other. The man's face was covered by a mask, even though he had said to spare him by his face. You've got to be kidding me, who the fuck are you, anyway? Oh, that's right. Sorry it took me so long to say it. The man cleared his throat. He pulled out of his pocket something that looked like a letter and handed it to the soldier. What's this? The change in the soldier's expression when he saw it was dramatic. You, no, sir, you are. Then the man gently placed his hand over the soldier's mouth. He felt his breath coming out from between his teeth. But why the mask? To protect the peace of the world. I am a messenger of peace, after all. With that, the man lifted his stringed instrument and strummed it again. The soldier frowned, but not forcefully. Bash and Zell could not see the details of the paper in the man's hand, nor his true identity. But they could tell that he appeared to be a man of high status, to the extent that the soldier began to use more formal language with him. I don't know the details, but you're saying that you don't want to be greeted by big welcomes. Something like that. The soldier first returned the permission and was reluctant. But now, this country is celebrating for the princess, we cannot let the Orc Hero pass. I understand your concern, but, is it really justified? He won't do anything. The fact that he didn't draw his sword when you pointed it at him is proof of that. That orc, I can assure you. He will not harm the beastman. He would never think of it, he said, wouldn't you? And he looked at Bash. Never, never, would you? Indeed. I won't cause any trouble. Bash nodded. He had no intention of causing trouble to begin with. He had never done so in any of the towns he had been to, nor did he intend to do so with the beastman. See? He just said so. I don't trust the word of an orc, but if you say so, sir, we'll take your word for it. The soldiers weren't worried about Bash causing trouble. They had a very different reason. But if something happens, we'll do our best to hunt down and kill that orc. Let's hope, too, that it doesn't come to that. The man, the messenger of peace, nodded in satisfaction as he said this. You helped me there. I appreciate it. Bash said to the messenger of peace as they passed through the checkpoint. If he hadn't come, it would have rained blood in that place. Of course, entering the country at that point would already be a dream. On the contrary, in the worst-case scenario, another war could have broken out. But that's all right. Since I am Errol, the messenger of peace, no, of love and peace. Errol, messenger of love and peace, he said, and sounded his stringed instrument. The sound seemed somewhat similar to the moaning heard when an orc warlord raped a woman in his hut. Bash knew nothing about music, but it sounded like hope. The kind that made him want to make someone moan like that in the future, hopefully. And you should come. What? No, it's nothing. Ah ha 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 ha. Errol suddenly burst out laughing and trotted off. See you soon. Yes. I'll pay this debt sooner or later. Haha, I'm counting on you, Bash, the Orc Hero. Errol laughed and ran down the road that led to the village. His destination was the same as Bash's. If that was the case, there would be another chance to see him again. He was quite a talkative fellow, wasn't he? Yes, he was. Errol would probably find it curious to say the least that it was Zell who said so, but Bash agreed. He was the kind of guy he hadn't seen much of in his travels so far. But then Bash suddenly showed a thoughtful expression. A look that orcs didn't usually show, as if he was searching the depths of his memories. Mister, is something bothering you? I feel like I've seen that man somewhere before. Maybe you met him on the battlefield. His movements were precise, which was hard to imagine from his frivolous demeanor. At first glance, he appeared to be full of openings, but Bash and Zell discovered that he didn't actually leave any. It was obvious that he was a warrior, a man of some renown. But they didn't recognize the name Errol, his title Messenger of Love and Peace, or the mask he wore. Not to mention the stringed instrument. This time we're going to do everything we can to find you a wife. Yes, that's right. If they didn't know, then they didn't know. Bash and Zell were the type of people who didn't care about the details. Instead, they were excited to get to the Beastman Nation. The Red Forest, Beastman Country. It was a beautiful place. Trees with lush red and yellow leaves grew in clusters, and a variety of animals nurtured the wildlife. There was a Mother Earth that gave peace to all who stayed here. In the center of the forest was a giant tree that had existed since before the war broke out. The Beastman race called it sacred to both the tree and the land in which it resided. To them, this place was a special place. It was about 100 years ago that the Beastmen lost their sacred place. And it was only a few years after Gadigas ascended to the throne as Demon King. At that time, they were being persecuted by the newly ascended Demon King. Many races were on the brink of extinction during the war, and Beastmen were no exception. After Gadigas ascended, he concentrated his efforts and tried to annihilate them. He attacked them with ferocity, suppressing the other races, and tried to root out their power. They believed that, if they succeeded in destroying even one of the 4 alliance races, they would win the war. They deprived the Beastmen of 80% of their territory and population and drove them into the remote Blue Forest. Without the support of the elves and dwarves they ultimately received, the Beastmen might have perished as it was. They reconquered their sacred land several years before the fall of Gadigas. It was done by an army of Beastmen who had amassed forces in the Blue Forest. The man who accomplished this was Leto River. He was a river clansman of the Beastmen's royal family. He held the title of the strongest man of his race, and led a strong army of Beastmen to invade the Red Forest and take it over. For his achievements and courage, the king awarded him the title of hero. From then on, he was known as Leto, the Beastman hero. The recapture of the Red Forest was spread among the Beastman race as the only battle in which they dealt a heavy blow to Gadigas. However, the opinion of the other races was that Gadigas simply gave up the Red Forest because it was of no strategic value to the 7 Races Federation, which had already concentrated on the Gongrasha Mountains, and was no bother to him. Not that it would have happened just like that, however. For, with the reconquest of the Red Forest, the Beastmen completely regained their fighting spirit. They, who for 100 years had been like a cornered kitten, transformed into a tiger defending its territory. I've missed this place, too. Yes, I know how you feel. And Bash was in that battle too. It was a bitterly lost battle when Bash was still a young orc still green in combat. There was the smell of thick blood, enemy soldiers everywhere and fighting at all hours of the day. It was a miracle that Bash, who was still weak at the time, did not die. Looking back, it was no exaggeration to say that Bash's battles began in this forest. Although it's not like his first battle was really here, but it was the first time he lost a battle. To be honest, I think I might pee my pants just remembering it. Beastmen eat fairies. Because of Gordon, the fairy devourer. That's right. That man. I get goosebumps just thinking about it. That hungry bastard wrapped me up in a mat, smeared me with honey, and then poured spicy mustard on top. Mustard on top of honey. He licked it and said, "Oh, boy, it doesn't taste good," and turned around. Then he passed out. Passed out. That's why honey and mustard don't mix. Don't you think? Zell had had a long life. She had been a warrior since Bash was a recruit, and had been captured many times, and had earned the nickname Zell, the beggar of life. Gordon the Fairy Devourer, on the other hand, was a beastman warrior. As his name indicated, he was a ruthless devourer who was famous for capturing and eating fairies. Zell was once captured by that man. Why wasn't she eaten? The reason was simple. Before eating something, beastmen would lick it with the tip of their tongues to make sure it wasn't poisonous. According to Gordon, fairy skin tasted sweet, like honey from a flower. But that day, Zell the fairy he wanted to eat had been through many days of fierce battles. She was a fairy among fairies. After one lick, Gordon's tongue went numb, his vision flickered, his consciousness flew like a harpy and he passed out. The next day, he awoke amid vomiting and diarrhea. The beastman race, in whom the fairy diet had become popular because of the forager Gordon, shuddered. At that moment, a second nickname was bestowed upon her, Zell, the diarrhea-ridden. It was a dishonorable nickname for Zell, but for the fairies of the time it was the name of a champion. After that day, the number of fairies eaten by Gordon decreased drastically. But the Red Forest is pleasant in times of peace. The air is clean, it's quiet, peaceful, and the sunlight filtering through the trees stimulates my fairy nature to the max, so it feels good. You're right. They had only known the Red Forest as a fierce battlefield. At the time, they couldn't distinguish between these autumn leaves and the color of blood. Most of the trees were burned black, the ground was never so dry and was always stained with blood. They even though the Red Forest was named after the constant rain of blood. They had no idea it was such a serene and sacred forest. As the two were deep in thought, they suddenly heard a crunching sound under their feet. Is it garbage? When Bash lifted his foot, something stuck to it fell with a crunching sound. It was a pile of dirty paper. I don't think it's a good idea to throw this stuff around just because we're at peace. How many heroes do you think are resting here? It's not good for the beastmen, and it's not good for the spirits who fought to take this place back. Oh. What's wrong? Well, this magazine, this is it. Zell raised the magazine as high as she was and read the article. The 6 methods to conquer the man of your dreams. How to choose a marriage partner you won't regret for the rest of your life. The 100 common sense tips that will make you irresistible to girls. Beastmen's take on love and marriage that you won't hear anywhere else. Coordination for a marriage-oriented relationship, men. Yes, it was a magazine. The Monthly Bly. What's that? You don't know? It's a magazine published after the war by Bly, a major human trader. A magazine. It's a bunch of papers with news from all over the world, and things that interest people. Is there such a thing? Naturally, there was no such thing in the orc country. There weren't even any paintings of any kind for orcs. And this is a special issue about love and marriage. What do you mean? How dense you are, mister. That means it contains a lot of information about love and marriage gathered by Bly, a great trader. Is it reliable? Of course. Bly is a former member of the elite human intelligence department. You mean that Bly? The human race was of weak constitution compared to the beastmen and dwarf races. They also had no great aptitude for magic like the elves. Despite this, they were the main allies of the 4 races alliance. Why? Because they were wiser than the elves. They valued wisdom and knowledge above all else, and were skilled at gathering information. The information-gathering ability of humans was so great that it would be impossible to account for how many times they overcame their inferiority. Both Houston, the pig killer, and Last Breath Breeze Kugel, provided Bash with great information. Yes, human information was valuable. And then there was Bly, the Great Trader. The title Great Trader didn't ring a bell, but everyone knew him as Bly, the press wizard. He would get important information about the enemy army out of thin air, and place the location of ambushed soldiers on the military charts on his desk. The result was victory. Although Bash, as an orc, didn't understand it, he had heard the demon generals grumble about losing to Bly again on more than one occasion. Although he never appeared on the battlefront, he was the man who reigned over the human race, a race adept at handling information. That was Bly. There was no one in the 7 Races Federation who could have outwitted this man, except Gadigas, the Demon King. However, it was also Bly who sent the human prince Nazar and his death squad against Gadigas, the Demon King. In the new era of peace, the business he started was to provide information that people wanted. In particular, special issues on love and marriage sold well. It was that kind of era. Bly was the man who came up with the perfect strategy to gain victory against us orcs. In other words, if you follow the information in this magazine written by Bly, I'll find a wife easily. Bash took the magazine. With trembling hands, like a magician who has found a grimoire with forbidden arts written in it. I didn't think there was such a thing. The magazine. It was a special issue on marriage and love. Beastman's take on love and marriage that you won't hear anywhere else. It was exactly what he needed right now. And it was stuff he wasn't going to hear anywhere else, too. That information was now at his fingertips. There had been many times when I was sure of victory even before the battle began. Bash had lived through a lot of fights. When he was a new recruit, he didn't know what the outcome of the battle would be. But as he gained experience, he gradually began to see which side had the advantage and which side did not. Of course, just knowing the trends was not enough to know which side would win, but it was possible to identify when the tide of battle would turn. There were times near the end of the war, before the battle even began, when he could more or less know which side was going to win. That was exactly what he felt now. I am deeply moved. You've been through a lot, but I see we're close to the day when you'll have a wife, Mr. Zell was in the midst of that feeling, too. Right. Bash snorted. Since leaving the orc country, they had traveled through human, elves and dwarfs countries. This was the Red Forest. They had come a long way when they thought about it. However, you can never be so careful as when it looks like you are going to win. Let's be cautious. That's right. No matter how many winning tactics you use, if you're not careful, you can lose the battle. That's right. But then, why would they throw this magazine in a place like this? And it's a human magazine. There was no particular reason to throw it away. Whoever had finished reading the magazine had thrown it away without giving it much thought. But they didn't see it that way. They would never have thought to throw away such a valuable thing for no reason. And they would never have thought that they were for sale for the price of an hour's work. I don't think so, was it the guy from before? Oh, that's right, I'm sure of it. He was a human, and it wouldn't be surprising if he had a human magazine. They remembered the man they met near the border. Errol, the messenger of love and peace. He was a man with a mysterious atmosphere. Perhaps he heard what Bash and Zell were saying and took the trouble to leave them the magazine. Because he was a messenger of love and peace. We'll have to thank him the next time we see him. Yet. They were grateful to him not only for having helped them at the border, but also for having organized something like this. Although he would surely be puzzled. Since, of course, he didn't drop the magazine. Well, what does it say? What does it say, what does it say? Let's see, the Beastman's takes on love and marriage that you won't hear anywhere else. Coordination for a marriage-oriented relationship. Oh, this is great information. With this information, finding a beast woman as a wife will be like wringing a baby's hand. Really? The two were excited to get their hands on a magazine they found before entering the city, which arguably contained the answer to all their problems. It was full of exactly the kind of information Bash wanted. Let's see, first of all, what is the current trend of beast women? They read the information in more detail. Their expressions were serious, and if an uninformed person had seen them, they would have compared them to military strategists thinking of a way to reverse a desperate situation in the military council. With the magazine in hand, Bash's future was bright. Lycant, the capital of the Beastman country. Although it was called the capital, it was a relatively new city. After the war, it took a year to dismantle the old fortress and rebuild it so that people could live in it. It took 2 years for people to move in and start new lives. Everything was new and everything was clean, but the city still felt somewhat empty. Beastmen wanted to live in such a city. The royal species set up their residences, followed by the upper class, the aristocracy of the Beastman race. The middle-ranking species, who worshipped them, and the lower-ranking species, who had lost their homes, followed. The Beastman's higher species who remained in the Blue Forest offered generous support to those who wanted to live on Lycant and helped them. Why did they insist on staying here? It was because this was a sacred place to them. It was the cradle of the Lycant religion, which they believed in, and the place where the sacred tree stood. It was a special place for the Beastmen. As those were their circumstances, they were relatively tolerant of outsiders. Although it was a sacred place, Beastmen burned with passion to restore their people. The wedding ceremony of the third princess, Inula, was part of this. The capital, Lycant, had become a wonderful city in the 3 years after the war. It had become a place worthy of being called the Beastman's Holy Land. The ceremony would serve to unveil such a place. Royalty and nobility of each race were invited, and publicity was widely disseminated to the public in each country. On the occasion of the wedding of the third princess, those who were homeless were offered free lodging, those who were hungry were offered free food, and those who were unemployed were offered something to do. All there was to do was celebrate. It was a party. So the guards guarding Lycant were sensitive to the commotion in the city, but tolerant of those who came. Humans, elves, dwarves, lizardmen, harpies, fairies, and even succubi and demons were invited into the city unconditionally. Except for the orcs. Hey! A soldier standing at the entrance to the city almost shouted when he saw a green-skinned man with long fangs in the crowd coming from the street. But he could not utter another word. This was because the orc was dressed in impeccable attire. First of all, it was an open kimono, a garment usually worn by the inhabitants of the Beastman country. It was not made of cloth, but of fur, probably of Ayashima wolf, but it seemed strangely to match the orc's green skin. In addition, the bark of a kudan tree wrapped around his waist like a sash, and the sword on his back was wrapped in the skin of a scaly rabbit. And on his feet were shoes woven from the vines of the great eater plant. That was not all. He also had a flowery scent, though only faintly. He did not have the smell of orcs. He was bathed in water and scented. This was Beastman's formal attire. They usually dressed in materials such as hemp and cotton, but during important ceremonies, they dressed their entire bodies in animals as a sign of thanks to the hunt god. Hey, you! The soldiers were speechless. Don't let the orcs through. In the name of our ancient corps of heavy dogs. But had they ever seen orcs so perfectly dressed? Had orcs ever adapted so well to the Beastman's culture? No. On the contrary, not even humans or elves cared to wear the Beastman's formal dress. Not that there was anything wrong with that, but it was certainly a source of joy to Beastmen that the leading figures of each country adapted to the culture of their race. Such was the attire of this orc. It was obvious at first glance that he had come all the way from orc country to participate in the Beastman's ceremony. He even wore perfume, in consideration of the excessively efficient Beastman's nose. May I come in? Ah, why yes. The orcs would not pass. This was a feeling shared by the soldiers, though it was not said publicly. Even the soldiers on guard at the gate were willing to defend the place at the cost of their lives if orcs came. But when they were so perfectly dressed, when they showed such care, the soldier could do nothing, could say nothing, and had no choice but to salute the orc. The Lycant capital was overflowing with people, probably because it was just before the wedding of the third princess. There were several races in the city, but the largest number of people made up the Beastmen, who are the citizens of the city. It could be said that the Beastmen were unique from other races. Some looked like beasts that had begun to walk upright, while others were humans with beast ears. Their characteristics also varied. Some resembled dogs, some resembled cats, some resembled rabbits, some had horns like deer, some had a bear-like physique, and some had several of these characteristics. From the Beastman's own point of view, it was as if some had a large nose, long eyelashes, or quirky hair, but to those unfamiliar with them, the variety of their appearance would seem strange. It was said that these features were not present in the early days of the war. At that time, they were all completely bestial in appearance. However, as the war intensified, Beastmen mixed with humans, elves, dwarves, and other races. As a result, their strongest characteristics were disappearing. There was a great shadow walking among these people. The people on the street rolled their eyes wide when they saw it, and then turned and looked twice as it passed. On the other hand, there are all kinds of Beastmen out there. Right. It was a party. He was walking around town dressed exactly as the magazine had described it. In Bash's mind, there was no outfit more perfect than this one. Making operational moves based on information was an act that had been repeated many times in times of war. Especially when the demon king Gadigas was still alive, the maneuver was a fine-tuning of the details. If they followed the strategy, they would be victorious, but if they made the slightest mistake, they would be defeated. After the death of Gadigas, or around the time of the decisive battle in the Lemium Highlands, Bash himself had become so strong that he no longer needed to follow strategies to the letter, but he still knew the importance of having it executed to perfection. So he did everything according to the magazine. And since the magazine said, the most popular costume of the moment, he ran through the Red Forest trying to hunt beasts, though he happened to run into a traveling merchant who was being attacked by a demonic beast, and rescued him. The merchant thanked him repeatedly and gave Bash the exact same outfit that appeared in the magazine. In fact, he even worked through the night to retailor the garments that didn't fit. Therefore, his clothes were perfect. What kind of girl would you like, mister? I don't suppose you'd want one with a very animalistic appearance, would you? I don't have any preference. Bash had no specific preferences with beast women. He had no problem with them looking more like humans or elves, nor with those that looked like dogs or cats, as long as they were female. However, if he had to make an exception, he would not prefer someone who looked like a dwarf or a lizardman. But I'd still prefer someone who had a more human or elven resemblance. Bash spat. He remembered when he met Judith in Krasil, when he met Thunder Sonia in the Siwanasai forest and Primera in the Dubangas pit. They were all beautiful and charming. Even now, he would like to marry all of them and have 5 children with each. You don't realize what you have until you lose it. I knew it. Beastmen with very beastly features are barbaric. Their breath stinks and they try to eat you right away. Oh, look, did you see that? That one won't stop staring at me. Wipe that spittle off your snout. When Bash looked in the direction mentioned by Zell, he was sure he saw a drooling beastman. However, his eyes were riveted on the back of Zell's place, a roast beef store. Well, I'm not the one getting married. Come on, mister. First of all, let's go to a bar with a good atmosphere, just like the magazine said. Right. They were going to the most popular bar in the Lycant capital. Why were they going there? It was because of a sentence written in the magazine. It said, "Great atmosphere. Let's go for a relaxed seduction in a place with lots of people and drinks. Special on late-night bars." It said that beast women preferred to be seduced in the presence of a large number of people than to be alone with them. That's why, after Bash entered Lycant and looked for accommodation, he immediately went to the place of the battle. Yes, to the most popular bar in the capital, and that was written in the magazine. Oh, that sound. And then, they heard an unpleasant sound in their ears. A cacophony of sound similar to that of a pig and a cow. A burroboron, a noise that seemed to come from something you wouldn't want to see. Hey, hey. Yay, yeah, like that, that's good guys, let's get along. And a terrible song too. Everyone on the street was walking past him with their ears plugged and frowns on their faces. Well, if it isn't Errol. It was their benefactor. It was Errol, the messenger of love and peace who helped them at the border and gave the magazine to Bash. He was sitting on the side of the street, looking utterly charming, and reveling in his song. Errol. When Bash called out to him, he looked up and his eyes widened. Oh? Oh. Then he immediately stood up and walked over to Bash, looking him over from head to toe. Why, it's Bash. You look different. His voice was full of surprise and joy, although his expression was not visible because he was wearing a mask. It was as if a person he didn't expect to see had exceeded his expectations. I was saying it was strange not seeing you before, but you went to get those clothes. As expected of the Orc Hero. You're so thoughtful that it's hard to believe you're an orc. No, more than that, you're more than I expected. You helped me. That saved me. With the border? Well, it was only natural. Come on. I'll show you around. Errol said, happily taking Bash's hand and pulling him along. Wait, where are we going? Where? It's just that I have to go somewhere. Really? Yes, to a place where there are a lot of people and a lot of alcohol. When Bash said that, Errol looked puzzled for a moment, but then he laughed as if he had come to a point. Haha. That's an interesting way of putting it. But don't worry, we're going to the same place. That's why you're here, isn't it? How did this man know where Bash was going? The question was answered by Zell, who came up to the Orc Hero's ear. Mister, if you think about it, this is the man who brought us that magazine, so it's only natural that he would have an idea where you were going. Right. In fact, there's even a chance he might take us to a better place than the bar written in the magazine. I see. Satisfied with Zell's words, Bash turned to Errol. I understand. So, could you show me the place? Sure, leave it to me. Bash was accompanied by Errol as they made their way to the center of Lycant. Bash was led into the courtyard of a huge palace in the center of the capital. It was the most beautiful space Bash had ever seen. In the garden of the palace courtyard there was a large table and a mountain of food was laid out. The people there were also dressed in colorful cloth costumes and adorned with gold, silver, and jewels. Just looking at them, one almost had to look away because of the glitter. When Errol brought Bash over, he said, "I'll go and give my greetings. You guys should relax and get something to eat," and then he quickly went off somewhere. Bash and Zell were left alone. What are we going to do? This isn't where we want to be, is it? But the conditions are just right. This wasn't the place described in the magazine. It wasn't even a bar. But there were a lot of people. Apparently, they had all the alcohol they could drink. So there's only one thing to do. It was the same on the battlefield. During the transfer, there were many times when they were taken to places other than the battlefield they had heard about beforehand. Bash had survived all these battlefields. So he was thinking now, the objective was still the same, what we had to do had not changed, even if the situation is somewhat different from what we had expected. What did the magazine say about what to do when you got to the bar? Drink red berry wine at a nice bar and wait for a woman to ask you out, that's what the magazine said to do, right? I see. Bash looked around, saw the liquor he was looking for on one of the tables and took it. A small glass of fruit wine. It was an amount he didn't feel like drinking, but this time his goal wasn't to get drunk. Bash held it in his hand and settled in the corner of the room, literally taking small sips. This is great. I've been to a few human parties before, but I've never seen anything this spectacular. I've heard rumors that beastmen don't have money, but I guess they spend it at places like this. Maybe that's why. Maybe. Well, I don't care about the money. Come on, let's go get some gals. Bash and Zell said and looked at the people around them. There was a wide variety of races, especially beast people and elves. He saw the occasional human. There weren't that many dwarves. They all looked at Bash and sent him questioning glances. They wondered if it was okay to have an orc here. Looking at it this way, it seems like there are a lot of high-status people here. I see. Their clothes are so shiny. From the looks of it, many of the beastmen were dressed similarly to Bash. However, many of the beast women, elves, and female humans wore cotton or silk kimonos with elaborate embellishments. They glittered in the sunlight. Of course, Bash could not tell the difference in their clothing. However, it was obvious that this was a party place, and the men and women were chatting amicably with each other. The men surrounded the women with provocative smiles on their faces. The women also responded with smiles of satisfaction, their clothing often exposing their cleavage and thighs. The eyes of men, especially humans, were glued to their breasts, and Bash's eyes were naturally drawn to them as well. His nose was also active. With so many women, it's hard to take your eyes off them. All the beast women looked attractive. The reason they looked so good was probably because they wore clothes that were very open at the chest. Since their skin was visible, he couldn't help but notice them. No, mister. This time we have to wait. You're not a new recruit, and if you ignore the order to wait and rush in, the Orc Hero's name will be mudded. I know. But this time, he wasn't going to go talk to them himself. The magazine said to wait patiently. So he would wait. By the way, there was a reason for this, something Bash didn't quite understand. The Beastman country was a country where women were the top priority. Their ruler was a woman, and many important positions were held by women. Since ancient times, in their history and culture the pack leader was female. They also had a system of polygamy. The Beastmen's love life was very different from that of humans. The most notable difference was in the male's approach to the female. To demonstrate their strength, they hunted outside the city, dressed in the materials of their prey and waited for a female to approach them. During the war, many of them wore the fangs of fallen orcs or the horns of demons. It was said that the woman who married the strongest men became a better leader of her pack. It is not easy to be called. It's because you're restless, Zell. Ambushes take time. Well, I'm the fairy among fairies. I'm not good at sitting still. When I sit still, my inner fairy whispers to me, what are those wings on your back for if not to be flying? Want to hear it again? My time in the Valley of the Centaur. That's when Zell was about to tell an epic from when Bash was not yet on the battlefield. Kai-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a. A scream was heard. What's going on? Zell shouted and looked around. The eyes of the people around her were staring directly at Zell. It was no wonder. Zell was a superstar of the fairy society. When she'd get around to telling an epic, everyone would scream with excitement. An orc. But that wasn't why. One of the beast women, dressed in silk kimono and tiger skin like a bandit, was pointing at Bash. Everyone's eyes focused on the Orc Hero. Bash was also a superstar of the Orc society, so it was no surprise. What on the world is an orc doing here? Hey, there's an orc attacking the women. Guards. Where are the guards? Get him out. No, you'd better beat him together. The women's screams set the place in an uproar. Some tried to get away from Bash, others tried to call the guards, and others rolled up their sleeves and approached him. Although it varied, even Bash, as expected, understood that he was not welcome. Wait a minute. This man is no ordinary orc. He is the most powerful orc in the land, the only orc given the title of hero thanks to his exploits in war, and he was even brought here. The masked man who brought him here. Zell tried to plead for Bash, but no one would listen. Next thing she knew, the orc hero was surrounded. Unfortunately, all the men were surrounding Bash. What's all the noise, what's all the commotion? Then, from the back of the room, a voice was heard. Bash turned his head and saw three beautiful women who made him swallow saliva. Each had a different degree of bestial features, but all had ample breasts and plump thighs. And they wore more colorful clothing than everyone present. When the girls saw Bash, they stopped their movements with a start. You see, princesses. For some reason, there's an orc in this room. Don't worry, we'll get him out of here right away. Princesses. Hearing that word, Bash's mind unlocked a memory. The 6 princesses of the Beastmen. 6 beautiful princesses born by the Beastmen's queen. All 6 were rumored to be immensely beautiful, strong and wise. They are beautiful. In fact, the 3 before him were also the most beautiful women Bash could imagine. There was one princess who had fur like that of a black cat, golden eyes and a lithe body. Another had fluffy fur, dark eyes and a buxom figure. And the last princess had slightly stiff fur, blue eyes and a stocky body like a hunting dog. All 3 different from each other. They were sisters with varying degrees of beastly features, but all would agree that they were beautiful, just as the rumors said. But the 3 had heard no such words. They looked at Bash and their eyes widened. The smiles that had been on the faces of all 3 had disappeared, and their pupils dilated. You. The moment one of the 3 said that in a whisper, the noise stopped. All those who stopped were of the Beastman race. The elves and humans, though confused and bewildered, were not making as much noise as Beastmen were. And in the Beastmen's eyes, whose confusion had subsided, there was another emotion swirling in them. They all turned their gazes toward Bash. Looks of hatred. There are many who do not know your appearance, but there is no one here who does not know your name. The princesses advanced to Bash's front. At the same time, strong men who appeared to be their guards also stepped forward to protect them. Their faces were also lined with expressions of hatred. At the same time, they also seemed to realize that they were provoking someone they should not be fighting, and they also seemed to be afraid of death. Bash, the Orc Hero. The one who killed our uncle, Leto, the Beastman hero. Leto, the hero. He died in a battle in the Lemium Highlands. He fought the demon king Gadigas and died with honor. That's how it was supposed to happen. But the truth was a little different. In fact, Leto, the hero, did fight the demon king Gadigas. The human prince Nazar, Sonia, the archmage, the beastman hero, Leto, the dwarf Doradora du Banga, the war fiend. Together with more than a dozen others, they infiltrated deep into enemy territory, fought the demon king and defeated him. The sacrifices were heavy. Almost every member of such a suicide squad died in battle, including Doradora du Banga, the war fiend. But when Gadigas died, Leto was still alive. He was alive, although his entire body was covered with wounds. If anything, he had more energy than Thunder Sonia, who had fainted when her magical powers were exhausted. But then, a lone orc appeared. A single orc. The green demon that was rumored on the battlefield at the time. Bash, the future orc hero. Nazar and Leto tried to fight. But their opponent was Bash. It didn't matter that they were the Beastman hero and the human prince, there was no way they could win with wounds all over their bodies, and they were defeated in an instant. But if Thunder Sonia had been awake, if Doradora du Banga had been alive, the story might have been different, but Nazar was wounded and Leto's strength was at its limit. And there, right in the middle of enemy lines, they knew that, if they fought for too long, another enemy would probably emerge. So Leto, the hero, said, "Leave this to me." Nazar heeded his words. Someone had to come back. If someone did not return and tell them that Gadigas had been defeated, his death might be concealed, and the news would simply be that the fierce men of the Four Races Alliance had died in battle. If this happened, the effort of the alliance would be affected and the war situation would deteriorate. They would be pushed to the brink in an instant. By the time Gadigas' death was discovered, it would be too late and the four races would have been destroyed. That had to be avoided. With Thunder Sonia at his back, Nazar broke through enemy lines and complied to report. As a result, the Four Races Alliance won the decisive battle of the Lemium Highlands. Later that day, Lito's corpse was found at the site of the battlefield. The corpse, with his weapons shattered and his torso cut in half, was a cruel sight. Lito, the hero. Lito Rivergold. The Beastman Queen Rivergold's brother. A man who was loved and respected by the entire royal family. His name should have been known throughout the continent, but his head was not even taken. For the Beastman, defeat was no shame. A famous and fierce man was honored by those who defeated him. They believed in the hunt god, and fed on the prey they defeated. They also took pleasure in being defeated by their prey and used as food. Although thousands of years had passed since beastmen stopped eating humans, they felt no shame in being defeated in battle, having their heads cut off and being honored for their exploits in combat. Rather, it was an honor for them to be proud to have an enemy defeat them. However, Lito was not beheaded. He was not even considered a war hero by the enemy. He was treated lightly, as if he were a common soldier. The hero, who should have received honor from the one who defeated him, was left to rot like the garbage that could be found lying around. Because of this, the Beastman royalty resented Bash. They hated him for taking Lito's death lightly. From the bottom of their hearts. From that day on, Bash became an enemy of the Beastman royalty. Everyone knew it. All the Beastmen. And the warriors who survived the Lemium Highlands, too. Such a villain had appeared, and there was no way for the situation to calm down. The princesses were in a fit of rage, and lashed out at Bash with their tremendous anger. "Why are you here? I heard that the third princess was getting married. And you dare to appear here to attack and rape my sister, Inula. You, enemy of the Beastmen. I have no intention of. You are a fool. Don't think we'll forgive your misdeeds. I'll flay your corpse and bring peace to our hearts." One of the princesses said, and drew a sword from a bag. "That's right. It's your fault for showing up here. If we don't do it now that we have you here, who will?" The other two also followed suit. Bash was instantly surrounded by the three beautiful women. A single fairy flitted among the four. Hold on a minute. True, the mister could have killed Lito, but the battlefield was chaotic, so it can't be helped. Those things happened all the time. We all know that, don't we? Even I passed out before I realized it, and when I woke up, I thought I was in the afterlife. In fact, many of my comrades in arms died. I don't give a damn. No one could stop them now. The princesses held their swords at their waists, ready to attack Bash at any moment. My wish is not to fight. He didn't quite understand how it had all ended like this, and he had no intention of killing the beautiful women before him. But if the Beastmen wanted to attack him with honor and pride, he had to fight and win with the honor and pride of the orcs. Bash put his hand on the sword on his back. Mister, are you really going to do it? If you kill the princesses, there'll be another war. I know, but it's also true that I killed Lito, the hero. But... It was at that instant. Some of those present stiffened as they watched the proceedings. The war was over. Everyone was trying to forget their resentment and move on. The marriage of the Beastman princess and the elven soldier should have been part of that. So why were the Orc Hero and the princesses trying to start a fight in a place like this? If one of them died, it would be back to war. The Orc Hero did not seem very enthusiastic about the idea. If you looked closely, you could see some confusion among the princesses' guards and the Beastmen surrounding the Orc Hero. They were drenched in cold sweat and their gazes were darting from side to side as if wondering if they were really going to fight. Only the princesses were serious. They were about to stab Bash at any moment, not even trying to hide their murderous intent. The princesses' legs were tense and they were about to peel off the ground, when the next moment... Could someone explain to me what's going on here? A bell-like voice echoed around them. Tonight is a happy day, why is there such a dangerous atmosphere when we are celebrating our sister Inula's wedding? Bash saw this and swallowed saliva. How charming! She was another beautiful girl. A bit petite, but with ample breasts. A waste that any man would want to taste. Her face was human, or perhaps more like that of an elf. Her face had long slitted eyes and a small mouth, and she had fox-like ears. Her manner and demeanor gave off a sense of purity, like the flowing of a stream. Sylviana, you are here. Although on that happy day, there are those who are not happy. Yes. That man was the one who killed Sir Leto. Really? So this is the Orc Hero, Sir Bash. Sylviana. The girl who went by that name fell silent and looked at Bash with a puzzled face. Then she bent her eyebrows quizzically and said sadly. But, sisters. The war is over. Indeed, we have lived with hatred against the orcs, against the one who has shamed Uncle Leto. But so we have restored our holy land, and our sister Inula is to be wed. These are peaceful times. I never thought that such words would come from you. Since Sir Bash has also travelled far to come to celebrate Inula's marriage and the beastman's glory, should we not also be generous enough to forgive him? How can you tell? Looking at his clothes. When she said this, people looked at Bash's clothes. Indeed, he was dressed in an unusual manner for an orc. He wore the beastman's formal attire and was holding a glass filled to the brim with liquor as he tilted it. The glass was full, indicating that he probably hadn't drunk a drop yet. He was being restrained in his drinking, as orcs tended to be violent when drunk. Everyone could see that. He was only here to celebrate the marriage of the third princess. Or are we beastmen royalty so petty that we won't even allow it? The princesses seemed somewhat surprised by Sylviana's words. She laughed at the sight of them. And so, she narrowed her eyes and looked at Bash. She quickly approached him, who was puzzled, not quite understanding the development of the conversation. I expected a much uglier man when I heard he was the orc who killed Uncle Leto, but he seems to be a manly and sincere man. Then she put her hand on Bash's muscular arm, leaned in gently and said, I fell in love with him at first sight. Luck was smiling on Bash. Hours had passed since the chaos in the palace. For the love I feel for him, let him stay here with us. With these words from the princess named Sylviana, the turmoil ceased. However, Bash was still resented by the beastman royalty, and it was time to leave. As he was told before he left, the place he was at was the Lycant Royal Palace. Apparently, it was the place where the wedding of the third princess, Inula, was being held. Nobles and royalty from all over the world gathered there, and banquets were held almost every day. Why did Errol take Bash there, and why was he allowed in at all, just because of the man's face? No one questioned it. Because only two people, Bash and Zell, knew that Errol had taken them there. Orcs and fairies were not the type to sweat over details. Instead, Bash was both grateful and impressed. He dressed like the magazine said, went to the place like the magazine said, and charmed the most exquisite woman like the magazine said. Sylviana River, the fifth princess of the Beastman nation. She was a beautiful woman with a human appearance, and she told Bash that she had fallen in love with him at first sight, pressing her ample breasts against his arms. As she escorted him out of the palace, she put her mouth close to his ear and said in a tone that would melt your heart just listening. We must meet again. And she kissed Bash on the cheek. This brazen act was enough to raise his hopes. This exquisite beast woman wants to have a love affair with me, he thought. Thanks to her, the mini Bash was now very excited to have finally found an opportunity. It was no exaggeration to say that he was already counting the days to make this magnificent beast woman his wife. Had the search for a wife ever gone so well? No, he couldn't remember anything like it. It wasn't that easy with humans, nor with elves, nor with dwarves. It was all thanks to Errol, who had provided him with the magazine and taken him there. He was going to have some problems, but looking at the results, he would say they were minor. Errol. We have him to thank for this. Yeah, that's right. I never thought you'd get this close to the Beastman princess. Bash was at the bar he had originally planned to go to. There, he was drinking and celebrating today's success. I can't thank him enough. I had heard that humans were good at gathering information and planning operations, but I hadn't expected them to be this good. I may have misunderstood the human race a bit. I thought they were an intelligent race, but I didn't know there were people who could go to such lengths to help others. They both praised Errol. In their minds, the masked man had been deified and was about to be elevated to an object of faith. Now, in the bar, there were several beastmen who looked like Bash. They were all drinking red fruit wine. It was as if they were saying that this was a sign that they were ready to be chosen. In fact, there were beast women sitting next to some of the beastmen, talking. Some of them were like this before Bash arrived, and some of the women approached the men who were drinking alone after Bash arrived. It was just as the magazine had described. Bash, however, had no intention of going girl hunting. After all, he had just met the best of the beast women. Because of the beastmen's polygamous system, it was not acceptable for one man to pursue a large number of women. Like the elves, it would be best to limit the number of wives to one. As for whether it would be a good idea for the orc's pride to settle for only one woman as a concubine, Bash hadn't given it much thought. She said you had to meet again, but when? It would be soon. Orcs did not lie, and they did not use subterfuge. Of course, they did not know the meaning of social courtesy. Therefore, he took the words "we must meet again" literally. However, one can never be too careful. Like the magazine said, you have to be careful. I know. I'll check the magazine again when we get back to the inn. Yes. The magazine also described what to do if you decided to go out with someone. It called it the Beastman's winning attraction technique, and carefully described the mating process. Bash wanted to follow this process. It was impossible for there to be any mistake in what was written in the magazine. Bash took a sip of his fruit wine. He swirled it in his glass, sniffed it, and sipped it. It was not the bold orc way to drink, but it was a winning gesture he had read about in the magazine, so he practiced it. Then some time passed. It was a quiet time. No one tried to talk to Bash, and Bash talked to no one. He and Zell talked about old times and drank slowly. Or maybe one of the Beastmen warriors overheard Bash and Zell's conversation and wanted to talk too, but this was a bar for meeting people. It wasn't a place for men to talk to men, so they seemed to keep to themselves. Oh my! Zell had just finished her third glass of fruit wine and was about to start a duel with a peanut snack for her almond lover when she heard a voice from behind the bar. Bash turned to see a beautiful woman. She was dressed in an unfashionable, oversized, dark brown robe, and her face was hidden by a hood and a veil that covered her eyes. The only part of her face that was slightly exposed were her eyes. They were soft and captivating, her eyebrows thin and well-shaped, and her skin white. Her mouth was covered by a mask and her hair was tucked into the hood. Even through her robe, one could see that her breasts and buttocks had feminine curves, but that was all. But everyone present was sure. Not only the men who were waiting to be chosen, but even those who already had a woman sitting next to them looked at her and thought, the most beautiful woman in the world has arrived. The whole place began to get restless, and the men adjusted their hair, straightened their postures, and adjusted their sitting positions so that they could be seen at the angle from which they would look best. Some even began to wonder if they should get up from their seats and approach to speak with her. It is rare to see orcs in this country. It was a woman's voice, a lovely voice. A sexy voice, different from Sylviana's melted voice. But like Sylviana's, it was a voice filled with the kind of magic that made Bash's heart flutter. And this voice was aimed at him. You, where did I, No, no way, you, no, sir. The owner of such a voice looked at Bash seriously and approached him with a somewhat surprised look. Are you by any chance Sir Bash, the Orc Hero? Bash remembered as soon as he heard the voice. It's me. Ah. You remember, don't you? The beautiful woman's face clouded over. She was sad, but it couldn't be helped, she was just garbage from Bash's point of view. I remember you, Carrot, the hissing voice. Oh. I'm so glad. You remembered. The beautiful woman, Carrot, smiled like a flower. She looked happy. Very, very happy. Her eyes, like steel blades, narrowed to an unimaginable degree. If a man looked at her, he would be 100% sure that he liked her. But Bash's expression was rigid. I was surprised. I didn't know you were in this country. I didn't think you were here either. Bash said, looking at Carrot out of the corner of his eye. A black tail with a pointed tip peeked out from the hem of her tunic. If you looked closely, you could see that the hood was also unnaturally raised. She had horns. I thought succubi were forbidden to leave their country. No, we are only forbidden to show our skin and hair in other countries and a few other things, but we are not forbidden to leave the country. Carrot. She was a succubus. The ethnic costume of the succubus was basically thin and exposed a lot of skin. In some cases, areas considered shameful to other races were very exposed. Carrot, however, was dressed in a way that covered everything. I never thought I would meet Sir Bash in a place like this, Why a great man like you? No, excuse me. In fact, it is obvious from the place and the way you are dressed. Don't look at me like that. I'm in a similar situation, Carrot said, and her eyes narrowed. She smiled. Because she hid her face, Bash could only see her narrowed eyes. Even so, she was so sexy that he could almost smell her. I'm sorry I'm not the person you're looking for, but can I join you for a drink? I wouldn't want to be disrespectful to a fellow soldier. Bash nodded in response to the sex appeal, suppressing the swelling of his crotch and keeping a poker face. Carrot nodded cheerfully and sat back in the chair in one fluid motion. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Since Leaner's desert retreat. Oh yes, you're right. It has been a long time. Carrot, the hissing voice. Her character was cold, calculating, brave and brutal. She was a master of physical and magical combat, and had once fought Thunder Sonia. She was a succubus who always fought on the front lines and was considered one of the strongest in the succubus army, which was full of fierce warriors. Her name was well known in other countries as well, especially in the Elven army, where she was feared and hated as the one who had captured the most Elven men. Hee, I feel very honored, Sir Bash. Carrot said and clinked her glass with Bash's. There was a cool clink. Me too. Bash said, trying as much as possible not to look at Carrot. If you weren't familiar with the relationship between orcs and succubi, you would have wondered why the masculine Bash was like that in front of such a feminine woman. But that was inevitable. Succubi could not bear children of other races. To them, men were nothing more than food. They caught them with their beautiful looks and fed on them with their lower mouths. What other races called mating was just a meal to them, not sex. Of course, they could not have children from other races. When succubi had children, they kissed. For them, the mouth is not only an organ of eating, but also an organ of reproduction. If they could not bear children, they were not suitable as wives for the orcs. However, as our diligent readers know, Bash's real purpose was to get rid of his virginity. If he could get rid of it that way, why not? But it wasn't that easy. To illustrate this, let me tell you an old story. From a long time ago. Long before Bash was born. There was an orc. He was a red-skinned orc, physically fit from birth, and he had a promising future, having defeated an orc 2 years his senior when he first wielded a sword. In his first battle, he brought one of these women with him. He and the succubus hit it off on the battlefield, destroyed the enemy together, spent the night together, and returned home still in love. The man took the succubus as his wife. For an orc, sex with a succubus was the height of futility, as it was impossible to have a child with them, but it happened and it felt great to be with her. He showed his naked wife to the other orcs and showed them a fierce mating. It was not easy to marry a succubus, so he spent his days with a proud look on his face. The other orcs envied the man who could do as he pleased with the beautiful succubus. But this happiness came to an end one day. As husband, the orc man was walking through the village with the wind at his back, as usual, when he noticed a strange sensation. The people who had been treating him normally were now treating him with surprise, mockery, reserve, and contempt, as if he were a monkey with a painted face. The man wondered and asked one of his friends, who, with a somber look, brought out a well-polished mirror. When the orc looked into the mirror, he saw a familiar face. But there was something strange on the man's forehead. No, he had seen it before. If anything, he had pointed at it, laughed at it, mocked it, even scorned it. The moment he realized it was on him, the man's blood drained from his face in fear. It was the mark of an orc wizard. The mark of a magical warrior. The emblem of virginity protruded from the man's forehead. That day was his 30th birthday. No one knew where the man and his succubus wife went after that. In orc society, it was considered shameful for an ordinary warrior to become a magical warrior. No matter what the circumstances. So he probably left the village and died somewhere because he could no longer bear it. The story would be told to the orcs for a long time. For some reason, no matter how much sex you had with a succubus, it didn't mean you lost your virginity. On the contrary, once you lose your virginity to a succubus, no matter how many other people you sleep with afterwards, the emblem of virginity will still appear on your body. Then Bash decided not to woo Carrot. If Bash wanted a one-night stand, he was sure she would be happy to oblige. But that would mean the end of Bash the warrior and the beginning of Bash the magical warrior. For Bash, it would be the end of the world. Ironic, isn't it? I, the strongest succubus soldier, and you, the invincible orc hero, have defeated all enemies and eaten the fruits of victory, and now we have to be ogled by our opponents in a place like this. That's right. On the other hand, Carrot didn't get any closer to Bash than necessary. She did not put her arms around him, or press her breasts against him, or whisper in his ear. Succubi could consume all men for food. But for that very reason, their culture considered it disrespectful to consider respectable men as food. Wartime was a good time. I could get a man of my choice and eat him as much as I wanted, now I'm like a rat scavenging for scraps. I want to go back to those days when we were free to live and die, even if it was hard and painful, don't you think? Bash did not answer. If all treaties were broken and war broke out right now, Bash would easily lose his virginity. He would probably go after Judith, whom he met in the human country, and enjoy his life to the fullest. But this was just a dream and nothing more. The Orc King Nemesis wanted peace and the survival of the Orc race. If war broke out at this time, the Orcs would be easily destroyed. Bash could not wish for that. Ha, just kidding. I see. But if we ever have the chance to fight together, would you give me the honor to fight shoulder to shoulder with you again? These words reminded him of a battle that once took place. The Battle of Retreat in the Leaner Desert. In this battle, the succubus army was cornered. The Leaner Desert was now part of the Beastmen's territory, but it had once been the Lizardmen who lived on its sandy soil. The battle that led to the loss of this territory was an invasion by a mixed army of dwarves and humans. The succubi, who had fought alongside the Lizardmen, fought to the death to protect their people. However, most Lizardmen, who lived in swampy areas, did not like deserts very much. Succubi were also not good at fighting in deserts where they could be easily seen. Originally, a mixed force of ogres and harpies was supposed to defend the Leaner Desert, but after the death of Gadigas, both races had their hands full defending their own territories and retreated. They took advantage of the situation. The orcs came to the aid of the Lizardmen and succubi, who were being pursued by the elves. However, the front line had already collapsed, and the mixed forces of Lizardmen and succubi in the sands were completely surrounded and in danger of being destroyed. The battle until they abandoned the Leaner Desert and retreated, that was the Battle of the Leaner Desert Retreat. In that battle, Bash showed his usual valor and saved the succubi and the Lizardmen. And it was the woman before him who commanded the succubus army at the time. Bash remembered it well. After the fierce battle was over, there was still someone at his side, and it was her. Few words were exchanged. 2 or 3 at most. He didn't even remember them. But on the battlefield Bash remembered as a fierce battle, there were few people who stayed by his side until the end. Most couldn't keep up with him and dropped out, got lost, or died in the battle. If you could keep up with Bash, it meant that you were a top-class warrior who had a lot of power and could be counted on. That's why he remembered her so well. And he also remembered her breasts that swayed with every fight, but Bash shook off the memory of them. It was something he shouldn't remember now. At least, if he was going to remember it, it would have to be after he had lost his virginity, then surely he could have a relationship where they both won. Of course, I'll ask you the same thing then. Hee, thank you. Carrot smiled. Most of her face was hidden, so he couldn't see it, but he could tell that it was a beautiful and charming smile. If he hadn't known that Carrot was a succubus, Bash would have proposed to her. Succubi always gave off pheromones. Pheromones that attracted and fascinated men. But even Bash could put on the brakes if he knew that was the case. You were brave. I still remember. Gordorov, the fierce dwarf warlord, came at you from the flank, and while everyone thought you were doomed, and the succubi and lizardmen screamed in terror and panic, you alone intercepted him calmly. And you did not run away. Hee, I am honored by your praise, but the truth is that I was just like everyone else. I wanted to run away and not stop, I was so scared. I just didn't show it because I decided to be responsible. For a while, Bash and Carrot reminisced about their war years. At first, Bash was nervous about being asked about his history with women, but gradually he began to talk about his exploits and battles more eloquently than ever, even in the bars of his homeland. Carrot was very easy to talk to. She drank comfortably and talked comfortably. If this woman wasn't a succubus, in fact, if he wasn't a virgin, he would have jumped on her right away. Even if he was nothing but food for her. He wanted to be with her all the time, he understood that. If a human prostitute had seen her, she would have understood that it was a trick to make him feel that way, but it was impossible for a virgin to understand. By the way, Zell was sleeping at the bar table with her nemesis, Amand, in good company. They'd fought, beaten each other at the river, and now they were sweethearts. What about the peanut? The magic was over. There's a lot to talk about, but let's leave it at that. That's right. If Carrot had really wanted to flatter Bash, she wouldn't have said that. She would have leaned over Bash's shoulder, pressed her breasts against his arm, and told him with wet eyes that she was drunk. She would have whispered something that would have made Bash want to take her home, and she would have caught him. Or, if Bash wasn't a virgin, he would have said a few words himself to take Carrot. Succubi couldn't have children, but that was that, this was this, what was the point of not sleeping with a woman who was willing? Hee, some other time then. But it didn't happen. Carrot remained an educated succubus to the end, and Bash remained a virgin. You're right. Bash took his leave, his nose perked up by Carrot's sweet, lingering scent and his hair bristling from the conversation with the woman he had enjoyed so much. In the center of the capital of Lycant, in the royal palace. The gardens, buildings, and interiors were new and beautifully decorated with gold, silver and jewels for the third princess to be married. It wasn't just the outside. A month after the grand announcement of the third princess marriage, the preparations did not stop. The wedding of Inula, the third princess of the Beastmen, and Colonel Aconite, an elven soldier. It was an event of great celebration, even from a global perspective. It was not only a celebration, but also a marriage of great political importance that would strengthen the bonds between the two countries and serve as a check on other nations. As such, the Elven and Beastmen royal families staked their respective prestige on the wedding, planning to make it the most extravagant of the post-war period. They lavishly spent their ample resources on the festivities, spreading the word around the world and inviting dignitaries from every corner of the globe. Of course, there were those who were not amused. They were the human nobles who did not want the elves and beastmen to gain power, the dwarven merchants who were shut out of the opportunity to make money, and the elven nobles who were hostile to the faction to which Aconite belonged. So with this trick they wanted to have a person whose alibi did not exist at the time of the alleged poisoning. I see. A room in the Lycant palace was boiling. Dignitaries from various countries who had gathered for the ceremony had crowded in to hear the words of a woman. Judging by her long blonde hair and long pointed ears, she must have been an elf. However, her true face was hidden behind a mask, and her identity was unknown. Everyone present knew who she was, but they pretended not to. There was an unspoken agreement. Bougainvillea. And the masked woman cornered another woman. Short blonde hair, long ears. A large earring was in one of her ears, but only one of them. The other was in the masked woman's hand. Hey, why did you try to do that? Aconite is your childhood friend, right? Bougainvillea. The woman she called Bougainvillea was dejected and trembling for a while. But then she looked up and exclaimed. What would you know? You've been a virgin for hundreds of years. Hey, stop it. I've loved Sir Aconite for a long, long time. Our encounters between the fierce battles were the bulwark that held my heart firm. I dreamed that I would be with him when the battles were over. But to think that he would marry a hairy brute in such an unseemly palace. I could not allow it. What has that got to do with being a virgin? I would have endured any hardship for Sir Aconite's sake. I would have killed elders or children if he'd ordered me to. And after we were married, I was to serve him. I love him. I would not be out of place in his family. And yet I was told that it wouldn't look good for the captain of an assassination squad to marry a member of royalty, and that I had a dirty body because I had been captured and raped by orcs during the war. You can't understand how I feel after being forced to resign by everyone around me. No, I understand, you know? Even I. Don't you dare say you understand. You're a virgin who doesn't know what love is. No, but I mean that you also understand my feelings, that when I was defeated by an orc and not raped, they said it was because I stank. But at least you redeemed yourself when that orc proposed to you. Ugh. Oh yeah. Then I guess I don't understand your feelings, sorry, the masked woman coughed as she apologized, breaking into a cold sweat. Whatever. So you let your feelings be used by the anti-Aconite faction to do this as a mere lackey? The masked woman said, touching the earring with her fingertips. A drop of liquid spilled from the tip of the earring. The liquid was an eerie purple color. It was poisonous no matter which way you looked at it. You know, don't you think it's possible that maybe he doesn't know how you feel? Bougainvillea cast a worried glance at the masked woman speaking to her. But she had reached a point where she could no longer go back. Here was no Aconite, but she had been caught trying to murder a beastman noble and force them to call off the wedding. Her future had already been decided. Since we've come to this, Bougainvillea pulled a dagger out of her pocket. A dagger with a sinister curve. A dagger of honor, given to those who had distinguished themselves in the assassination squads of the Elven army. Bougainvillea, the most skilled member of the assassin squad, was brimming with murderous intent. Hey, stop! Don't do anything crazy! I'll kill them all! Inula and Sir Aconite! Why you two? I won't accept this marriage! I'll ruin it! The place was in an uproar. Some drew their swords, others put magic power into their hands. Although she was the leader of an assassination squad, Bougainvillea was alone. All those present were fierce warriors who had survived the war. There were a number of people in this room who were as good or better than Bougainvillea. Hey, Bougainvillea, I'm sure I don't know how you feel. But I've known you and Aconite since you were little kids. I didn't know you liked him, but I know you're not a bad person. You've always been strong, and you protected that weakling Aconite from the bullies. Bougainvillea's eyes flickered at the masked woman's words. I think it's a pity that your love was never fulfilled. I'm going to give those people who called you impure a hard time just because they want to do what's best for the elves. If you wish, I can personally and publicly congratulate you on your accomplishments. Yes, I should have done that in the first place. I've been busy with a lot of things. No, actually, that's just an excuse. I've been so busy with myself lately that I haven't paid much attention to you. Forgive me. The sound of the masked woman's voice was nostalgic for Bougainvillea. In the past, when she fought with boys her own age and made them cry, the masked woman would come to admonish them in this way. For elves who lost their parents in the war, this person was a mother, a teacher, and an object of protection. So how about we find you a new loved one, okay? Yes. For example, how about Cymbidium? He's in the same assassination squad. He's still single, right? He may be unreliable from your point of view, but he's not a bad guy, so why don't you look at him that way? If you want, I can help you. What do you say? The masked woman said that and slowly approached her. She tried not to provoke her, but to take the blade out of her hand if she had the chance. But her words were sincere. She was truly worried about Bougainvillea. But Bougainvillea realized. She realized that she was now pointing her blade at someone she should never have. So, hey, please. Can you give me that dagger? Then the masked woman gently touched Bougainvillea's cheek. At the gentle touch, Bougainvillea relaxed. With a clatter, the dagger fell. I'm sorry, with a lot of tears and snot, she uttered those words. That was the end of an incident in a love story. That night, the masked woman was drinking fruit wine in one of the guest rooms of the Lycant Palace. She thought about the events of the day. Today, one of the wedding guests had almost been poisoned. It was only an attempt, but if he had died, the wedding might have been cancelled. Or there might have been a war between the beastmen and the elves. Damn! The culprit was someone the masked woman knew well. Bougainvillea. She had known her since she was a child. Well, the masked woman remembered the names, faces and backgrounds of most elves. She was nothing more than a lackey, but with the masked woman's persuasion and pleading, she would be spared the ultimate punishment. She would be punished accordingly, but it had to be done. The masked woman thought about the words of the cornered Bougainvillea. Honestly, they worked on her. They still stung her heart. Aconite, why are you so popular? She blurted out the question as she took a small sip of her drink. She was sloppily dressed, sitting in a chair with her belly wrapped in her nightgown, which lacked any hint of sex appeal. There was a knock on the door. At the faint sound of the knock, the masked woman's voice rose. Who is it? It's open. It's me. Sorry it's so late. It was a man's voice. A man she knew. The masked woman grabbed the doorknob with a swiftness she had shown only a few times on the battlefield. Oh? It doesn't seem to be open. Sorry, I just closed the door. Wait a minute. I'll open it right now. I understand. From there, the masked woman moved quickly. She took off her favorite nightgown with super speed and stuffed it into her bag. She put on a slightly sheer undergarment she had prepared for the guests of honor, muttered, "No, this is a little embarrassing," pulled a cardigan from her bag and put it on. She looked at herself in the full-length mirror and confirmed that she looked sexy enough not to be embarrassed. Nodding in agreement, she sat back in the chair she had just occupied and picked up the glass of fruit wine. Oh okay, you can come in now, okay. Oh, wasn't it closed? It's open now. The masked woman didn't know why, although there was a hint of a wry smile from behind the door. She was nervous because it was the first time a man other than one of her relatives had come to see her at this time of night. Excuse me. Oh, what brings you here? The masked woman was speechless for a moment. She knew from the voice who was on the other side of the door. In fact, it was the same person who had entered the room. But on his face was a mask in the shape of a woman's face. What's with the mask? Are you joking? You too, don't you want to take off the mask in your room? Whoa, you idiot. SHHH. Now I'm Arantiaka 1, the masked saint. It wasn't Thunder Sonia who came. Can you tell me again why you're doing this? Well, if Aconite finds out I'm here, it'll make him uncomfortable, won't it? I couldn't bother him by having them give me a different seating arrangement, or a better private room for the guests of honor. Even if these are still preparations for the wedding, I don't want to make him any busier than he already is. I see. The masked man nodded with a wry smile. Thunder Sonia originally wore a mask during the war. It was a mask that enhanced her own magical power. So it was more natural for her to wear a mask when she wasn't with her people. Even if she wore a mask and disguised herself, no one would think she was really disguised. If she said she didn't want people to call her Thunder Sonia because she was an important person and it would complicate things, everyone would agree with her. Now you speak, why the mask? I have similar reasons. Now I go as Errol, the messenger of love and peace, otherwise you did a great job today. I was watching you from the side. That was mismanagement on the part of my people. What would have happened if I hadn't taken charge? I've heard that happens in many places. There are too many of my people who are mismanaging things just because the war is over. The masked woman, or Thunder Sonia, snorted as she said this. She came from the Siwanasai forest and had been looking for a good man in several places. First she went to the human country, and from there to the elven country, and in both places she ended up empty-handed. Apparently, the elves had behaved badly in many places since the end of the war. In particular, the struggle between Prince Aconite, who was seen as the future king, and Prince Erigeron, of the anti-Aconite faction, who was plotting to take the throne from Aconite, was fierce, not only within the land, but also in terms of the allies they were able to gain outside of it. Thunder Sonia would intercede whenever she saw them, and as a result, it was rumored that she traveled the countries alone to judge the misdeeds of her own people. T/N, haha, as they say about Bash now XD. However, she was only looking for someone to marry. What do you want, Errol, messenger of love and peace? What's the point of hiding your face and going to a maiden's bedchamber at this time of night when you can't help but be the subject of strange rumors? If a strange rumor comes to light, you will be hunted down by the elven intelligence, forced to remove your mask and take responsibility. It was fine if he was willing to take off his mask, give his real name, and take responsibility for his actions, also he could go to her room at night. And she would be willing to meet him not just tonight, but every night. But that was a little too implausible. How right you are. It is true that I should have considered visiting the bedroom of Saint Arantiaka, a pure maiden, at this time of night. As soon as I have finished my business, I will leave immediately. Ah. I see. Right, so be it then. Unable to take back her own words, Thunder Sonia shrank back in her seat. She had expected the man to jump on her and then say, as long as I take responsibility later, it's okay, right? No sane person would have a one-night stand with Thunder Sonia, a leading figure among the elves. I have some things I want you to hear. What's going on? I think you know who is still on the move. Thunder Sonia frowned at these words. Really? They may have already infiltrated this country. What about the wedding? Shouldn't it be called off? It's hard to say without knowing what they're after, but it seems the Queen intends to go through with it anyway. I wouldn't expect anything less from her. She has a strong will. So what should I do? For now, we will only provide information and warnings to those who seem to be able to move. I see. Thank you for the information. I'll be careful. Anything else? That's all. Really? That's right. Well, then, Sonia's brain whirled at super speed. This man, Errol, the messenger of love and peace. Thunder Sonia knew that his true identity was that of a single man. She also knew that he was a handsome man behind the mask, his family background, his spectacular achievements on the battlefield, and many other things. He was not a bad catch. Well, it's a wedding to celebrate. I hope it goes off without a hitch. Right. We'll be backstage to help. Right. By the way, how are you doing on your end, hey? If you got married, a lot of people in this world would be overjoyed, wouldn't they? If you don't have a partner, well, let's just say. I have my eyes on a woman. When he said he had his eyes on a woman, Thunder Sonia stopped talking. She hesitated to ask who the woman was. If she asked, she might suffer irreversible damage. I'm glad you do. Yes. Well, I'd better go. Oh, yes. You certainly have. I'm sorry to have delayed you. Yes. Thunder. No, Lady Arantayaka, please take care of yourself. Of course. I am Thunder Sonia, the great elven archmage. I will be careful. We'll talk some other time. Errol bowed and turned to leave. Thunder Sonia looked at him with a feeling of regret, wondering if she should stop him or not. And then Errol stopped. Oh, right. What? The Orc Hero has come to town. Bash. He's here to celebrate the princess's wedding. I see. Thunder Sonia was annoyed when he suddenly told her about the Orc Hero. But when she thought about it, it wasn't that strange for Bash to come here. Considering creating a friendship between orcs and beastmen, this wedding was the perfect opportunity. Perfect formal attire, modest demeanor. He didn't even drink alcohol, lest he get out of control. He must be well aware of how he is viewed by the beastman royalty. No other orc could go so far. I suppose. When he came to propose to me, he was dressed in full elven regalia. Of course I turned him down. Of course. Normally, an orc would not bow to the family of someone he had killed on the battlefield. Orcs were a race that mocked you, telling you that they would kill you too and wipe out your clan. But Bash, for the pride and honor of the deceased's family, would bow his head like it was no big deal. Of course, Bash's actions were anything but an apology. He appeared at the solemn occasion, dressed in the formal attire of another race, and offered his congratulations in a dignified manner. It was a gesture of respect and friendship from the orcs to the other race. However, it seems that the beastmen royalty are not as intelligent as he is, and while I was out of the room, he was greeted in a bad and violent manner. If that was going to happen, I should have stayed close by. What? Are the royals of this nation idiots? I know how they feel, but of course they shouldn't do this. They have too many grudges. The war is over, everyone's trying to get along, so they can't be so hostile to the orcs. What are they, children? You're right, but if they had killed you in Zawanasi's nightmare, I'm sure the elves would have done the same. Ah, well, we're all a bunch of naughty children. Errol laughed. He was amused by Thunder Sonia's insistence that an elf who had lived for several hundred years could still be a child. I hope the hero doesn't hold it against them and isn't thinking of revenge. No. I don't think he is. Even after I rejected him, he just moved on to the next city without a care in the world. But it wouldn't be like that if it was any other orc. I hope so, but I'm also worried about the movements of you-know-who. Lady Thunder Sonia, be very careful. I am sure of it. I would never be careless. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bothered you. Well then. Errol bowed again and left the room. Thunder Sonia, who remained in the room, swallowed the fruit wine in one gulp and plopped down on the table. She'd be lying if she said she wasn't worried about you-know-who and Bash. But what surprised her even more was something else. Ha dot. Thunder Sonia sighed heavily, dropped down, and muttered under her breath so no one could hear her. Being the way he is, he would have plenty of other women by now. For who knows how long since her journey began, Thunder Sonia sighed heavily. It's morning already. Bash awoke at the inn, stretched, and got ready. He washed with hot water, sprayed on some perfume, and put on the formal clothing of the beastman. He ate his meal on the second floor of the inn and returned to his room. He sat down on his bed, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes. He felt very good. He knew he had to follow the plan of action devised by the wisest of the information gatherers. Looking back, it was a good time when Gadigas, the Demon King, was alive. They could win any battle just by following the orders from above. Without the king, Bash would not have become as strong as he was now and would have died somewhere. Will she come today? Zell munched on almonds for breakfast and filled a jar with fairy dust. There was also quite a bit of food left over. Today's fairy dust would undoubtedly be almond-flavored. Bash didn't move. He didn't go out, he didn't exercise, he just stood still. He didn't go looking for a girl, and he didn't go to the bar. I don't know why, but it's nice just to wait. He waited. But for what? For a chance. For the moment to come. Bash waited. He was sure that Sylviana, that exquisite beast woman he had met the other day, would visit him. Because the magazine had said so. If a girl says she wants to see you again, don't push. Don't be pushy. A smart man is a popular man. The secret to the beastman's love life was to wait. That was what the magazine said. So Bash decided to wait. Having run all over the world on all kinds of battlefields, he thought he was good at frontal attacks, but he was also good at ambushes. If necessary, he could wait in the bushes for 10 or 20 days. If the enemy didn't come, he wouldn't even think twice. And what he was waiting for now was his future wife. It shouldn't be difficult for him. It was waiting all that time that made the love burn hotter. So Bash kept waiting. From the uproar in the palace until today. From dawn, even when the sun was directly overhead, he didn't move a muscle. Even when the sun began to show signs of setting, he did nothing. When the sun was already setting, he would go back to eating, but after that, he would remain still again. When the whole village went to sleep, he and Zell took turns watching and waiting. A few days passed. Today, Bash would wash again, eat, and wait patiently in his bed at the inn. After waiting so long, you'd think he'd know she wouldn't come even if he kept waiting, but Bash had waited longer than that before, and even succeeded. When he defeated the sweeping king, Coup de Lant, he did so by ambush. So Bash would wait. He would wait forever. Forever and ever, for days and days, forever and ever. And then, before he knew it, the wedding ceremony of the third princess would be over, the spirits of all the people would have died down, and the emblem of virginity would appear on Bash's forehead, and he would finally realize it. The woman's words were a lie, she would never appear. But that was not what happened. She came. That afternoon. A certain person visited the inn. Bash, who had sharpened his senses as if he were in a battlefield ambush, recognized her immediately. He heard strange footsteps entering the inn. The source of the footsteps exchanged a few words with the innkeeper, then headed straight for Bash's room. Judging by the footsteps, it was a woman. Her footsteps were soft, but not deliberately muffled. It was the characteristic walk of a noble woman. There was no doubt. It was her. "Mister, you can't afford to make a mistake when we've come so far." "I know. I'll make sure I succeed." Princesses were among the most popular women among the orcs. When they talked about who they would like as wife, a princess always came up. The princess was a close second to the knight. However, it was hard to get them. Unlike knights, they were few and far between and had little chance of appearing on the battlefield. Another characteristic of royalty was that if they fought orcs and were outnumbered, they would quickly retreat. Even if they were pursued, desperate resistance awaited them from the knights escorting them. Even when outnumbered, many princesses would rather commit suicide than be raped by orcs. They were a rare and precious flower, visible but unattainable. Such was the existence of a princess. As far as Bash knew, there were only a few orcs who could marry a princess. Most of them were from old fairy tales. During Bash's lifetime, only one orc had been able to marry a princess, the orc king Nemesis. Sylviana, the fifth princess of the Beastmen. She would be a suitable wife for the orc hero Bash. Such an opportunity might not come again. With that in mind, he was more excited than ever. And then there was a knock at the door of Bash's room. "Come in, it's open." At Zell's words, the door opened. There stood a person dressed in an expensive, plain, but instantly recognizable silk robe with a hood covering her face. The face peering out from behind the hood was the same beauty they had seen only once, just the other day. She was the fifth princess, Sylviana. The person he had been waiting for had arrived. It was time for a successful ambush. "Hee," she looked at Bash and smiled softly. "I seem to have startled you with my sudden visit." "No, I was expecting you." Sylviana stiffened at Bash's words. Indeed, if one looked closely, Bash was dressed in a formal suit. It was the formal attire of the Beastman, as if he was going to a ceremony. It was as if he was receiving an important person. Hehe, so you couldn't wait any longer. Actually, I could wait quite a while. Sylviana seemed to shudder a little in response to these imposing words. The conversation was not going well. However, she quickly calmed down and sat down next to Bash, who was sitting on the bed. Then she rested her body on his shoulder. Bash's arms were pinned to her ample breasts. Oh, Sir Bash. Darling. I adore you. Me too. Sylviana dropped to the bed and closed her eyes. As if waiting for something. As if she wanted to say, come on, I'm ready. Then let's go. But Bash got up. Where to? That's obvious. Bash said to the confused Sylviana. One of his fangs gleamed. Let's go on a date. That was the winning strategy he had read in the magazine. Does it look like a woman is asking you out? That's just a misunderstanding of men. You should get to know each other first and build a stable relationship. The days of women taking the lead are over. Now it's up to the man to lead the date. According to the magazine, romance among the beastmen seemed to test the patience of the men. There was no harsh pressure to marry or force intercourse. Even if a woman made a gesture that looked like an invitation to a man, it was a trap. If she then covered herself and told him, of course I didn't mean it, she would get angry and reject him. To get to sex, it was necessary to go through a series of stages smoothly. The first stage was the meeting. That is, a date. Dating also had stages, and at least 5 dates were necessary, all in different places and with different words. And if he proposed to her on the 6th date, all his work would be rewarded. The beast woman would become a woman and belong to the man. To be honest, Bash would have been wrong by now if it weren't for the magazine. When Sylviana leaned against him a few minutes ago, he thought he could just propose and there wouldn't be a problem, and then they would move on to sex. That would have had her gone in no time. But now Bash had the magazine. And Bash was a man who knew the folly of frontline warriors acting on their own judgment in a precise operational maneuver. If it was a strategy devised by a clever strategist, the secret to victory was to follow it to perfection. Bash had seen this firsthand. He remembered, yes, the battle on the plains of Kyang, when he was getting stronger and stronger, and when he himself was beginning to get a little carried away. Bash was following orders as usual, fighting east and west, destroying the enemy. Then he received another order. The order was simple: ignore the enemy you are currently facing, move south and go after another enemy. At this point, Bash was in a good mood. He was furious at the thought of ignoring the enemy in front of him, so he stayed where he was and continued to fight. As a result, the demon forces that had been his allies were trapped and destroyed, leaving Bash's company alone and under siege. In the end, Bash and his men were not killed, but were severely mistreated by the demon commanders. The humiliating defeat provided Bash with wisdom and lessons. Since then, Bash has been faithful to his orders. After a certain point, however, there were few who could give him orders. Anyway, since Bash was obedient, the plan for the first date was perfect. Just like the magazine said. This is. Let's have dinner here. Or should we go to another restaurant? Well, this is fine, but... Bash took the hand of the confused Sylviana and entered the restaurant. It was a place recommended by the magazine, but it was nothing more than a place for commoners, and there were a lot of people inside. At least it wasn't a place for a princess. But Bash had no way of knowing that. They recommend a meal called special meatloaf. You don't know what meatloaf is, do you, Sir Bash? No. We don't have it in the Orc country. I see. As far as ambience went, the place wasn't that great. But Sylviana laughed, sat down next to Bash and put her arms around him. Then she gently stroked and rubbed his thighs. How dirty, does that mean I'm the dessert after dinner? Bash was taken aback by Sylviana's actions, but he persevered, stubbornly following the teachings of the magazine, which told him not to touch her until he had reached a certain point. Bash was a man of patience, which was rare among orcs. And he had deployed Zell as a deterrent in case he got out of control. She was still there, glowing and glowering in the corner of the shop, keeping an eye on Bash. Hang in there, mister, the future is bright, she reminded him. And so the meal ended without incident. Afterwards, Bash took a look at the weapons shop mentioned in the magazine. Beast women liked strong men. But now that the war was over, they were hard to find. So the idea was to show that he was different from the other men by finding out if the weapons in the store were good or bad. Bash would go around the weapons shops and talk about the good and bad of the weapons in the windows. Occasionally he would mention that he had used that weapon on the battlefield, but that was all he knew. To be honest, his knowledge of weapons was undeniably shallow. Bash didn't choose his weapons, so he didn't really know if they were good or bad. Sylviana, however, was always smiling. She nodded and shook her head, especially when Bash shared his memories with her. This weapon is one of the beastman's favorites, isn't it? It's called a katana, right? It's sharp. Yes, it is. Beastmen have been practicing with katanas since childhood. The most memorable katana user is probably the man I met at the Lemium Highlands battle. I'm sure you have to be a fierce warrior to be remembered by you, Sir Bash. Who was he? Leto, the hero. Bash wasn't looking at Sylviana's face when he said these words. He was looking at the pattern on the blade of the katana, as if the distant past was reflected in it. So he didn't know what she looked like at that moment. He was a great warrior. A man worthy of the title of hero in terms of strength, skill, and speed, with a magical phantom sword whose trajectory I couldn't read. If he hadn't been injured as badly as he was, I would have lost. Such modesty, if it's you, Sir Bash, even if your opponent was completely healthy, you would have won by a comfortable margin, right? Even if he could have defeated me, he would not have come out unscathed. Bash thought of a battle that once took place. The battle in which the demon king Gadigas died, the battle that ended the war. It was a fierce battle. So fierce that no one could tell what was going on anywhere. In the midst of such a huge battle, Bash heard a report that the demon king was under attack and rushed to the camp. He rushed to protect the supreme commander. But he did not arrive in time. By the time Bash arrived, the demon king Gadigas was dead. And next to the corpses of the king and his entourage were 2 men and a woman who had just finished fighting and were about to escape from the enemy camp. The human prince Nazar, Thunder Sonia, the great elven archmage and Leto, the beastman hero. Thunder Sonia had already exhausted all her magical powers and was carried on Nazar's back. The only way to break through the enemy lines was to eliminate Bash. Bash had no idea that the 3 of them were heroes in their respective countries. He didn't even know their names. But he wanted to kill them all together. No one had ordered him to do anything, but he was sure he had to. But he failed. Nazar continued to carry Thunder Sonia on his back and managed to escape from Bash. Why was this possible? It was because Leto, the hero, got in front of him. He was covered in blood, howling furiously, and using all of his strength to challenge Bash to one-on-one combat. Of course, there was no way he could defeat him in that state, and Leto died. He fought to the death to let his friends escape, and even though he had no strength left to stand, he got up again and fought until the end without giving up. He was a true warrior. I am proud to have fought him and to have won. So, why just leave the body there? It's obvious. Bash said as if it were a matter of course. Because the demon king's aide told me to do it as a dying wish, we can't let the others see the king's corpse. At his ally's last words, Bash obeyed. Bash was an orc, but also a warrior who had survived long battles. He understood that if the demon king's body were found, the morale of his allies would plummet. It could be said that he put the victory of the entire army ahead of his own honor. Therefore, although he knew it was unbecoming of warriors who had fought to the death, he gave priority to the demon king's corpse and left Leto's unattended. Then he brought the demon king Gadigas before the demon generals. In the end, it was a meaningless act, because the human prince Nazar also reported that demon king was dead, and when Bash tried to return to the front, the battle was already decided and they were defeated. There was nothing to regret. It was obvious what would happen once Gadigas was dead. When Bash defeated Leto and shouted victory, the end was still the same. I see. Sylviana's answer was the smallest she had given so far. When Bash turned around, she was still smiling softly. While they were window shopping, the day had turned to dusk. People were returning to their homes or lodgings. Some entered the inns, perhaps as lovers, huddled together. It was evening. Public time was over, and it was time for them to use the remaining time for personal things. Time to do those things. Sylviana, perhaps sensing this, leaned on Bash's shoulder and smiled a little shyly. Bash saw this and asked her. Did you have fun today? Yes, Sir Bash. It was like a dream. Then. Bash looked in the direction of the inn where he was staying. Of course, Sylviana also turned her head in that direction. As if she knew where they would go and what they would do together. as if she expected it. Then Bash said. I guess this is where we said goodbye. Sorry, what did you say? Sylviana froze with a smile. Next time I'll take you to a better place. See you later. Bash said and hurried away. In the twilight, with long shadows, he was gone. And soon he was out of sight. The Orc Hero retreated quickly. And then Sylviana stood alone at the roadside. Excuse me? The muttered words faded into the twilight. Mister, when Bash returned to the inn, he was greeted by a grim-faced Zell. She had her arms crossed and her fists clenched and was shaking for a while, but finally, poof, she looked up and hugged Bash's face. It was perfect. Yet. Bash echoed Zell's words with a happy voice. The first date. The feeling of contentment was obvious. Sylviana was in a good mood the whole time and in the end she was still in love with Bash. Even Bash, who was not very familiar with interracial relationships, could tell that she had a good impression of him. According to my observations, the princess is already in love with you, mister. You could have brought her to the inn and slept with her tonight. The signs were everywhere. Perhaps. But we can't let our guard down. We read in the magazine that you can get rejected at the sex stage. That's true. So far we've followed the instructions perfectly. Then we'd better follow them from now on. So close to Sylviana, Bash's desire was about to explode several times. But his strong spirit, which had survived many battlefields, kept it at bay. All for the early graduation of his virginity. To win a wife and proudly return to his hometown as the Orc Hero. This was his ultimate test. If he, the hero, did not pass it, who would? I'll try my best, mister. I'll check what's next on the dating course. That would help me. Of course. Zell flew to the window. This fairy would certainly bring Bash the most detailed information, covering the entire dating course in the magazine. She would check the streets, the layout of the shops he should go to, and even negotiate with the shopkeepers to make sure they would accept Bash when he arrived. And the result would be victory. It was a bummer, but that's the way to win. Bash looked up at the night sky, remembering the journey so far, and his mouth relaxed wistfully. The next day, Bash started waiting again. He would say it was a lot, but he didn't really have to wait that long. The next day, and the day after that, Sylviana came again. Bash took the hint and went ahead with his dating plans, and each time he did, Sylviana melted. Bash's rationality reached its limit many times, but he never crossed it. This was because things were going exactly as he had planned. If Sylviana had rejected Bash during the process, or if Bash had rushed things, this might not have happened. Sylviana's seduction was so intense. It began with physical touches, sweet words, and distant but tantalizing hints of mating and pregnancy. By all accounts, she was in love with Bash. She wanted to marry him and have his children. Everything was going exactly as the magazine said it would. How could a human like Bly predict the future so well? So it was obvious they were going to lose the war. That was what Bash thought. However, it could also be said that when someone's doing well, someone else is doing badly. It was midnight. In a corner of the Lycant Palace, a woman was pounding her fist against the wall. She was biting the nail on the thumb of her left hand and hitting her right hand again and again. As if she was mentally deranged, she kept hitting it over and over again. Her face was expressionless. But if anyone had made eye contact with her, they would have seen the hatred and anger behind her eyes. The fifth princess, Sylviana River, was the 10th princess of the Beastmen royal family. The Beast women were fertile, and the royal family was no exception. Her mother, Leona River, had given birth twice, the first time to 5 children and the second time to 6. She was the 5th of the 6. Her birthplace was the battlefield. It had been 2 years since the first litter had been slayed, and though they were long-awaited babies, they were not very blessed. At that time, Demon King Gadigas was at his peak, and the Beastmen were in dire straits and could have perished at any moment. Their number of vassals was so small that it would not take long to count them, and they all had anxious glances at the grim future of their newborn princesses. Among them, there was only one person who gave his blessing from the bottom of his heart. Leto River. Only Queen Leona's younger brother celebrated the birth of his nieces, the 6 princesses. By the time the 6 were born, their father was gone. Tiger River, the royal husband, had long since died in battle. The princess's childhood was not a happy one. Battles and defeats. Shouts and screams. There was never a day of peace. To the princesses, Leto was their big brother. He always protected them, and when they were old enough to remember things, he began to teach them fighting skills and knowledge. He may even have been a father figure to them, since they never knew their real father. All the princesses worshipped, respected, and admired him. What brought all his people back to life was Leto's reclaiming the sacred land. He then became Leto, the hero in the Beastman's greatest and final counter-offensive, one that would be remembered for generations to come. It was one of the few victories over the Federation of the Seven Races when they were under the rule of Gadigas. In that battle, Leto became a hero. To the 6 princesses, he became the most irreplaceable hero in the world. At that time, the young princesses dreamed of becoming Leto's wives in the future. One day, that dream was shattered. It was during the decisive battle in the Lemium Highlands. Leto, the hero, joined the squadron to kill Gadigas, the demon king, and died. But the 6 princesses survived the long war. It was sad, but they could resign themselves to the fact that this was a common occurrence and could not be avoided to die with honor. This was the life of those who fought bravely and were defeated. For those who believed in the hunt god, defeat was no disgrace. If only it had been an honorable death in battle. Leto, the hero, was left behind. The most honorable being in the history of the Beastmen was left behind as a common soldier. Such an act could not be forgiven. Each of the 6 princesses honed their specialties and prepared for revenge. They vowed that when they finally met on the battlefield, they would surely slay such a villain, the orc warrior Bash. But the opportunity never came, and the war ended. Most of the princesses left their anger behind when the war ended. The first princess, Princess Reese, as the next queen, felt that war should be avoided and that she should not hold a grudge against the orcs. The third princess, Inula, also began to think that she should think of the future, now that she was to marry a man she had admired since childhood. The second princess no longer harbored hatred. The third princess still had hatred in her heart, but she had a role to play. The sixth princess, Fleur, as heir to the abilities of the hero Leto, saw her role as preserving them for future generations. The second princess, Lavina, was a woman who, in her position as assistant to the next queen, was theoretically not supposed to go to war with the orcs. The fourth princess, Quina, as the next head of the judiciary, believed that if orcs appeared in the country, she should be fair with them. But 3 of them discriminated against the orcs, and they also believed that if the object of their revenge appeared, they should destroy it, but they were rational enough to stand aside if someone stopped them at the last moment. They knew that they were the princesses of the Beastmen, responsible for the next generation of their race. Only one. Sylviana, the 5th princess, was different. Sylviana was the apple of Leto's eye. Since she was the most sensitive child and the most tearful, she often cried in hero Leto's lap. There were many reasons for her crying. Being bullied by her sisters, being bitten by a dog, being stung by a bee. Of the 6 princesses, she was the most daring and reckless. She would come up with an idea, carry it out, and then receive a painful setback that made her cry. Most of the time she brought it on herself, but Leto would pat her on the head and comfort her every time she came to him in tears. As she grew up, she learned and aspired to become an operations strategist. Her dream was to lead the hero Leto to victory with her own strategies. When she became a member of the general staff, she learned from Leto. A chief of staff is not a job for a gentle girl. Do you know why? Yes, that's right. Because you shouldn't feel sorry for your enemies or your friends. A chief of staff sometimes sends his friends to die and sometimes kills unarmed enemies. You must be ruthless to the end. In addition, you must understand the consequences of your strategy in advance. This may be difficult for you, but can you do it? Sylviana nodded vigorously. She took his words more seriously than Leto had expected and began to train herself to be less emotional. Before she acted, she began to think carefully about the consequences. Thanks to this, she stopped crying and became more cautious. As a result of this training over a long period of time, she became the coldest, most cunning and ruthless of the 6 princesses. Except when she learned of Leto's death. She cried for days and her days were filled with grief. However, it was the last time she was emotionally involved in such an event. The day she stopped crying, she put on the mask of a smile and began to speak only rationally. Her sisters felt sorry for Sylviana who had become like this and decided to be more considerate of her. But they also trusted her. Her ability to speak rationally, without being swayed by emotions, was a great blessing to her sisters, who were easily swayed by their feelings. But let me repeat. The 5th princess, Sylviana, was the apple of Hero Lito's eye. She was the child who adored Lito the most. She was the most emotional child. She was the princess who took Lito's death and crushed pride more seriously than anyone else. And the most courageous child. She had not given up her feelings. In fact, she had not given up her heart. She just hid them deep inside. So when an orc appeared in the royal palace and she learned that it was Bash, the orc hero, who had killed Lito, she immediately made a plan. She didn't think twice. The moonlight illuminated the room in total darkness. Sylviana took off her silk robe, revealing her voluptuous body. Had Bash been here, his rationality would have been shattered in an instant. He was fragile for a hero. Sylviana's face suddenly turned to the side. There was a mirror in front of her. It was a gift to the royalty of each country, made in cooperation with the alliance of the four races to celebrate the end of the war. It had several magical engravings on it and would not lose its luster for 100 years. Even if it was destroyed by a club, it would be restored in an instant. A fist struck the mirror. There was an unpleasant wet sound, and the mirror cracked. The cracks healed as if time rewound. Sylviana struck her fist again and again. The cracks healed instantly, but the surface of the mirror was left with red marks from the fist. Still, she didn't stop hitting the mirror. The wet sound intensified and sounded sticky, but it continued. Finally, without warning, the strange behavior came to an end. Sylviana suddenly stopped and carefully wiped the mirror with a cloth she had placed beside it. Then she silently threw the cloth into the wastebasket and whispered a healing spell to heal the wound. Sylviana took her nightgown from the closet and put it on, then stood by the moonlit window and opened it. She looked towards the inn, the way Bash had gone. The icy whiteness of her face crumbled. The reflection behind her eyes was one of intense hatred. She bared her teeth and let out a low growl. "What are you proud of, hey?" A murmur escaped the growl. The murmur was not only one of anger, but also of some confusion. It was as if what she had believed was actually something else. But there was no one there to hear it, and her voice only faded into the dark night. Sylviana stared for a while, but finally gave a small sigh and turned back to her room. A smile crossed her face. A smile she didn't know to whom she wanted to show it, nor to whom it was addressed. But in the next moment, that smile froze. "Ha, good evening." Before she knew it, a woman was in the room. She was sitting comfortably in a chair in the room, looking at Sylviana with her bright red eyes. When did this happen? Yes, actually, before she realized it. She wasn't there a few moments ago when she moved from the closet to the window. She couldn't see who it was because she didn't have the light on. Sylviana realized immediately that she was a bad person. "I don't remember inviting anyone." Sylviana put her hand over her mouth as she said this. She put her index finger in her mouth and inhaled. It was a means of communication. She was going to use whistling, transmitted by the beastmen. It had been used since ancient times as a means of emergency communication. They had all been trained since childhood to be able to produce the sound even if they could not hear it themselves. However, just before the sound was heard, the bad person opened her mouth. "Wouldn't you like to know how to set a trap for the Orc Hero?" Sylviana's movements stopped. "It seems you've gone to a lot of trouble to get Bash under your control. I know, right? Most orcs are nothing but a bunch of mindless ruffians, but the one they call hero doesn't fall for temptation or flattery. Even if you were alone, he would never attack the princess of a country." "What are you talking about?" Sylviana smiled again. A smile that calmed everyone who saw it. A poker face called a smile. "I don't have to tell you. You want to get back at Bash for killing Lito, the hero, don't you? That's why you were so exposed. You'd say it was RAPE, and tried to start a war with the orcs, right?" She said it in a joking tone. But what she said was true. In fact, Sylviana had planned to do just that. She went to where Bash was staying, seduced him, and offered herself to him on a platter. When he attacked her, she would later say, "I didn't mean to. I only approached him because of the friendship between orcs and beastmen." No matter what happened to her, she would accuse Bash, claiming that she had only the best intentions. She knew it wasn't the best of plans, but she had no choice. She never expected Bash to come to Beastman country. But she might never get another chance like this. It was an improvised plan, but she had to do it. Even if she couldn't get the charges against him, it would be enough if she could create a rift between the Beastmen and the orcs, or make the elves and human dignitaries here think badly of them. If she could do that, it wouldn't matter what happened to her. She didn't even think about it. So, Sylviana didn't even flinch when confronted with the truth. She was trained for that. Since it was an attempt, there was no need to report it. She could have said that she only interacted with him for the sake of the friendship between the beastmen and the orcs. You've always admired Sir Leto, haven't you? It was him who taught you the rudiments of war, and he saved you when you were captured and about to be killed as an example, so it's only natural that you worship him. Sir Leto was the embodiment of beastman pride. A smile appeared on Sylviana's face, but it faded back to an expressionless, steely face. It was Sylviana's ruthless expression that the other 5 princesses feared. I heard that even after the war was over, you still insisted that the orcs must be destroyed. Sometimes people change their minds. Resentment doesn't go away that easily. We are the same. Bash. That damned orc, you can't forgive him, can you? He left Sir Leto like a piece of garbage, and yet he's still alive, and he even wants to celebrate Lady Inula's wedding. He's too selfish. As if attracted by her words, Sylviana's expressionless face melted. What emerged from beneath her iron mask was a look of hatred and indignation. Yes, yes. That's right. She was right. She couldn't forgive. She could not forgive Bash, the Orc Hero. There was no forgiveness for that villain. So what do you suggest? He. Lady Sylviana, 5th Princess of the Beastmen. I'm sure you could have thought of that yourself. Do you still want to know? If you talk nonsense, I will kill you too. Oh dear! How frightening! Sylviana moved toward the 2 red lights that had somehow formed in the room. Her steps, filled with hatred and anger, did not falter. The method is very simple. The simpler the operation, the better. Call Bash to the wedding ceremony, you seduce him, and I will charm him. Then he'll be nothing more than a puppet. I can have him attack you as you've planned so far, or you can kill him with your bare hands. Charm him, that's succubus magic, so you... Yes, as you can see, the moonlight illuminated the room. The figure of the woman, which had only been faintly visible before, was revealed. She wore a leather suit that clung to her body, covering only the bare minimum, had wavy purple hair, bright red eyes, and a long tail. I am a succubus. The charm of a succubus. It was a spell that caused tremendous fury during war. Once the charm was applied, the victim's actions were completely blocked, and it could even cause them to attack their allies. Although there was the limitation that it had almost no effect on women, on the contrary, if the opponent was a man, he would become a puppet of the succubus, unless he had a very high resistance to magic or defended himself with some kind of magical tool. In reality, the percentage of male elves who continued to fight succubi head-on was much lower than that of females, but this was believed to be due to the succubi themselves. This was one of the magics that was banned after the war. On the other hand, if it was used, no matter how strong an orc hero Bash was, he would not be able to resist. What do you want in return? I want to touch the sacred tree. The sacred tree? That's it. It's important to me, okay? The beastmen are not the only ones who believe in the hunt god. Hearing the word believe, Sylviana was convinced. Every race believed in its own god. But in the course of the long war, there were those who changed their religion. There were those who were elves but believed in the spirits of iron and fire, and there were those who were lizardmen but believed in the sun god. It was not uncommon for a succubus to believe in the hunt god. If this succubus had lost the object of her faith long ago, like the beastmen once did, it made sense that she would want to get it back and help eliminate Bash. Hey, please, okay? When I asked for permission, I was denied. You couldn't go near the sacred tree without permission. The administrator of the sacred tree who granted permission would not grant it to a completely unknown succubus. And since she was a succubus, a woman had to talk to her, but there was still a strong prejudice against succubi, even among the beast women. Succubi are an inferior race who only think of sucking men's sperm, and it was no wonder that they would not allow such a being to approach their precious sacred tree. Even if they were ordinary believers, they would not be allowed near the tree without some special reason. Sylviana was not without prejudice against succubi either. But her hatred for orcs was even greater. Okay, I understand. We'll follow your plan. He. We have a deal. Sylviana nodded to the succubus, who smiled enchantingly. I'll be back on the day of the wedding. Don't betray me. That's my line. The succubus moved the wings on her back and floated out of the window. Looking at her back, Sylviana suddenly realized. She hadn't heard some information. By the way, what's your name? Carrot, that's what they call me. The hissing voice Carrot. If you were a warrior, you would know her name, the strongest succubus warrior of all time. Why would such a famous warrior do this, she thought, but on the contrary, Sylviana was convinced. If she was such a famous warrior, it should be easy for her to sneak into her room and evade the guards. I would be delighted if we could work together. I'm counting on you, Carrot. Yes, Lady Sylviana. Carrot beamed an enchanting smile and flew out of the room. Darkness returned to the place. In the darkness, Sylviana felt something strange. It was as if something had happened to her, as if she had forgotten something. But at the same time, there was a sense of clarity, as if a fog had lifted from her head. So she shook herself. The most important thing now was not to lose the unique opportunity to avenge Leto's death. Let the orcs perish. Her mutterings faded into the dark night. If a girl invites you to a fancy place on the 5th date or later, it's a good opportunity. Take this chance to push her. That day, an envelope arrived at Bash's door. The envelope was made of well-tanned leather and embroidered with the Beastman royal family crest in gold thread. Inside was a thick sheet of paper covered in gold leaf. It was a letter. The letter read as follows. Tomorrow is the wedding of Inula, the third princess and my sister. I envy her because everyone has given her their blessings. I hope we can do the same, but all my other sisters hold a grudge against the orcs. Even if you and I were to marry, we would not have their blessing. Therefore, I would like us to meet at least on this joyous day under the full moon. Only the moon will surely bless us. Please let us meet under the sacred tree when Inula makes her speech. I wish only prosperity for the orcs and beastmen. Sylviana. Had Bash and Zell acted as they normally would, they would not have understood the meaning of this letter. At best, they would have thought there must be something to talk about under the sacred tree. But now they had the magazine. Yes, the magazine also contained information about the beastman's special phrases. Mr. I know. The day has finally come, hasn't it? That's right. Among all the beastman phrases, there were two that were key. The moon will bless us. The full moon was slang for mating season, and the moon's blessing meant pregnancy. In other words, the literal translation was that she was in heat and wanted to give birth to his child. It was an invitation to have sex. There was no question about it. That was what the magazine said. Mister, I'm going to check it again. Right. According to the magazine, it's foolish to let your guard down just because a beast woman in heat makes such invitations. The chances of getting a woman are pretty high right now, but it also mentions the chance of being turned down at the last minute. That has to be taken into account. Of course. Also, and then Zell looked at the last page of the magazine. There was something disturbing written there. No, they couldn't help but think about that now. But Zell deliberately ignored it. What it said was that in terms of targeting, there could always be one incredibly strong man who, like Bash, could take on an entire army, even if he acted with sufficient force. They should have been aware of the possibility that such a person existed, but it made no sense for those who had no countermeasures to worry about it in vain. Bash had also read the statement on the last page. And he would fight bravely, even if this unexpected man stood in front of him. So, let's go through everything before tomorrow. First, page 22, manners are important when you're in a classy place. And now you tell me. A beastman etiquette course. I get it. In the center of the capital of Lycant, the royal palace. People of all races from all over the world gathered. Beastmen, humans, elves, and dwarves. Lizardmen, succubi, harpies, ogres, fairies, and even demons. The only ones who were not invited were the orcs. But even so, one of them was present, looking as dignified and proper as could be expected. It was Bash, who introduced himself with an invitation. I see that even Sir Bash, the Orc Hero, is here. Knowing the beastmen, I thought they would eliminate any orc who showed up for the celebration. That is only natural. They would have no problem with any other orc, but I can't imagine how they would eliminate a hero like Sir Bash. I would like to greet him. However, it wouldn't be right to talk to him so casually. Still, only a few people approached Bash. Especially the members of the Seven Races Federation were uneasy, watching Bash from a distance. Bash's war results were so great that even the leaders of each country were reluctant to talk to him. Or maybe it was because there were so many big shots. If it had been a small bar, or if it had been right after a battle in the arena, they would have been happy to approach him and ask to tell them about his exploits during the war. But this was not the case. This was the royal palace of the Beastmen. This was the wedding hall of the Beastmen's third princess, Inula. In other words, they were in a diplomatic position. They could not act like the hero's fanatics. The Beastmen's royal family was hostile to the orcs. If anyone at the wedding of the Beastmen royal family were to be friendly with him, it might cause unwanted animosity. What's wrong? A shadow approached Bash. When it stopped beside him, he could see that the figure also had an assistant. It was an elf. It was the elf they all knew. And then tension flared among those who knew the connection between the elf and the orc. Dudo AF. Why you are? This voice came from the elf. If you looked closely, you could see that she had a mouth full of something. The tables in the room were full of food, and the elf was chewing on every morsel. Her cheeks were as full as a squirrel's. It was fitting for a glutton. But many of the elves who knew the famine 400 years ago were like that. They knew that food was not always available when they wanted it, and that if they did not eat when they could, they would invariably starve. There was only one elf who knew what happened 400 years ago. Thunder Sonia. She seems a bit confused. What is she doing? I think she's eating. The elven woman, Thunder Sonia, was gulping the food in her mouth at great speed, her eyes rolling. Another elven woman beside her wiped her mouth and quickly wiped the remains of the food from her clothes. Thunder Sonia didn't seem to know that it was Bash and approached him. She just went through the tables of food in order and ended up at the one near Bash. Bash's heart skipped a beat when he saw the elf next to Thunder Sonia. Even though he was in the middle of attacking another woman, elves were still Bash's favorite, and it was inevitable that his eyes would turn to her. Oh, the Orc Hero. The elven woman was also very beautiful, much to Bash's liking. However, her head had a small hair ornament in the shape of a white flower. It was an accessory of smoky silver and white jewels. It was not a white flower per se, but it resembled one. Bash was convinced it meant she was married. By the way, unbeknownst to Bash, the shape of this hair ornament was inspired by a flower called a snowdrop. In the language of flowers, it meant "I wish for your death." It was the emblem of the Elven Army's assassination squad. What's wrong? She looked at Bash, a tense expression on her face. Her hand was reaching into her pocket, clutching a dagger. She was completely bent over. If the orc in front of her did anything, she would fight. She would fight, but she didn't think she could win. What to do? These were her thoughts. Hey, don't look at my subordinates too much. I know you're wary of the assassination squads, but she won't do anything to you. The war is over. And you know what? I've got her under surveillance for a little mess she made the other day. So she won't do anything. Thunder Sonia's words made Bash look away from her. He had no use for a married woman. Cough. Long time no see, Bash, how have you been? Right, since Siwanasai Forest. After all, it's my nephew's wedding, Aconite. You see, he's the one you saved in Siwanasai Forest. At first I thought I should keep my true identity a secret, as my arrival would be too much of a distraction for him. But, well, there was a little incident and he found out right away. When he arrived, he came up to me and said, "Lady Sonia, you don't have to do anything, do you? Please make yourself at home." Don't you think he could be a little more considerate? Do you know how many times I've had to clean up his messes since I first changed him? Damn it! I see. And by the way, I find out that you're here too. But I don't mean that in a bad way. In fact, I thought I should meet you. The 6 princesses may not like it, but you were the last warrior to fight the hero Leto. It means a lot that you're here. Bash was confused. Thunder Sonia was talking to him like they were old friends, but they had never been that close in the first place. He had proposed to her, yes, but she had turned him down. The relationship should have ended there, or were elven women supposed to get close to people they rejected? Of course, Bash being the way he was, he didn't feel bad. Thunder Sonia had a face to his liking. She was as beautiful and delicate as ever. If she could make him lose his virginity, Bash wouldn't mind sleeping with her alone for the rest of his life. He didn't mind talking to her. In fact, it was kind of funny to him because he had never seen her speak so eloquently. "I'm surprised she's such a talkative person." Surprising. I thought she was always grumpy. Hey, I hear you. But I forgive you. It's a happy day for me too. Of course, I can be chatty sometimes, can't I? Thunder Sonia turned to Bougainvillea, the elf beside her, but she was confused. The Thunder Sonia she knew was always like that. She was more concerned about how she could talk to Bash with such habitual frankness. Lady Thunder Sonia, are you close to Sir Bash? No, not very, you know, but well, the war is over, there's nothing to make me hate him, so we'll just have to get along from now on. Thunder Sonia patted Bash's arm. The casual physical contact lit a fire in Bash's virgin heart. If she hadn't rejected him before, and if he hadn't been on a mission, Bash might have set his sights on Thunder Sonia again. He fell in love with her just because she was a little open with him. A virgin was such a sad creature. Now, however, Bash had a different focus. His target was not Thunder Sonia, but another woman. He could not afford to lose sight of his target, distracted as he was by a woman who had already shattered his illusions. But the feel of her body was indescribable. Thunder Sonia's palm was cool and soft. He wanted her to keep touching him, to keep talking to him. But not all the time. Bash had to leave this ceremony at the right time and go to Sylviana. And there the glorious loss of his virginity at the hands of the princess's voluptuous body awaited him. But, please, let her keep touching his body. No matter how great the reward, the temptation before him was always great. He wanted to go, but at the same time, he didn't. Bash's expression twisted with bitterness at such conflicting feelings. Seeing this, Bougainvillea hastened to bow her head. I am sorry. Lady Thunder Sonia was rude. Hey, but I didn't hit him that hard, just a little tap on the shoulder. Are you still upset about the Siwanasai forest? I'm sorry. I was mean to you back then. But I had no choice. You know what I mean, don't you? Yes. You don't have to apologize. Bash didn't really understand what she was apologizing for, and even though he said he did, he shook his head and told her not to worry about it. Now that I think about it, it sounds like you had a hard time with the 6 princesses the other day. If they say anything to you again, let me know. I won't let them kick you out this time. I'll take care of it. I may not look like it, but I don't keep quiet for anyone. Thunder Sonia stuck out her slender chest. Bash's eyes bored into the thin, but certainly present bulges, and his mouth relaxed naturally. It was as if he was listening to Thunder Sonia's boastful chatter with a wry smile. The people around them also said, how friendly Thunder Sonia and Bash masters talk, and bite their fingers in envy. The atmosphere in the room was indescribable, but not bad. I know it's a little late for that, but it's a good time to tell them about the time you fought Hirolito. I'm sure it will make them feel better, As Thunder Sonia was about to suggest this, there was a whisper in the back of the room. Oh, looks like it's time for the speech. What? Is that Princess Inula? Yes? Well, I suppose it will be Inula. But Aconite and the Queen will also be giving their speeches. Princess Inula's speech was beginning. Bash came to his senses. The letter said, please meet me under the sacred tree when Inula gives her speech. He couldn't stay here any longer. In fact, I helped write the Queen's speech. Leona was very concerned about it, so I made some minor changes. I've had many opportunities to give speeches at these ceremonies, so I didn't. Excuse me. Hey? Where are you going? The speech is about to begin. Well, it's okay if you don't want to hear it, but, oh, you're probably going to the bathroom. Have you been holding it in? Sorry about that. Be back in time for the toast. Bash started walking quickly towards the back of the building, towards the large sacred tree. He couldn't afford to be too far from the tree in case it was too late. Friskup, I hereby declare my love for Thunder Sonia. Beastmen were forbidden to enter the precincts of the sacred tree. Royalty was the only exception. They were allowed to approach it without asking permission. So Sylviana had come to the sacred tree with Carrot, whose skin was completely hidden. On the way she met some guards, but none of them said anything to her. At that moment, Sylviana saw Carrot praying to the sacred tree. It was the first time she had ever seen a succubus praying. Succubi had the image of being uninhibited and lascivious. Actually, it wasn't bad. Most succubi, when they saw a man, would approach him with their whole face flushed, their crotches wet, and sleep with him. To other races, they were nothing more than sluts, irrational and lascivious. However, this did not seem to be the case when it came to faith. Carrot knelt before the sacred tree to which she had been led, undressed, and kissed its great trunk. This was not the way the beastmen prayed. Had one of the beastmen priests who presided over their faith discovered this, they might have accused her of being a pagan. However, her appearance was so innocent and reverent that she could not have imagined it from the image she had of the succubus race. The sacred tree was once closed to the public. Only royalty could approach it without permission. The reason was nothing special, just to prevent unauthorized people from damaging or cutting it down. As for Carrot, she seemed to have no ill intentions. Sylviana could see that her respect for the sacred tree and her prayer were sincere. It seemed to her that she had really turned to her to pray to the sacred tree. She said it had been a long time since she had prayed, so it would take some time, but she sincerely wanted to get it over with and wait for Bash. With that, Carrot stood up. Are you done? Yes, that's enough. Thank you. But when Carrot turned around, there was something in her hand that Sylviana didn't recognize. A translucent red ball. Something Carrot hadn't had before. What is that? It has nothing to do with you. The expression on Carrot's face when she said that was something like making fun of Sylviana. What's wrong with that face? My face. It's very unpleasant. I'm sorry. It's the way I usually look. I don't care how you look, but since I granted your wish, you must grant mine. He he he. Yes, of course. Look, it seems like he's coming soon. Carrot chuckled charmingly and looked towards the entrance of the sacred tree's enclosure. There was a big shadow there. A shadow so large that it could not be that of a human or a beastman. But it was smaller than an ogre. It was an orc. But Sylviana noticed something. Something was wrong. The orc seemed to be a bit taller than Bash. The Orc Hero was a size bigger than Beastman, and any of the Beastmen wouldn't hesitate to call him a giant. But this orc was even taller than Bash. And there was something strange about it. The color. The orc had a bluish tint, more so than Bash's. The hero's skin should be green, like most orcs. No, it wasn't Bash. It was another orc. Carrot. Sylviana looked back. But Carrot just smiled charmingly. What's wrong? Sylviana's heart filled with anxiety. Something was wrong, her spine told her. Sylviana tried to run as fast as she could. But it was too late. When she came to, she crashed face first into the floor. Well. Carrot tripped her, and by the time she realized it, she had twisted her hands behind her back and put her knees on her hips. What the? Let go of me. I'm just on top of you. I see you can't get me off on your own. You're not athletic enough, are you? Somebody. Guards. Guards. No one is coming. All the guards I've met now are under my charm. At his obviously mocking tone, Sylviana put all her strength into her body, but her elbow joints were completely locked. She finally grunting and shook her legs. But I gave you what you wanted. That's right, and thanks to you, I was able to get close to the sacred tree. I was also able to get my dear servant inside. And the seed of the sacred tree, you see, Carrot played with the red orb as if it were a trick and grinned an enchanting smile. Have you betrayed me? Yes. You're a fool who thinks you're smarter than you are. At being called a fool, Sylviana's face turned red and then gradually blue. In fact, she thought she was in control. She thought she had chosen the best way to fool Bash. But you must not blame yourself. For I am Carrot of the hissing voice. My charm can make even women bend. Not as much as I can use it on men, but enough to amplify their desires, to make them lose their minds, to create an opening in their hearts. If they feel charmed by me and trapped by the bait in front of them, it's not just because they're stupid. So don't beat yourself up too much. Charm magic that worked on women, too. There should be no such thing. But if it weren't for that, she was sure that under normal circumstances, she would have been able to make a more sober decision. The most important thing was that she should have at least prepared herself for such a situation. She knew that she had a tendency not to think about the future, but from the beginning she felt that this woman was a bad person. What are you going to do to me? I'm not going to do anything to you. I just want you to die. Damn it. Sylviana began to struggle more. But she couldn't free herself. Before she knew it, the blue orc stood before her. Empty eyes, drooling from his mouth. Stop it. Let me go. But I've changed my mind. I don't want you to just die. What? No way. Ahihi. At these words, the blood drained from Sylviana's face. Was she going to let that blue orc rape her? Unable to take revenge on Bash, she would be raped by a complete stranger, humiliated to the max, and then lose her head. She didn't want to die that way. It would be a complete and utter waste of her life. Why did you do this to me? What did I do to you? Sir Bash, the Orc Hero is a benefactor of succubi. No, not only succubi, but all races of the Seven Races Federation have been saved by him at least once. He is not someone a girl like you can play with for revenge. Do you understand? Slowly, Carrot's tone changed. It was deep and sharp, full of hate and anger. I will never forgive you for treating him so rudely and trying to trick him. I will never forgive you. I will not let you die so easily, and you will be punished accordingly. A punishment that will make you want to die. Sylviana finally realized that she had been burned playing with fire. Bash, the Orc Hero. A battlefield demon, feared by all veterans, respected by all, with anecdotes from around the world and several nicknames. He was feared and respected by the fiercest of all races. This meant that he had fought, won, and saved someone on every battlefield. Just as all beastmen worshipped the hero Leto, all warriors of the Seven Races Federation worshipped Bash. The succubi were no exception. But that's just like Sir Bash, isn't it? Even if he came to a foreign land and had a date with a princess, he was able to escort her in a proper and gentlemanly manner. Yes, it's true that the manners of going on a date felt like something that could have been written in a magazine, but since there are no dates in orc culture, he must have studied for it. Unlike other orcs, he is a serious student. Carrot's cheeks colored and she spoke in a girlish tone. Sylviana looked around in horror. She had to get out of this situation somehow. She couldn't free herself. Carrot. Carrot of the hissing voice. A powerful veteran warrior who had made a name for herself in the war. At first glance, she was nothing more than a WHORE, but her skills were well documented. There was too much physical difference between her and Sylviana. Even if she could break free, Sylviana had no way to take on the strong blue orc next to her. All she could do was use words to get out of the situation. And you're going to make this orc rape and kill me for it? That would only make Bash angry. Wow, and why would that be? He was careful not to touch me. He was trying to prevent a war between orcs and beastmen. Then your actions go against his intentions. Ah. Yes, if you kill me, there will be a war. You will be destroyed. Orcs and succubi. What are you talking about? Isn't that what you want? But, yes. Of course, he might get angry. Very well, let me go now and I'll let you go too. Sylviana said, laughing to herself. A thin smile tugged at her lips. As soon as she was released, she planned to tell everyone in the wedding hall that she had been captured and almost raped by the succubus and the orc. But he's an orc too, when he hears my story, I'm sure he'll take my side. Because it's impossible for an orc not to get angry when a girl like you just played with him. Why you expect me to believe you? Yes, because we are comrades in arms. Carrot blushed and held up the red ball. And it's not just about getting Sir Bash on my side, you know. The red orb. Something like sacred vibrations seemed to emanate from it. Now that she thought about it, Carrot didn't have it before she kissed the sacred tree. Maybe she got it from it. Sylviana was horrified at the thought. She wondered if she had made some kind of irreversible mistake. She had intended to achieve her goal by any means necessary, but she might have ruined something more important than her own pride. This is what they call a sacred tree seed, and it has tremendous power. Normally, it can only be taken when the sacred tree is replaced, but if you use the succubus energy drain, you can get it. The seed of the sacred tree? What is it for? It's a secret, but I'll tell you. Carrot put her mouth close to Sylviana's ear and whispered. It was as if she shared a bed with her lover. As if she wanted to tell her that she utterly loved her. I will revive Gadigas. The Demon King Gadigas. Because of him, the Four Races Alliance was almost destroyed. And when he died, the Seven Races Federation was defeated. With his death, he ended the war. He was the embodiment of war. The most twisted, the most outstanding, and the most meritorious man in the history of the war that lasted thousands of years. If he were to come back to life, it would be. It can't be, if you do that, the world. Sylviana remembered the time when she was a child and had to live in fear of everything. The screams coming from the darkness. That the maid who greeted her in the morning was gone the next night. One day that was over for Sylviana. With the help of elves, humans, and the hero Leto, the beastmen rebuilt their civilization. From then on, Sylviana had the life she deserved as the princess of the beastmen. But this time it was not to be. This time, the demon King Gadigas would not be defeated. There was no way a man like him would make the same mistake again. This time, the beastmen would be destroyed, cornered like before, but single-handedly. Unable to recover. Because Hero Leto was already dead. It's okay. I'll give you a special place to see what's going on in the world. As the wife of the orc you hate and despise the most. Why you can't expect Bash to? What are you talking about? How could a twisted bitch like you be a suitable wife for Sir Bash? Carrot's eyes glowed red and the blue orc began to stir. Hehe, I'm so proud to be able to give my servant a wife. Goggin. Make her yours as you wish. Sylviana was suddenly freed and tried to get up as fast as she could, but she didn't much. The orc grabbed her immediately. His eyes were empty, but his crotch was swollen. As if he wanted to hint at Sylviana's future. No. Let me go. Stop it. Hehehe, Goggin looks so happy. Oh, by the way, before I made you my servant, you said you dreamed of raping princesses and making them bear many children. The beastmen are fertile, so she will. Good for you, your dream has come true. Somebody help me. They can't hear you. This is the back of the palace, and all the guards here have been turned into my servants. I don't think Sir Bash is coming either, oh? Or is it possible that you are a virgin? If that's the case, I should have saved you for Sir Bash, but I shouldn't worry about that, should I? I'm sure he'll have enough virgin princesses during the war. Somebody, anybody. Shut up now, like I told you, no one will come. Carrot laughed, and then. That's not true. I'm here. The words came from the entrance. Carrot, Sylviana, and the orc named Goggin looked up. A man stood at the entrance. Carrot smiled as if to say that she had been waiting for him. Oh, you arrived too soon, Sir Bash. Let me explain the situation to you now that. But the words died mid-sentence. The man wore a mask that looked like a woman's and carried a musical instrument. His skin was so white and his physique so small that he looked like a human. In short, a human. It wasn't Bash. Who is that? Carrot's and Sylviana's voices were simultaneous. The man heard them and struck his instrument. I am Errol, the messenger of love and peace, and here I come. He made an incredibly discordant strumming sound. Friskup, sorry about the problem with chapter 37.2. I've already contacted with one of the novel updates staff, so I'm hoping an answer to fix it. The sudden appearance of the man caused the air in the place to become still. It was mainly Carrot who made the air flow again. Huh? Is he a clown brought in to liven up the wedding? This is not the place for the ceremony. Unfortunately, I'm not a clown, although I'm aware that I'm doing something crazy. Errol cleared his throat and let out an sound, then went back to playing his instrument. He made a bogey, the sound like the scream of a dying pig flowing through the air around him. He braced himself as if he was about to begin playing, but it wasn't. Carrot of the hissing voice. I followed in your footsteps. So you're a dedicated fan? I guess there are those who want me to devour them. I've been looking for you for a long time, more or less since I found out that the forces that wanted to resurrect Gadigas were going to stage something at the wedding. If I hadn't realized that the guards near the sacred tree were charmed, I might not have thought to come. I'm glad I got here in time. Tell me the truth, who are you? Carrot returned to Sylviana's side, becoming more alert. Errol stepped in front of her. Carrot. As a succubus hero, you must have earned a place according to your position in your country. Aha yes, but you didn't answer my question. Although I don't dislike men being overbearing. Why are you trying to resurrect Gadigas in this time of peace and return it to a time of chaos? Carrot, who had been smiling calmly, stopped in her tracks when she heard this. Peace? You call this peace? Carrot laughed and held out her hand. Errol's eyes took in her beautiful body. Her clothes were truly breathtaking. If he didn't know she was a succubus, any human male would be attracted to her. Do you think I look good in this outfit? Yes, very. It's almost a sight for sore eyes. Do you think so too? I like it too. But, you know what? Treaty of Lunias, Article 16. It was a famous treatise. Succubi shall not expose their skin in other countries. Yes, thanks to that law, we were forbidden to even wear the clothes we liked. But this law only forbids you to expose your private parts. Ha, where does it say that? When it says skin, it means all skin. Breasts, shoulders, arms, back, legs, hair, and even fingertips, if you look closely. If you're in another country, you have to cover your hair and face. And then there's Article 17 of the Treaty of Lunias. Succubi shall not needlessly seduce men in public places. Hey, and you know what? Even a fucking hello, is considered seduction. This is our life. We are forbidden to even talk to a man of another race in public. Carrot's voice grew louder and louder. Finally, it became a scream, and it came out loud from her mouth. Everyone's life is at stake. Not just the old and the young. Children born after the war are also dying because they don't have enough to eat. And don't tell me I'm lying. All because our food now depends only on you. But that was because you treated the criminals too harshly in the first year after the war and ended up killing them. We didn't kill them because we wanted to. It was because we didn't even have enough to feed ourselves satisfactorily from the SEMEN slaves back then. And none of your countries supported us. It's because no country could afford it. Don't tell me those stories. From the beginning, you didn't want to send them because we were criminals rejected by your prissy countries. You didn't care whether we lived or died. And so, even though we adhered to the status quo and went along with your unilaterally determined code, you continued to treat us with contempt and discriminate against us just because we were succubi. What peace is there in that? This peace was not meant for you alone, all members of the Four Races Alliance. Succubi are on the verge of extinction. I understand, then I will contact the higher UPS in my country and find out who is willing to go to your nation to serve. Don't be ridiculous. Carrot's shouts echoed through the sacred tree compound. Errol struggled for words as tears welled in Carrot's eyes. I've been all over the world this past year. I went to each country and asked them to share some people with us. I bowed my head and asked with all my heart. But, hey, human, you know, Errol, I think that was your name, what did they tell me when I went with them? What do you think they did? Errol did not answer. He did not know the answer. But what he did know was that succubi were not well regarded by either humans or elves. In particular, women hated them as much as they hated the ugliest cockroaches. They hated them as much as they hated orcs. To make matters worse, succubi were forbidden to speak to men in public. The higher echelons of each country had appointed an officer in charge of dealing with succubi. And the officer in charge on the human side was a woman known for her hatred of succubi. He didn't know what she had said to her, nor did he know what she had done to her. But it was more than possible that her dignity had been shattered on the ground. I am truly sorry. Let me bow my head on their behalf. What is it to me? Your bowing doesn't fill my stomach. Besides, it's not just your country. The dwarves were a little better, but the elves were just as bad as the humans, and the beastmen too. Carrot said and put her hand on Sylviana's head, which was carried by an orc. Though her arms were thin, succubi could strengthen their bodies with magic. She could crush Sylviana's head with ease. I came to ask them openly to let me see the sacred tree first, you know, I'm a succubus who believes in the hunt god. Please let me pray to the sacred tree just once, and guess what they said? Carrot's hand tightened. It's disgusting that someone from such a disgusting race as yours would believe in the hunt god, isn't it? As succubi, we can't even worship our faith. Stop it. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill her, not yet. She never got to squeeze Sylviana's head. Now I know what's going on with the succubi. I'll work on it so we can do something about it now, so. Ha ha ha. It's too late. I don't have time to play your games. Oh, I know, if you insist, why don't you come to Succubus Nation? You'll find that we'll all be as nice to you as possible. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. I have responsibilities. But I will do something. I promise. Sure, it may be late, and it may seem like I'm just fooling you, but I mean it when I talk about wanting world peace. If you had told me that a year ago, I would have fallen in love with you and become your lover, but, now it's too late, said Carrot, releasing Sylviana's head and pushing it back under her foot. We're done here. And now that you've got what you wanted, what are you going to do? Do you think you can escape from here? It's easy to escape. I just have to walk out that door and walk through with dignity. You think I'll let you do that? How dramatic, you really won't let me through. If you can't forgive me this time, I'll just have to force my way through. Do you really think you can handle me? Ha! Goggin, get this cocky guy out of my way. At Carrot's words, the blue orc moved. He advanced on Errol, axe at the ready. Goggin! Goggin the Blue Lightning! A warrior with a long history, who shouted his battle cry and ran across the battlefield before anyone else. His blue skin was so radiant that it lowered the temperature of everything he touched, even if he wasn't a magic warrior. He was an orc with a body that boasted a strong resistance to cold and a strong resistance to fire. He was one of the 8 great chieftains who survived until the end of the war. Well, that's too bad. Errol put his hand on the sword at his hip. At that moment, flames burst from the sword. The cloth covering the metal burned away, revealing its true form. That sword! Carrot swallowed. It was a sword everyone had seen before. A golden hilt, engraved with the pattern of a sun and a red jewel embedded in the center. The blade gleamed white and silver, and bright flames surrounded it. The beauty of the sword, its divinity, was a spectacle to all who saw it. The name of the sword was Sun, the solar treasure sword. It was one of the most precious tools of the human royal family. Its cut burned everything and brought victory to its wielder. Let me introduce myself again, Errol pointed with the solar treasure sword. At that moment, the world changed. The cloudy weather that covered them disappeared in an instant. It cleared. Clear weather dominated the sky. Errol removed his mask. What emerged was a human man with an attractive face. He had fine features and slanted eyes. His immaculate appearance revealed that not a single sword had reached his face on the battlefield. Then he spoke his name. My name is Nazar Litiaganius Grandorius. Second prince of the human royal family and heir to the solar treasure sword. Nazar. Prince Nazar of the humans. Also known as the Prince of the Rising Sunday. The strongest human swordsman and the hero who defeated the Demon King. His path was lit by the clear sky. And with it, I will crush your ambitions and bring true peace to this world. No. Don't go, Goggin. Carrot's words came too late. No, or perhaps not too late if he had been an ordinary opponent. Goggin was an excellent warrior. He could have retreated after being told to do so. But his opponent was Nazar. And in his hand was the solar treasure sword. As ordered, Goggin tried to step back with his right leg, to retreat. But only the right half of his body moved back. The left half stayed where it was. The blue orc's massive body was split vertically in half. Flames engulfed the body as it lost its balance and began to fall, instantly cauterizing the wounds and charring the blue orc's body. When the body collapsed completely, there was no one left to identify the blue-skinned orc as the owner of the corpse. Goggin! Carrot's painful scream echoed through the air. The orc did not react. The blow of the solar treasure sword would almost certainly kill you unless you had a high magic resistance. It was an overwhelming force that did not even allow the use of healing or resurrection magic. It was the sword that killed the Demon King Gadigas. Carrot, give up. Don't make this worse. Carrot did not answer. Instead, with an indifferent expression, she stepped on Sylviana as she tried to crawl away, blocking her movement. I'm not going to give up now. You know it's me, and you're still going to fight. I was surprised to learn that Errol was the prince, but, you know very well that I have no reason to run, don't you? Well, I wonder. You're acting all relaxed, but I bet you're trembling inside, aren't you? You're not going to be protected by your sister who's as kind and strong as you were back then, are you? I am stronger than I was then. Nazar said, readying his sword. He lowered his hips and tried to take a deeper step. Carrot's eyes glowed red. Nazar's movement stopped. So you used the charm. Oh my, that's a lot of magic resistance. And look, I really tried. I have faith in my innate magic resistance, you know. Although his tone was light, Nazar could not move. On the contrary, his expression was distorted by fear, and greasy sweat appeared on his forehead. It is true that I am surprised that Goggin is dead, but I can always use the human Prince Nazar. When I look at it that way, it's not so bad. Do you think I will fall into your hands so easily? Men and succubi were a bad combination. And when your opponent was Carrot of the hissing voice, you could count on one hand the number of times you could win. You're going down. There's not a man on whom my charm won't work. Carrot's gaze intensified. At the same time, the solar treasure sword in Nazar's hand became brighter. At the same time, the jewelry around Nazar's neck, his shoes and his bracelets also began to glow. Carrot's red light was repelled. How much sturdy equipment did you bring? You are very well prepared. I thought there might be a situation like this. Nazar didn't let go of his sword despite his desperation. If Carrot tried to get close enough to strengthen her charm, or if she tried to sneak past him and head for the exit, he would use all his strength to unleash a deadly slash. Carrot had no confidence that she could dodge the blow he was ready to counter with. If it were up to her, the prince would have died in the war long ago. But Nazar could not move enough to strike a blow himself. Time passed in a fraction of a second. We're in a stalemate. That's a problem. There was no impatience in Nazar's face as he said this. He wasn't worried about Sylviana being killed, but if the situation continued like this, the people in the palace would eventually find out about the anomaly. There were several people with good instincts today, and Thunder Sonia was one of them. She was Carrot's natural enemy. In the war, he even heard that Thunder Sonia had won every battle in which she faced Carrot directly. If he could buy time, victory would be assured. With that in mind, he vowed to wait. I see, you're thinking that if you buy some time, Thunder Sonia and the others will notice and come to support you, Carrot chuckled. But that doesn't mean that the next one who comes along will be on your side, you know. The moment after Carrot said this, Errol noticed a presence approaching from behind. A powerful presence. With every step they took, the fear grew stronger, as if a predator a dozen times his size was approaching. A step, and then another, and another. They were not slow at all. They were light and fast, as if they couldn't wait to attack their prey. The tension grew, whether he liked it or not. Everyone present, except Sylviana, recognized the sound of those footsteps, their presence. And that presence now showed its face. Ah, mister, here she is. And then a fairy appeared. For a moment he was distracted. So it was just a fairy, he thought. But the next moment, everyone was attentive again. Everyone present knew the fairy. Whenever this fairy appeared as a scout, this person also appeared. Sometimes the fairy was so easy to catch that she was called Zell, the bait. And if you took the bait, he would always appear. You're right. Slowly he appeared. Green skin, small for an orc, but with a muscular body. His body was wrapped in the formal attire of the beastman, and he didn't carry his trademark greatsword, but he still had the air of an overwhelmingly strong man. Bash, the Orc Hero. You've got to be kidding, were you in on it too? Errol's mutterings were accompanied by cold sweat. Nazar Ganius Grandorius. The third son and second prince of the human royal family Grandorius. He was the strongest human swordsman and the prince of the celestial realm who defeated the demon king Gadigas. He was undoubtedly a hero. Though his life was not always so glorious. The first act of his life began with his defeat. Nazar had a sister. Lycia Ganius Grandorius. She was his twin sister. She was brilliant. Ever since Nazar was a baby, she had always defeated him. First, at birth, since Nazar was born after Lycia. She was the first to suckle her mother's milk, the first to crawl, and the first to stand on two legs, all of which she did first. When she began to wield a sword, the differences began to show, so clearly that those around them could undoubtedly see them. In swordplay, in speed of foot, in learning. Nazar could not surpass his sister in anything. But that did not mean the prince lacked talent. Had Lycia not been born, Nazar would have been the strongest human in history. The human king of the time, the man who was Nazar's grandfather, ordered his father to raise the two without separating them. He firmly believed that these twins would change the course of the war. The promise was kept, and Nazar and Lycia were raised in the same way, becoming the most powerful twins of all. Lycia inherited the Thundercloud treasure sword, and Nazar inherited the Sun treasure sword, both treasures of the human royal family. The princess of the descending heaven and the prince of the coming heaven. When they heard their names, even the most famous enemy generals trembled. It would be a lie to say that Nazar did not feel inferior. However, the war situation at that time was so bad that he could not afford to worry about such things. Rather, he was comforted by the presence of his sister, whom he could trust completely. They were not distant from each other. They were always together, eating the same food, watching the same things, telling the same jokes, laughing at the same things. Nazar knew all about Lycia. So they never had any problems because of his inferiority complex. But that didn't last forever. Licia was a woman who was always one step ahead of Nazar. She would enter the battlefield one step ahead of him, kill one more enemy than he did, and save one more ally than he did. And she died before Nazar. She stayed behind with a few suicide squads to let his allies escape on the fierce battlefield, and she never returned. Not that they saw the body. Everyone said Licia was a smart girl and must have escaped and is still alive somewhere. But then the enemy forces shouted that they had defeated the human princess Licia, and the enemy command rose up as well, and everyone despaired. Licia was undoubtedly the hope of the humans. Nazar internalized that he would probably die on the next battlefield. It had always been that way. He was one step behind, but there was nothing he could do that Licia could not. There was nothing that had happened to Licia that hadn't happened to him. That was why he would die. That was the way it was. With that in mind, he went into the next battle. And he survived. In the decisive battle in the Lemium Highlands, they defeated the demon king Gadigas. From then on, the battle was like a dream. Victory after victory. There were a few defeats, but in the end they did not affect the outcome. In a short time, Nazar had earned his reputation as a human prince and a hero for killing Gadigas. Licia's name had all but disappeared from people's memory. No, most people remembered when they heard of her, but they would say, "Oh, there was such a person," and nothing more. The heroes of each country were left in the past when they died, and then the next hero would appear. Sometimes, like Hero Lito, they were remembered for a long time if the next hero did not appear, but most of the time they remained only in the memory of those who killed them, and only in poems in their honor. But Nazar remembered the days when he talked with Licia. The wild story she told him the day before she died. The story of a dream world that Nazar could not imagine and listen to with a blank stare. A world where all races held hands and there was no conflict. Then, when the war tipped completely in favor of the four races alliance, Nazar decided to do something. He decided to make what Licia had said come true. To bring peace to the world. That's why he came up with the idea of peace before anyone else. That's why Nazar would be Nazar Licia Ganius Grandorius. He was Nazar, he was Licia, and he was also a world peace planner. And so it had been for 3 years. Nazar had continued to work hard for world peace. He traveled to every country and intervened in conflicts. At first he used Nazar's name in a big way. But this caused an unnecessary stir. Some used Nazar's activities as a cover to line their pockets, others began to move secretly behind the scenes to avoid his ears, and others began to ridicule the prince for traveling from country to country for fun. As a result, he changed his name to Errol, the messenger of love and peace. Still, there were many occasions when he had to use Nazar's name. But like Errol, he didn't attract people. He also managed to gather more information and the speed at which he could move was better. So he usually acted as Errol, but only when necessary as Nazar. Nazar was always moving, morning and night. If he could solve a problem with words, he would; if he couldn't, he would use force. Frankly, it was more a matter of force. When the Four Races Alliance had won the war, it had exploited the nations of the Seven Races Federation, and those who had gained interests did not want to give them up. And Nazar, who wanted perfect peace, tried to correct the situation and was hated and driven away by the human powers. He knew that the situation was getting worse in every country, but he had more and more information, even with Nazar's name. He came close to being assassinated several times. Those who hated Nazar tried to kill him, and he had no choice but to fight back. But killing them only led to the next problem. The war was supposed to be over, but Nazar's hands were still stained with blood. He began to lose sight of what peace was. All he knew was war. He didn't know what to do to achieve peace. It was all trial and error. And it made him tired. Somewhere in his heart, he was about to give up, thinking that what Licia was talking about was nothing more than dreams disconnected from reality. Then a piece of information reached his ears. There are those who want to resurrect the demon king Gadigas and bring back the war. Gadigas, the demon king. Nazar knew his strength well, for he had fought against him. But no matter how strong he was as an individual, there were many people of that caliber. What was scary about the demon king Gadigas was everything else. If Gadigas was resurrected and the war resumed, this time the Four Races Alliance would be destroyed. Or conversely, it would be the Seven Races Federation that would lack members. As a result, there would surely be peace. The world would be united under the rule of Gadigas. But it would not be the real peace. The peace Nazar Lycia Ganius Grandorius intended was a world where all races could live in laughter. That was what Lycia had said. That was why Nazar wanted to prevent it. That was why he intended to crush the plans of his enemies with all his might, even if it meant minor conflicts. Even if he could never proudly say that this was an action that would lead to true peace, he was confident that he could do it. Nazar was a human prince. He was recognized by himself and others as the strongest human swordsman. However, even he had several opponents whom he had little chance of defeating. First of all, there was Carrot of the hissing voice. He faced her 3 times during the war. Nazar was defeated all 3 times and was saved by his sister, Lycia. She overpowered Carrot and forced her to retreat early. There was such a difference between Lycia and Carrot that she had no chance of losing. Although Lycia was stronger than Nazar, she was at most 1 move or 1 step ahead of him. If that were the case, Nazar could probably win if he fought Carrot properly, but the existence of her charm would not allow him to do so. Nazar and Carrot would not even be able to compete. It would just be a one-sided predatory battle. Therefore, the prince and the human royal family had been planning countermeasures against the succubi for a long time. To the extent that it would be a match in a one-on-one battle. But... you've got to be kidding, were you in on it too? Bash, the Orc Hero. Nazar had met him twice. The first time, he didn't find it so surprising. That was because they had not fought seriously. At that time, the human army was in retreat, and Bash was just one of many threats they encountered. And there were many more threats than Bash at the time. Although he would later say, I remember there was a strong green orc at the time. Was that Bash? He would never forget the second time. Right after they defeated the demon king Gadigas. He appeared, his figure covered in blood, with an overwhelming presence, and with an overwhelming sense of despair. Immediately after defeating the demon king Gadigas, Nazar was deeply wounded, Thunder Sonia was fainted, and Dora Du Banga was dead. The hero Leto was the only one who could fight, and even he was in no condition to do so. Nazar retreated, and Leto died. Later he learned that the orc was a monster with many nicknames. He learned that he was the brave warrior who had defeated the dragon in the decisive battle in the Lemium Highlands. And after Gadigas' death, for a few years until the end of the war. Every time he heard rumors about him, he thought that in the end they would undoubtedly settle the score. He didn't feel capable of winning, but he knew that if they had to face each other, this would be the only way, because at that moment he had retired with Thunder Sonia in his arms. But before he could do that, the war was over. Nazar ended it. He attended the peace talks with the Orc nation, listened to Bloody Lily's speech near the hero, and signed the treaty with him while Bash watched. During the talks, Bash looked especially elegant and fierce among the other orcs, and did not seem to be someone who wanted peace. That day, however, he thought he would never have another chance to fight him. He thought so. In on it, you say. But now, when he saw Bash's terrifying face looking between Nazar and Carrot, he denied that thought. For one, it was an impossible dream. Peace was just a joke. As he heard from Carrot's complaints, the current situation was still difficult for the defeated nations. While the powerful victorious nations were getting fat, the hated races among the defeated nations were being emaciated and oppressed. And the situation worsened every time those who were dissatisfied with the status quo left their country to commit evil deeds in other nations. It seemed that Carrot had tried to improve the situation, but to no avail. If she had been able to meet Nazar when she arrived in the human country, they might have been able to do something about it. It might have been a very small amount, but if she had met Nazar, he would have been able to provide them with at least some food. However, there was no way an influential human would be foolish enough to allow a succubus to meet with the hero Nazar, and the complaint was suppressed before it reached him. The prince travelled all over the world, but he still did not know that the succubus nation was in trouble. Nazar was not an expert on the current situation in the Orcish lands. He had no more information about the orcs, who rarely engaged in diplomacy, than he did about the succubi. However, without Nazar's knowledge, the Seven Races Federation was rapidly declining. The orcs were even worse at diplomacy than the succubi. It was no wonder that they had fallen prey to many races. As proof of this, Goggin the Blue Lightning was sought after as a twisted stray orc. In fact, even the few surviving battalion commanders were not happy with the current situation in their country and had fled to become strays. Frankly, he was horrified when he heard that Bash had left on a journey. He knew that if the Orc hero had become a stray, he could expect the Orc nation to collapse. However, he was relieved to learn that Bash was eliminating stray and troublesome orcs in several countries. He was glad that the elves, humans, and dwarves had changed their minds and understood the pride of the orcs, thanks to the Orc Hero. It was only a small part, but he was glad that those who had been so prejudiced against the orc race now remembered that orcs were also people and a proud group of warriors. It was heartening to hear that Bash was doing this to restore the orc pride. He knew that what he was doing and what Bash was doing, though in slightly different ways, were going in the same direction. So when Bash appeared in the Beastman's land, he cooperated with him. He led him across the border and into the royal palace. Even though he knew that the Beastman royal family held a grudge against the orcs for the murder of the hero Leto, he thought that if the orcs sincerely celebrated the marriage at this feast, the Beastmen would change their minds, and he could think of no one better suited for the task than Bash. This was for the best, Nazar hoped. But Bash was thrown out. The beast princesses never stopped hating the orc race. Later, when he asked the princesses why they had expelled Bash, who had so sincerely come to the aid of the Beastmen, they laughed at him. They laughed and said that anyone from the Four Races Alliance could have changed their clothes and adopted an auspicious posture. But they had no idea how difficult and unusual it was for the orcs. Hearing this, Nazar thought of the suffering Bash had endured on his journey. How many merciless words had he received on his journey from the beginning to this point? How many tears of humiliation had he shed? How many times had he felt like he was going to fall apart? What if he had had enough? What if he accepted an invitation to bring back the war? What if he found out that Gadigas had returned? What if he knew that there would be another war and that he would not have to suffer that humiliation again? If Nazar were Bash, he would jump on the boat. He had heard from his comrades, and especially from one of the human soldiers he trusted, about the orc race's emphasis on fighting and procreation. War was the only way for the orcs to regain their pride. They had agreed to peace because it was an unwinnable battle, so if Gadigas was back and it was a battle they had a chance to win, so much the better. They were Carrot of the hissing voice and Bash, the orc hero. Humans were a race of wisdom and knowledge. Even if their opponents were inferior in strength, they planned countermeasures, prepared weapons and armor, and carefully prepared for the challenge in order to achieve victory. That was why he had brought the best equipment to the royal palace. Whether it was against Carrot or Bash, Nazar thought he could do it. But when it came to both at the same time, it was a different story. He would never win. Carrot was still possible, but Bash wasn't. Even a one-on-one victory was unlikely, but with Carrot's charm holding him back, there was no way he could win. Now, even escaping in this situation would be impossible. Even if Thunder Sonia were to appear here and take on Carrot, he doubted that he would be a match for him. Carrot. Bash's voice was deep and calm. There was nothing confused about it, as if he had already decided what to say. As if he knew that he was expected. Yes, I was waiting for you, Sir Bash. And Carrot's cheerful reply to him. It was no longer a secret that they were partners. Unknown to Nazar, Carrot had finished recruiting Bash. Nazar was determined. Even if he couldn't win, there would be times when he would have to fight. He had always been protected because he was the prince. To save his life and ensure the victory of the humans, many generals had fought and died in battles they could not win. I must escape somehow. Even if I have to leave Princess Sylviana behind. But it was not yet his time. For there was no one to carry out his will after his death. The world was full of people who thought only of themselves. If he died, the defeated nations would be swallowed up immediately, and the next war would be between the Four Races Alliance. No, before that, Carrot would resurrect Gadigas, and the alliance would be destroyed. At this thought, Nazar's body suddenly felt light. The equipment he wore all over his body glowed for a moment, and then the light faded with a chill. But Nazar could not move. He could not move because he saw the huge back of the orc in front of him. Lift your foot. Nazar lifted his own foot as quickly as he could. He thought he had told him to. But there was nothing under either of his feet. He didn't seem to have stepped on anything. It's due the charm. When his feet moved, Nazar understood that the charm had risen. At some point, Carrot's eyes stopped glowing red. Hey! Carrot looked stunned for a moment, but her lips moved immediately. No, I won't move it. What? As you may have noticed, Sir Bash, this woman was deceiving you. She planned to approach you so that when you touched her, she would make a fuss that you had forced her to sleep with you, and she planned to involve the entire orc race in it. The orc hero has the Beastman princess in his claws. Even if it's just a lie from the princess, the beastmen royalty will vouch for her. Because they hate orcs. And they want to exterminate them if they can. Nazar heard this and thought about how possible it was. There would be no way to defend him. Princess Sylviana's bad feelings towards the orcs were well known. Rumors had circulated that she had changed her mind after the riots in the royal palace, but it was impossible for such a radical change in attitude to happen so quickly. If she was approaching Bash, it was probably for this purpose. Wasn't it? Carrot grabbed Sylviana's hair, lifted her face and asked. The princess' face was contorted with pain, but she smiled wryly. It's a lie. Sir Bash, I profess nothing but admiration for you. It's just that this woman is in love with you and is jealous that we get along so well. Her eyes darted from side to side, her voice quavered, she was dripping with cold sweat, and even out of the corner of her eye you could see that she was somehow trying to escape with any excuse she could think of. Everyone could see it was a lie. Bash looked a little confused, but when the fairy whispered something to him, he seemed convinced. I see. Bash's words sounded like a sigh. It was as if he knew it was a lie all along. How can you tell a lie so blatant and so easily discovered? I'm sorry, or are you angry because I hit the nail on the head? Look, Sir Bash, this is the proof. This WHORE is trying to deceive you. Sylviana's words were incoherent, desperate, and painful to watch. Finally, Carrot sighed and turned to Bash as if she could no longer deal with her. Sir Bash, don't listen to her. She's just a lying princess who wants to play with the hero of another country and tried to trick you, and there's also the human prince who thinks the others are toys. After all, no one in the Four Races Alliance considers orcs and succubi as people. That's why they play with us like this. Carrot said and held out her hand to Bash as if asking for a handshake. Sir Bash, I intend to fight to restore the pride of all the races of the Federation. Please take my hand and fight with me. She begged Bash with sincere words. When Bash nodded, she continued her words by revealing the plan she believed in so much. To tell you the truth, we don't have much time. So I'll give you a detailed explanation and strategy later. First, let's kill this lying woman and this joke of a prince and get out of here. Apparently, Carrot hadn't finished recruiting Bash, but that was just for now. No matter what Nazar said, Bash wouldn't change his mind. His words would have no effect on him. From Bash's point of view, he was humiliated at the royal court for following someone who claimed to be called Errol. He would be furious if his true identity was that of a human prince. It would not be surprising if the beastmen and humans were in cahoots to overthrow Bash. It was too late to say that they had no intention of doing so. He should have identified himself as Nazar from the beginning and gone to apologize when he heard about the commotion in the royal palace. But he was looking for those who planned to resurrect Gadigas, and this was not the time. The deciding factor would be Princess Sylviana's last lie. She lied when she should have at least apologized. She even made fun of Carrot. From Bash's point of view, she treated him politely, even if he felt humiliated and betrayed by the princess. Bash was silent for a few seconds, then looked at Nazar. There is nothing more that can be done. At that moment, Nazar was ready to die. He thought about getting away from this place somehow, but he didn't feel like he could escape. Bash, the Orc Hero. His intimidating presence was unlike any other warrior he had fought in many battles. Recognized by himself and others as the strongest human swordsman, Nazar had the ability to see the difference between his own strength and that of others. He was ready to die. He was ready to fight. But that was all. He didn't feel that he could win, and he didn't feel that he could escape. He thought of that moment right after he had defeated Gadigas. The feeling of despair when Bash appeared. That's something I can't do. But Bash no longer looked at Nazar. Hey! Carrot's stunned voice sounded very loud. Why? But you said the other day that we would fight shoulder to shoulder again. I owe this man a debt. A debt? That's right. So you accept it. You accept the current status quo. What's wrong with the status quo? The succubi are starving now, even our children are. It's the same with the orcs. In fact, after the war, many warriors left the country because they were dissatisfied with the Orc King's rule. Many proud warriors. Even Gogan, who had reached the rank of Great Chief, left the country because he couldn't stay there, because he couldn't even sleep with a woman. He told me that he would be willing to become my slave if he could only sleep with one. A succubus like me. And this is the result. Bash saw Gogan's body. From where Nazar was standing, it was impossible to read Bash's expression. But he looked somewhat sad. I understand Gauguin's feelings, but, Bash said and was silent for a while. It was as if he was choosing his words. After a while, Bash said softly, this is what it means to be defeated. Asterisk. Frisk up, damn, that line hit hard. Hearing this, Carrot made an astonished face and then fell silent. I see. You are the usual Sir Bash, and you have come all this way with determination, Carrot said and stood up slowly. Her face looked as if she was about to cry. It looked like she was dismissing a warrior who was going into a battle they could not win. No matter what I say, will it be impossible to change your mind? That is true. Even if I tell you that the Demon King Gadigas will return. Even with that. Carrot slowly closed her eyes and exhaled with a snort. I understand, even though we follow different paths, I respect you as a warrior. I also consider you a warrior worthy of respect. Carrot's cheeks colored slightly and her mouth relaxed at the words. But her shy smile faded quickly. She hardened her expression. From a woman who longed to be a hero to the face of a warrior. Even if I have to defeat you, I will not abandon my path. I see. Carrot stepped in front of Bash and prepared her fists. The two warriors needed no more questions. Former Commander-in-Chief of the 1st Battalion of the Queen of the Succubus Nation, Carrot of the Hissing Voice. Carrot said her name. She tousled her hair and spoke her name in a bewitching manner. Former warrior of the Boulder Company, Orc Kingdom. Bash, the Orc Hero. Bash spoke his name as well. It was an impressive name, but there seemed to be some hesitation in his voice. Perhaps he was hesitating to fight her because he could empathize with the succubus' current situation. Bash glared at Carrot and readied his fists. They had no weapons. Both Bash and Carrot had left their weapons behind when they entered the royal palace. The only person who had a weapon here was Nazar, who had brought his own sword with his prior permission. So he did not move. It was a perfect opportunity to escape, but he didn't. Well, that's about it. I'm incredibly impressed. How wonderful. Nazar didn't know about their relationship. Since he hadn't seen them, he didn't know what kind of conversation they'd had before. But at least the conversation Carrot suggested couldn't have been bad for Bash. If war broke out, he could throw himself into the fray as much as he wanted. There would be no lack of women. Not only would there be no shortage, but succubi would be willing to serve them. And if Gadigas were resurrected, victory would be assured. He could have it all. But Bash objected. He owed it to Nazar. And all Nazar did was allow him access to the border. He also took him to the royal palace, but he felt bad about it, considering the problems that arose afterwards. Normally, no one would have been grateful. It would not be surprising if he felt that he had been tricked. But Bash took it as a debt. No, more than a debt, a duty. That was why he rejected Carrot. Nazar's heart burned. He tried to protect the pride of the orcs while accepting defeat. He believed that the orcs should change with the times. Or perhaps it was reprehensible in the eyes of the orc race as a whole. What did it mean to accept defeat? They had no other choice but to fight. Fighting, capturing, and raping women was the Orcish way of life. But Bash refused, choosing instead to follow what he believed to be the right path. Nazar thought that Bash's goal was similar to his own. He thought they were going to the same place, just in different ways. But no. His destination must be farther away than Nazar's. Surely the Orc Hero was looking to the future. The future where the era of peace would continue as it did now. Something even he could not see. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that he was indebted to Nazar, who couldn't help him much and hid his true identity from him. Houston, now I understand why you praised Bash so much in your letter. There was no way for him to escape this situation. Nazar was determined to see the election, the battle, and the pride of the orc before him. He had no idea what was going on. He received the letter and arrived at the sacred tree just as the speech was about to begin. He thought he wasn't late. But for some reason, someone other than Sylviana was under the sacred tree. For some reason, Carrot was holding Sylviana by the leg. For some reason, Gauguin had been cut in half and was dead. For some reason, Nazar was hiding his true identity and calling himself Errol. The three of them seemed to be fighting, but there was no way for Bash to understand what was going on. He didn't understand anything. What's going on? I don't know, but from the looks of it, it's probably a lover's quarrel. They spoke in hushed tones. But Zell seemed to have a feeling. After all, he needed his trusted companion. A lover's quarrel. I read about it in a book I saw a long time ago. It said that humans and beastmen duel when they compete for those they love. You mean Carrot and Sylviana fought a duel? If so, why are Nazar and Gagan here? Probably Carrot likes you, mister. That's why she challenged Sylviana, who was on good terms with you, to a duel. Of course, Carrot won, but then Gagan, who likes Carrot, and Nazar, who likes Sylviana, showed up and they dueled. Nazar won. The other two are still fighting for their lives. There's no way a man can beat Sister Carrot, though, so the winner is decided. She was a master at deducing what had happened just by looking at the scene. People called her Zell the detective. Truth be told, though, in her hands, every case became even more convoluted. Of course, a lover's quarrel didn't fall into that category. I see. But Bash was convinced by her argument. It was so complicated that he only understood half of it, but it was common knowledge that if two orcs wanted a woman to be their wife, they would kill the other and take her. If such lovers' quarrels occurred even among humans, then such a situation would not be uncommon. But Nazar is being ridiculous. The princess loves you, mister. I'm not surprised, she's a very attractive woman. Normally, he would have been angry with Nazar for trying to mess with the girl he was trying to woo, but Bash showed him a huge debt. A huge debt in the form of a magazine, a human treasure. Without this magazine he and Sylviana would never have reached this point in their relationship. Besides, tonight he would sleep with Sylviana and make her his wife, so he could put all this aside in a relaxed and mature manner. What are you going to do? Rescue Sylviana and pay my debt to Nazar. It would kill two birds with one stone. If he could get rid of Carrot, he could make himself look better to Sylviana, and he could also pay off his debt to Nazar. So Bash moved. He moved to the front, protecting Nazar, who was trapped by Carrot's charm and just waiting to die. Carrot. Yes, I was waiting for you, Sir Bash. As she said this, Carrot was dressed in an outfit that was deadly poison to Bash's eyes and life. It was the most popular succubi costume. Underneath that folkloric costume was a body that would make anyone salivate. If Bash hadn't been a virgin, he would have been sucked into her, giving the victor what she wanted. But this was not the time. Bash broke his gaze with an iron will and turned to Sylviana. Lift your foot. Hey. Carrot had a startled expression on her face, but immediately turned her sharp, strong gaze. No, I won't move it. What? As you may have noticed, Sir Bash, this woman was deceiving you. She planned to approach you so that when you touched her, she would make a fuss that you had forced her to sleep with you, and she planned to involve the entire orc race in it. The Orc Hero put his claws on the Beastman princess. Even if it's just a lie from the princess, the Beastman royalty will vouch for her. Because they hate orcs. And they want to exterminate them if they can. Carrot grabbed Sylviana's hair and lifted her face. Wasn't it? Sylviana smiled wryly as she put on a distorted expression of pain. It's a lie. Sir Bash, I profess nothing but admiration for you. It's just that this woman is in love with you and is jealous that we get along so well. Then Zell whispered in Bash's ear again. I guess my hunch was right after all. I see. The power of the magazines was a frightening thing. It attracted not only Sylviana, whom he had targeted, but also Carrot, whom he had not intended to target. It was the same in war. With a magic sword or magic tool that you couldn't handle, it would also harm your allies without you knowing it. How can you tell a lie so blatant and so easily discovered? I'm sorry, or are you angry because I hit the nail on the head? Look, Sir Bash, this is the proof. This WHORE is trying to deceive you. Sir Bash, don't listen to her. She's just a lying princess who wants to play with the hero of another country and tried to trick you, and there's also the human prince who thinks the others are toys. After all, no one in the Four Races Alliance considers orcs and succubi as people. That's why they play with us like this. It was a pathetic behavior. Indeed, Sylviana's attitude left much to be desired. This was not the attitude of a loser. It was an act that would not be surprising if it led to her death, for she was undermining the winner with falsehoods. The fact that Nazar had called himself Errol was also disrespectful as a suitor. Sir Bash. I intend to fight to restore the pride of all the races of the Federation. Please take my hand and fight with me. Carrot said and extended her hand. Her ample breasts trembled and shook, which was very painful to the eyes. Maybe this was the succubus way of proposing. When she asked him to fight with her the other day, was she proposing to him as well? To tell you the truth, we don't have much time. So I'll give you a detailed explanation and strategy later. First, let's kill this lying woman and this joke of a prince and get out of here. But Bash's response was obvious. He regretted having raised her expectations, but he was going to marry Sylviana, and he owed Nazar a great debt. He could not kill her. That's something I can't do. Hey! It was hard for Bash to see Carrot's surprised expression. Was that the look he got every time he was rebuffed? Why? But you said the other day that we would fight shoulder to shoulder again. I owe this man a debt. A debt? That's right. So you accept it. You accept the status quo. What's wrong with the status quo? It was an honest question. The succubi are starving now, and even our children are. It's the same with the orcs. In fact, after the war, many warriors left the country because they were dissatisfied with the Orc King's rule. Many proud warriors. Even Gagan, who had reached the rank of Great Chief, left the country because he couldn't stay there, because he couldn't even sleep with a woman. He told me that he would be willing to become my slave if he could only sleep with one. A succubus like me. And this is the result. Bash bowed his head slightly at the sudden change of subject. It might be true that the orcs were poorer than in the past, compared to the time of the war. If you asked him if the children were starving, he would not deny it. But the children had starved before. It had been like that since the war. It was also true that many warriors became stray orcs because they regretted the current situation. Many left the land of the orcs because they could not follow the decisions of the Orc King and could not accept their defeat. I understand Gagan's feelings, but he knew how Gagan felt. The blue orc was one of the first to become a stray orc and leave the country. He didn't ask why, but he knew that orcs left either for battle or for women. Even Bash would want to be Carrot's slave if he weren't a virgin, or if he weren't in a position of responsibility like being a hero, or if Carrot weren't a succubus, so that if he lost his virginity to her, he wouldn't become a magical warrior. And Gagan fought, lost, and died to possess Carrot. It was an act of disobedience to the Orc King's rule, but it was a very orc-like act, and a fitting end for an orc. This is what it means to be defeated. I see. You are the usual Sir Bash, and you have come all this way with determination. Determination? Yes, Bash had come here today to fuck Sylviana. Her position as a princess was perfect for a hero's wife, and he could return to his country with dignity. When he arrived in his homeland, Sylviana would be pregnant with a son. As a beast woman, she should be able to bear 5 or 6 children. And Bash would be able to sleep with her without shame. No matter what I say, will it be impossible to change your mind? That is true. Even if I tell you that the Demon King Gadigas will return. Even with that. It was a strange way to put it, but even if Gadigas was here and now, Bash's determination would remain the same. He would defeat her and keep Sylviana. I understand, even though we follow different paths, I respect you as a warrior. I also consider you a warrior worthy of respect. Even if I have to defeat you, I will not abandon my path. I see. As for Bash, it was a simple process. If an orc wanted a woman, he would fight for her and get her. If Carrot wanted Bash and challenged him to a fight, Bash would fight her and win the fight. Former Commander-in-Chief of the 1st Battalion of the Queen of the Succubus Nation, Carrot of the Hissing Voice. Former warrior of the Boulder Company, Orc Kingdom. Bash, the Orc Hero. Bash said his name, he said it with the greatest of pride. Then he shouted, Gray-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a. Bash's war cry began the battle. A one-on-one between an orc and a succubus. Nazar honestly believed that Bash had no chance. As strong as Bash was, and even though he was considered the strongest of all races, a man was a man. Besides, Carrot's charm was so powerful that a man as resistant to magic as he was couldn't even move, even if he used every possible countermeasure. Being charmed in an instant by Carrot, he was already imagining how she would ride him, draining his energy and leaving him dry on the spot. Nazar intended to save Bash if it came to that. He was willing to watch until the end, but he couldn't let him die. But that didn't happen. What the hell is going on? Bash had started to fight, not slowing down, let alone stopping his movements. Don't tell me he's completely undone the charm. It didn't look like Bash was affected by anything. Nor did he seem to be wearing any special equipment. But it would be impossible for him to move with such agility without doing something to nullify it. Anyway, we might be able to win if he keeps it up, By the time Nazar had swallowed saliva, Bash was very close to Carrot and threw a punch at her beautiful face. It hit with an overwhelming force that would shatter a large boulder if it hit well. Humph! Carrot countered with her own fist from the side, and the two collided. And then, without the force of the previous clash, she unleashed a scythe-like body blow. Carrot's fist, thin and small but tightly clenched, slammed into Bash's side. Anyone who saw it could tell how powerful the hook was. The hook lunge of the succubus martial arts could pierce skin and muscle, shatter bones, and pierce internal organs, and a single strike could be fatal. Not to mention that she was Carrot of the hissing voice. She was the ultimate succubus. If an average person was hit by her, the upper half of their body could be shattered. That's how strong her body-strengthening magic was. However, Bash didn't care. No matter how much body-strengthening magic she used on her fists, the damage to Bash was negligible. Carrot may or may not have been aware of this, but she continued to throw her fists at Bash's body with precision. Fists forward, fists back, spinning kicks, elbow strikes, knee kicks, jumping kicks, heel drops. She continued to attack Bash with fluid combinations. But if that was all, it wouldn't have been called succubus martial arts. Carrot jumped. She flapped her two wings, scattering dust around her. Double jumping kick, wing strike, inverted heel drop strike. The continuous attacks, which would be impossible for not only humans and beastmen, but also orcs and ogres to replicate, easily hit parts that were normally difficult to aim at. If a human martial artist had seen this, they would have exclaimed in admiration, wondering why they had not been born a succubus. It was some pretty fancy martial arts, but the only thing that connected well was the first hooking blow. Bash's guard was solid, and every hit to his vital points was blocked, and every time he launched a counterattack. Although he looked like he was swatting away a fly, these random counterattacks were precise and accurate. And Carrot predicted that if she received them directly, her bones would take such a beating that they would most likely suffer almost irreparable damage. The only option was to parry each one, but even that required the finesse of a bomb disposal. Bash overwhelmed Carrot, both offensively and defensively. The succubus was quickly backed into a corner. GGH. Soon, Bash's fist penetrated Carrot's defenses, striking deep into her abdomen, and she was thrown toward the entrance. Gabohat, a large amount of blood and vomit splattered everywhere. Carrot's legs shook and she fell to her knees. She never let her guard down. She had also used a magical barrier. But still, her bones broke and she finally threw up everything in her stomach. Ehehe. How many years had passed since she had vomited blood from an attack? Nazar hadn't seen her do it since the time she fought Licia. So you really beat me, didn't you? Of course. Carrot stood up at Bash's answer. Nazar looked at her and envied her. She must have been full of pure emotions. After all, the Orc Hero didn't fight for fun or in a bar fight, but for real. As a warrior, there was no greater honor than that. But it's really a pity, it seems that time is running out. Carrot muttered. When did that happen? Well, it was more appropriate to say before he realized it. So, before he realized it, a woman was standing next to the succubus. She was dressed in a deep black robe that seemed to consume even the darkness, and she had a goat skull on her head, a tall, pale woman. She looked around, saw Bash clenching his fists and Carrot kneeling, spitting blood, and cocked her head. Sir Bash will be our enemy too. Yes. I couldn't convince him. I see. Too bad, if your tricks didn't work, we won't be able to do anything. Forgive me. I am a proud succubus. Therefore, I would never use my charm on someone I hold in such high esteem. I see. The woman had two horns on her head and black circles under her eyes. In her hand was a sticky staff, darkness dripping from the tip like mud. Everyone in the place recognized her appearance. Nazar spoke her name. The name of the mage who, as a close associate of the demon king Gadigas, had cast all his enemies into the shadows. Pa Platica, the shadow vortex. She was a demon mage. So, did you get it? She asked Carrot without looking at Nazar and Bash. Yes. I was interrupted though. I don't know how you survived the fight with Bash without the charm. I guess it's because I've always been this good, hey. How funny. Pa Platica dropped her eyes to the ground with a half-smile. Still, I'm sorry you had to go through that. He noticed the shadows on the floor growing larger. As if something was approaching from the depths, the shadows moved and covered them. But there's still a chance. Good. And then, with a snap, the darkness swallowed them both. Wait! Nazar yelled and ran, but it was too late. When the darkness vanished, there was nothing. It happened in an instant. But it was to be expected. Carrot said she didn't have much time, but there was no sign of her moving, nor did she show any signs of heading for the exit. Although her natural enemy, Thunder Sonia, was also in this royal palace. She was probably planning to use Poplatika's shadow crossing to escape from the very beginning. So there's no way to follow them. Nazar paused and muttered to himself. Shadow crossing was a magic that could be considered the secret of demon magic. They moved from shadow to shadow in an instant. It couldn't transport a large number of people at once, and there seemed to be many restrictions on setting up entrances and exits, but it was unrivaled when it came to sending a small number of elite people into a local area. It was the pinnacle of magic that only a handful of demon mages could use. The distance to travel would normally be shorter, but the Poplatika's shadow crossing was different. The episode of the ogre gardener the berserker, who had been trapped deep inside a beastman's stronghold, escaping outside the castle walls was well known. It was not unreasonable to assume that Carrot had already escaped beyond their reach. Then it would be best to explain the situation to those who might have heard the commotion and come here. In some cases, Bash would be suspected of something else. Nazar thought about that and relaxed his shoulders. Sir Bash, first of all, I will tell everyone about. Nazar turned and saw the two, a man and a woman, staring at each other. Sylviana was nervous. Carrot, who had miraculously escaped, had revealed everything. Should she be relieved or maintain a sense of urgency? Bash stood in front of her, staring at her. She had no way of knowing what he was thinking. As a military strategist and courtesan, she thought she was good at deciphering people's expressions, but she had never been in front of orcs. Her mind was blank. The words that used to come to her so naturally were nowhere to be found. Too much had happened and she didn't know what to do. At the very least, she had to tell the queen and her sisters that the seed had been stolen from the sacred tree and that it was her fault. But before that, she needed a miracle to help her escape from the person in front of her. She could not allow herself to be beaten to death by an enraged orc. Ah, Sir Bash, I was so afraid. Sylviana continued her lie. With the gesture of a captive princess, she jumped onto Bash's chest. It was a much better performance than when she had been trampled by Carrot. She wondered if she could have performed this act before, if it had been a little different. She knew it was useless. If this orc had been fooled by her performance, he would have assaulted her long ago, and the war between the beastmen and the orcs would have already begun. Sylviana. Bash knelt down and made eye contact with her. He held a flower in his hand. It was a white flower. The engagement flower, which was currently popular among the beastmen and was given to their partners when they proposed. Please marry me and give me a child as my wife. His words were too sincere. They were too direct. So much so that, had Bash not been an orc, even Sylviana would have nodded out of mere reflex. No, she should nod. That was what she had planned when she had called Bash to this place. She would nod, then let Bash assault her right here, then make a fuss about being raped. That was the plan. But she couldn't do it. Because there was another person right there, Nazar, the human prince. I see. Hee, in that case, I'll be your witness. Nazar said with a laugh. If he were to be the witness, Sylviana would not be able to carry out her plan. He was a human prince and a hero. He had an especially strong voice among humans. As long as he was here, no matter how much noise Sylviana made, he could claim that it was a lie. Or she could claim that Bash and Nazar had assaulted her together. If she did that, the worst that could happen would be a war between beastmen and humans. The elves, who were married to a beastman princess, would be on her side, but they would not want to actively fight the humans. Instead, the humans and orcs, enraged by the dishonor of their heroes, would crush the beastmen with their high morale. The beastmen would perish. Or they would be left on the brink of extinction and decay. Perhaps they would be reduced to a vassal state of the orcs. It had to be avoided. Of course I am sure Bash will not be offended, no matter what your answer is. But I won't forgive you if you say something too stupid and far-fetched. As Hero Lito's comrade in arms, I will never allow you to mock the proud warrior who defeated him and even saved our lives. Mock him by doing such a thing? I could never do that. Sylviana gritted her teeth. Princess Sylviana, you've always said you would never forgive the orc who disgraced Leto's pride, but do you really think he would be capable of such an act? You witnessed the exchange too, right? Do you still believe that? She knew. The truth was, she knew. Bash had told her the other day. He didn't leave Hero Leto on the battlefield because he wanted to. Really, in his heart, he was proud to have fought and killed him. He was proud of his battle with Hero Leto as a story of heroism that needed to be told. He even regretted leaving his body in that place. And Sylviana understood why. If Sylviana was there as the military leader of the Seven Races Federation and was asked for instructions, she would order the same action Bash had been told to take without hesitation. And not only that. Bash's behavior after arriving in the land of the Beastmen was also admirable. She had closed her eyes and covered her ears when it came to the orcs, but when she thought about it calmly, Bash's behavior was commendable. He dressed well, he kept a low profile, and he went out of his way to entertain Sylviana. If it were a human or an elf, she wouldn't think he deserved so much credit, but Bash was an orc. Sylviana would not expect this from an orc. In fact, no other orc would have behaved like Bash. Like Carrot said, he had studied. He must have thought that orcs wouldn't be accepted if he didn't make it that far. And indeed, the Beastmen princesses, including herself, had not accepted him, even after he had gone to such lengths. In retrospect, it was a narrow-minded thing to do. But no one expected the orcs to go that far. So they didn't think that far ahead. After he was kicked out of the party, the princess made fun of him every day. It must have been humiliating. And in the midst of such humiliation, hearing about Gadiga's resurrection and being recruited by Carrot must have shaken his heart. Not only Nazar, but also Sylviana thought that Bash would join the enemy after hearing how things were and what they planned to do. But Bash refused. It was as if he said he would change the situation in his own way. He was a very, very admirable man. He was a warrior that all the important people in the Seven Races Federation looked up to unconditionally. So what I am doing, is rather hurting the pride of the Beastmen, of Uncle Leto. Thinking this, Sylviana felt the strength leave her body. Sir Bash. Bash seemed to have a happy face. Was he thinking that he could finally return the favor to the person who humiliated him? No, he wouldn't be that spiteful. He'd probably just try to be a little mean. Sylviana couldn't read his expression, but she could see it. I'm sorry. But the truth is, I have deceived you. Why do you say that? To be honest, as Carrot just said, I was plotting against you, nothing more than using you to get to the point where I could destroy the orcs. My reason was revenge, because I thought that the honor of Uncle Leto, the hero, had been shattered on the ground, but I was wrong. You were proud and honored to have fought him. But even when I heard it from your mouth, my feelings did not change, and I let myself be deceived by Carrot's sweet words and almost made a mistake that could not be undone. Sylviana fell to her knees. She slapped her palms on the ground and shrank until she was smaller than Bash. Like an animal admitting defeat. These actions, these words she once thought she would never do or say in front of an orc, no matter what, please, I beg your forgiveness. They came easily from her mouth. Bash looked at his companion, the fairy. He hadn't expected Sylviana to apologize so easily. The fairy whispered in Bash's ear. Bash made a small gesture with his head, then looked at Sylviana. So will you be my wife? It must have been a suggestion from that annoying fairy. She still wanted to humiliate Sylviana. And even if Bash was okay with it, anyone who had been at her side and witnessed the situation would probably have their blood boiling. A liar is not fit to be the wife of a hero. Since this is such an excessive offer, I respectfully decline. I see. I understand. Bash slowly stood up and looked at the sky. His gesture looked as if he was deeply disappointed that he could not make Sylviana his wife. But it couldn't be. Sylviana, thinking this, looked up at Bash, and realized. Dead leaves fell from the sky. It was as if fall had come. This red forest, where fresh leaves grew all year long. Hey! Sylviana stood up involuntarily and looked behind her. As if attracted by her actions, Nazar also followed her gaze. How could I have been such an idiot? The three of them looked up to where the sacred tree stood. There was a huge tree with lush red leaves. Or so it should be. The lush leaves were crisp, dry, and beginning to fall. The branches were thinning and beginning to break with a cracking sound. The trunk, which had been full of life, was peeling and cracking vertically, as if its roots had rotted. Oh, no! The symbol of the beastmen, the entity that had given them courage throughout their history, the sacred tree had withered. The sudden death of the sacred tree caused an uproar at the wedding site. The ceremony was interrupted, and the human prince, Nazar, explained the situation to the soldiers who had come to check on the condition of the sacred tree and had confronted Bash, saying that he was the culprit. Nazar told them that there were people planning to resurrect Gadigas, that they had stolen the sacred tree's seeds, and that the tree had withered as a result, and that Bash, the Orc Hero, had saved his and Sylviana's lives when they were nearly killed by those evildoers. The soldiers were incredulous that he had withheld proper names like Carrot and Poplatica, but apart from that, Sylviana's remorseful confession that she had brought about this situation through her own fault convinced the soldiers that they should report the matter to higher authorities. The two men accompanied her to explain the situation, and Bash was released for the time being. Upon receiving the report, the higher ranks of the beastmen took the situation very seriously. The resurrection of the demon king Gadigas, the return of the abominable war. This was something those who enjoyed today's peace should avoid. The information would be immediately shared with other countries and a strike force would be organized to prevent the resurrection of Gadigas. However, a gag order was placed on the presence of those who planned to resurrect the demon king. The four races alliance of humans, elves, dwarves, and beastmen remained a possibility, but if it spread to the seven races federation, a full-scale uprising could occur. The countries themselves could break the peace treaty. Not all of them were as upright as Bash. At that moment, Bash was back at the inn, preparing for his journey. Everything must have gone well this time. He did everything as the magazine said. He had a good feeling. If anything, he had even caught the eye of a woman other than the one he had in mind. He hadn't done anything wrong. The only thing that had come true was what was written on the last page of the magazine. The last page of the magazine. There it was written. If the woman was only after your money, or if she just wanted to play with you, you can't get married. You've been deceived. If Sylviana herself had told him that she was deceiving him, that she was playing with him, then he had no choice but to accept it. To be honest, he felt as if his strength had been drained from his body. But that didn't mean that what the magazine had written was wrong. The proof was that Carrot had fallen in love with Bash in one night. Sylviana had been a disappointment, but he had a feeling that the next woman would be a sure bet for marriage. So for a few days Bash went to the bar where he met Carrot. However, with the death of the sacred tree and the cancellation of the wedding, the cheerful atmosphere of the town had completely faded, and there were hardly any men, let alone women, to be seen in the bar. The city was still in a frenzy during the day, and both men and women began to look at Bash suspiciously, as they had during the war. Finding the next woman would be a sure thing, but the magazine also said that now is the time when everyone is excited. In other words, since there was no festive atmosphere, it was no longer a good time. Bash concluded that it would be difficult to find a woman in this city, so he began to prepare for his trip. But where are we going? He didn't have a new destination in mind. It's difficult, isn't it? From here we could go to the human enclave. It's a bit far. He had already gone with the dwarves, and with the elves it was impossible due to Thunder Sonia's situation. So only the humans were left. However, the territory of the humans was far away. Oh, you're leaving already? Someone approached them, who were worried. Nazar. There was a man at the entrance of the inn. He was wearing a mask and playing a musical instrument. The instrument he was playing again produced the unpleasant sound. I'm sorry, but please call me Errol when I wear this mask. Right now I'm still trying to hide my true identity. Well then, Errol. Thank you for your help. Errol's help certainly gave Bash a positive response. However, the fact that the results were not as expected this time could only be described as bad luck. On the battlefield, you could do everything perfectly and still lose. The same thing was happening here. Where will you go now? I haven't decided yet. I see you're still thinking about it. Yes, I guess I don't have much time. It had been a few days since Bash left the Orc country. There could still be plenty of time, but he preferred not to be idle. The deadline was approaching. Well, if you haven't decided where you want to go, can I point you in the right direction? Let's hear it. I'll take your word for it. I'm honored to hear you say that, but for now, I want you to go to the land of demons. Demons. The word reminded him of the demon mage he had seen the other day. Poplatica, of the Shadow Vortex. She seemed rather fierce, but she was a beautiful woman. Come to think of it, many of the female demons Bash had seen so far seemed to be beautiful women. Do you think an orc is on par with a demon? The reason why demons were not considered potential mating partners for orcs was that they were not attracted to orcs. Even during the war, demons were completely superior. The female demons were not attracted to orcs, and orcs had given up on them, believing them to be unattainable. It was even said that it was disrespectful to ask them to be their wives. Yes, you'll be fine. Really? Of course, in fact, you may be the only one who can. You're the only one who can tell them convincingly that the war is over. I see. The war was over. Both orcs and demons had lost the war, and the hierarchy had already dissolved. If this was a time when there was no need to take someone by force, but to catch them with love and romance. Even if Bash was an orc, it should be possible for him to get his hands on a demon. Of course, it would still be very difficult to find a demon woman who did not completely despise orcs. As the Orc Hero, you should be able to get even a high-ranking demon to pay attention to you. And Nazar assured him of this possibility. I understand. If you say so, I'll try. Bash nodded emphatically. For the words of Errol, the messenger of love and peace, were almost like a divine revelation to him. I knew you would say that. When you get to the Demon Kingdom, I want you to deliver this to the Dark General sequence. You can even arrange something like that with the Dark General. Bash said, surprised. Sequence, the Dark General. He was a close associate of Demon King Gadigas, a respected man who had commanded the demon army for a long time and was now in charge of the kingless Demon Kingdom. Sequence had 3 daughters. They were all beautiful ladies, and one of them was Poplatica of the Shadow Vortex. A letter to Poplatica's father. Even the most dim-witted could not miss the true meaning. Its contents were the very text that would serve as a conduit and intermediary between Poplatica and him. Of course. I mean no disrespect, but I am proud to say that humans are better negotiators than orcs. Thank you very much. Same to you. Once he knew that, Bash's decision was quick. Okay, I'll be there. Of course, take care. Bash stood up and left the inn. The fairy followed him. As he looked behind the fairy's back, Nazar called out to him. Bash. Yes. Thank you. Bash nodded his head again in thanks. Seeing this, Nazar smiled proudly under his mask. Hello folk, frisk up here. Some of you may have noticed that when you comment, some of your comments are pending approval. This is because alarms go off with some words, mentions of genitals or private areas, swear words, that sort of thing. The thing is that there is a problem, and even though I read and approve them myself, they still don't appear. They say they will fix it soon, so we have to wait. So in the meantime, if you want to comment, do it in a more demure way. It is not necessary to exaggerate with the sanctimonious, but using words you know you won't set off the alarm. And that's it, just know that I read the comments pending approval and I love how much love you are giving to this novel. Even if those comments don't show up later, know that I read them. Sylviana was in prison when Bash left. She knew from Nazar's testimony that she had been manipulated by the enemy, but she herself had asked the Queen to punish her. She did not believe that a simple prison sentence would redeem her for what she had done. She thought the real way to take responsibility was to join the strike team immediately and cover her own ass. Still, she needed to be punished to set an example and to think about what she had done. In the dark, damp cell, Sylviana meditated with her legs crossed. She had many regrets in her mind, but also many questions about the future. She often wondered what the enemy would do, what the seeds of the sacred tree were, how they would be used and, depending on how they were used, what countermeasures could be taken and, if so, what their future moves would be. Then a woman visited her. Sylviana. Sylviana looked up at the woman's voice. And her eyes widened as she saw her face. Among her sisters, her face was characterized as the one with the strongest animal-like features, with the head of a dog, but the whole face radiated an atmosphere of gentleness. Sister. It was the third princess, Inula. She was the protagonist of the wedding ceremony that had been cancelled due to the recent commotion. Sylviana uncrossed her legs and prostrated herself like a dog. I apologize for ruining the celebration with my superficial behavior. Yes, I know. I'm a little disappointed. Sylviana's forehead broke into a cold sweat. Her sister had been looking forward to this wedding for a long time. Even if she apologized, she couldn't expect it to be enough. But it's okay. A wedding is only an external thing. But it's okay. I'm happy to be with the one I love. Inula laughed happily. Rather, you seem much calmer now that I see you. Yeah, I guess. Yes, you seemed a little tense before, even when you were talking to us. Sylviana touched her face. Even she didn't know why, but she had an idea. I always thought that I would avenge Uncle Leto. That I would restore the trampled pride of the beastmen, that I would make the orcs pay. You loved Uncle Leto more than anyone. But after meeting and speaking with Bash, the Orc Hero, I realized I was wrong. Sir Bash did not abandon Uncle Leto by his own choice, not that he was not proud of his victory. But it was the war, wasn't it? Yes. And the war is over. Sir Bash understood that better than anyone, and I, a fool, didn't, but it's clear to me now. He had taught her. Sylviana felt strangely satisfied with her own words. Yes, she felt that the Orc Hero was being patient with her. Normally, when Sylviana approached him, it would not have been unusual for him to apologize and leave. But he didn't, instead he told her casually that he was proud of his fight with Leto. As if he was explaining something to a child who didn't want to hear it. Like Leto, who once patiently taught Sylviana, a child without much of a future, many things. I saw Sir Bash at the wedding, and he seemed to have a similar vibe to Uncle Leto. Yes. He, I can't believe you nodded so clearly. I wonder if the next wedding will be a friendship wedding between the orcs and the beastmen. Please don't make fun of me. She remembered Bash's proposal. She told herself it was to admonish her, but as she remembered, it was very passionate. Without meaning to, her cheeks grew hot. Bash, the Orc Hero, is a great man. A shallow little girl like me is not worthy to be his wife. You think so? Yes, I do. Sylviana turned her head as if to say, is that all you have to say? It was uncomfortable to be seen blushing, even if she was in the middle of a punishment. Anyway, I'm glad you're okay. I was a little worried about you. I'm sorry I caused you trouble. Sylviana apologized, but she was thinking. She thought that if she became a little less shallow, a little more balanced, then. Frisk up, tomorrow, we start a new arc. It was raining. The sky was lit up by lightning, and large raindrops fell to the ground in response. A strong wind blew so hard that a normal warrior would not be able to stand. For Bash, it was like a shower after training. It's not going to stop, is it? It seems so. It had been a few days since Bash left Lycant, the capital of the Beastman nation. The rain that had begun to fall during the journey seemed to stop soon, but it grew heavier and heavier, eventually turning into a storm. The storm showed no signs of abating and continued to shake the forest for days. The outlook is a bit bleak. Zell climbed to the top of the forest several times to scout, but the rain made visibility so poor that she couldn't see 100 meters ahead. However, Zell was an experienced fairy, and she was able to determine the direction of the target using PRV, or probably, roughly, and vaguely. It was perfect. The land of demons is that way. The weather is bad, but we can't let it dampen our spirits. Yes. The heavy rains had caused the rivers to overflow, flooding all parts of the forest and filling the supposedly passable roads with muddy water. Bash, sometimes waist deep in water, continued in the direction Zell led him. The demons. This race was the one the Alliance feared the most, for it was the strongest of all and the leader of the Federation. So when the Alliance made peace, they decided to push the demon nation to the edge of the continent. The land was barren and surrounded by steep mountains and cliffs in the northwestern part of the continent. They gave the demons the land of least strategic value and enclosed them. Therefore, to enter the country, one had to cross a large valley. Argadia Valley. It was extremely deep and wide, with a river flowing at the bottom. The river flowed so violently that even a low-level warrior would have difficulty crossing it without using a bridge. There were several bridges across the valley indeed, but there were always checkpoints. The bridges were fortified and operated under the control of the Four Races Alliance. That's how much the demon race was feared. Oh, isn't that the border? Standing high in the forest, she began to see something faintly in front of her. It was a familiar stone structure from the time of the war. It was a human fortress. It's impressive. It's a very dangerous area. Borders are also made to be strong. Maybe. This was the checkpoint that separated the border with the demon nation. Turned into a fortress, the checkpoint was incredibly imposing. Every part of it was painted with resistant paint, and magic circles had been painted at key points. human architecture, dwarven resistant paint, and elven magic circles. This was beastman territory, but each race had worked together to build a place that would serve as a lookout for the demon country. Of course, Bash and Zell had no way of knowing this. The entrance to the checkpoint was locked with a thick iron gate, a human specialty. It only opened when someone with a legitimate pass showed up. Yes, like Bash, for example. They're being careless, aren't they? They left the doors open. But the gates of such a fortress were open. The thick double doors shook with a creaking sound as they were blown by the violent wind. Something happened. Bash unsheathed the sword he carried on his back. His lifelong battle instincts had sensed a dangerous presence. I don't smell blood. No sign of people either. I'll scout around first. I'll leave it to you. Zell entered the fortress. Bash followed, not letting his guard down. What is this? What was spread out there was an eerie scene. A desk with papers on it, a collapsed chair. Smashed bookshelves. Letters in pieces on the floor. There had been a fight here, Bash decided. He knew well that this was the kind of scene left behind when someone suddenly attacked a place no one expected. But something was missing, bodies and blood. If there had been a fight, they would undoubtedly be here. The furniture and letters were too messy for anyone to have cleaned up the bodies and bloodstains. There was no trace of anyone or anything that could have created this scene. Bash walked across the room, staring blankly, but on guard for anything he saw. Bash passed through the creepy place and reached the end of the passage, the entrance to Demon Country, in other words, the exit from the fortress. At the end of the passage, which was wide enough for carriages to pass, a large doorway swung out into the storm, just as it had at the entrance. Looking inside, through the storm-shattered door, he saw that the stone bridge over the valley was soaked from the heavy rain. The stone bridge was also crumbling. There was no doubt that there had been a fierce battle. Mr. And then Zell came back. She flew around the fortress and informed him of the situation with her body language. The inside of the fortress is empty. I don't even know what happened. But I'm sure someone made a fuss in here and made the bodies disappear. I see. Bash relaxed his shoulders. He would be lying if he said he wasn't curious about what had happened here. But it probably had nothing to do with him and his partner. But this is a problem. If there's no one at the door, we could be suspected of sneaking into the country. What should we do? Right, Zell looked around at the scattered papers. Yes, that's right. Humans usually write orders on a piece of paper. So, mister, why don't you write on a piece of paper that you were here? I see, we can do that, can't we? I'll write it down then. The Orc Hero, passed this way. A note. It was an act rarely used by orcs and fairies alike. There were only a few orcs and fairies who could write. Zell, however, could read and write. There were only a handful of fairies who could read, and even fewer who could write. And if they could write in a handwriting that other fairies could recognize, they could be counted on one hand or less. Therefore, Zell had earned the title Zell the Writing Prodigy in the fairyland. I think this will be enough, although I'm a little worried about this situation. I'll let you know if I run into any human soldiers. Yes. If it had been wartime, the two of them would have sensed the danger from the state of the fortress and returned to their homelands to inform them of the situation. But now they were not at war, and they had a purpose. With that in mind, they could not make it a priority to tell anyone that the fort was empty. So, let's go. Aye, Captain. Bash sheathed his sword on his back and walked into the storm. The rain, which had picked up speed due to the storm, pounded Bash's body, but it was only raindrops, nothing more than a drizzle compared to the water magic he had been subjected to during the war. Still, the rain was enough to blur Bash's vision. When he felt a sensation of discomfort, it was too late. Was it caused by the rain, or was it caused when someone attacked the fortress? There was a large crack running across the stone bridge. And the crack widened with a crackling sound the moment Bash put his foot on it. The bridge collapsed. Me mister. Bash heard Zell's cries and fell helplessly into the river. Bash was a warrior of many battles. He had fought and defeated all sorts of enemies. But he was neither invincible nor immortal. This is not good. The river, which had grown in size due to the storm, had turned into a river of mud, spinning Bash's body violently and slamming him helplessly against the rock wall again and again. Was he weak against the water? No, he was not. Orcs were forest people, but during the war there were many battlefields near water. There were few warriors who could not swim. However, when he was swallowed by the muddy water in a place where he could not stand, even Bash could not free his body. My breath! Orcs could hold their breath many times longer than humans. Among the many orcs who could hold their breath, Bash was one of the best. Whether it was in a place where the oxygen had been severely depleted by fire or in water, it was the same. Holding one's breath in this way was also an important quality for an orc warrior. But there were limits. Gwabo! Soon, a puff of air came from Bash's mouth. His eyes widened and strength left his stiff body. Bash's body, which had been kicking at the bottom of the river at every opportunity, trying to get up even a little, sank under the weight of the sword and began to roll along the bottom of the river. Bash would never float on the surface again. Or so he thought. Suddenly, Bash's body stopped spinning. In his fading consciousness, Bash saw something. Something was moving in the water. Though he strained his eyes, he could not make out its shape. Was it merging with the water, or was it the water itself? But the presence gently enveloped Bash. Breathing, which should have been painful, suddenly became easier. His stance stabilized, and he no longer hit the river bottom or the rocks. Was it a spirit? Was it from the river, the clouds, or the storm? He didn't know what it was, but he knew it was a spirit that belonged to the water. Bash had never seen spirits, but he had heard of their existence. They were all over the world, free and unrestrained, sometimes helping people, sometimes taking revenge. Whatever it is, I should be grateful. Bash thanked the spirit as he was swept through the water of the dreamscape. It laughed, though he didn't know if the spirit had received his words or not. For some reason, Bash thought the spirit was trying to tell him something. The nature of spirits was capricious. They did not help people willingly. Except for those who were loved by the spirits, even those people had interacted with them repeatedly from a young age. But Bash had never had this experience. But even those who were not loved by the spirits might have to grant them a wish. Those who disregarded this wish were doomed to great misfortune. Such a legend existed in the land of the orcs. So Bash tried to listen to the water spirit's words. What does it say? How could he understand it? Only those who had repeatedly interacted with spirits since childhood could understand their language. Or if it was a wind spirit, Zell would have heard it. The fairy was not afraid to say that she was a friend of the wind spirits. Gah! Bash's consciousness faded. The spirit in front of him made movements as if it wanted to communicate, but he still couldn't understand it. Was this really reality, or was it just an illusion he was seeing on the brink of death? Without knowing it, Bash's consciousness fell into a deep darkness. Scree! A sudden cry echoed through the air and Bash jumped to his feet. Grabbing something nearby, he stood up, dropped to his knees, and drew the sword at his back. Geho, Gaba, Gaha! He spat out a large amount of water, coughing unconsciously. Bash wiped his mouth and looked around. The owner of the cry, the creature that made Bash jump, had to be there. The place was probably on the edge of a cliff. The river's growth limited visibility, but the water had risen to where the cliff had once been, and Bash was trapped in one of the trees growing on the edge. The forest stretched out in front of him, and 3 beings were visible. 2 humans with their backs to him. The humans were facing a demonic beast. It was a demonic beast of about 5 meters, with the head of an eagle, the body of a lion, and huge wings, a griffin. Its cry should have frightened Bash. The water spirit was trying to tell Bash something. He didn't know what it was. Or maybe it was a dream he had while dying. Maybe it had nothing to tell him and was just saving him on a whim. But Bash thought about the connection. What had happened in the water had a meaning. It was intuition, so to speak. And that intuition had saved him many times before. Bash quickly surveyed the situation. 2 people with their backs to him. One on their knees, bleeding. The other holding their shoulder to help them up. Bash had seen this scene many times before. They had fought and lost. To the griffin. And now they were about to die. Are you asking me to help these 2? Bash came to this conclusion immediately. Otherwise, it would not have led him to this place. He let out a war cry. It was the griffin that moved the most in response to his sudden roar. It lifted its head, which it had kept low in the direction of the 2 humans, and spotted Bash, the owner of the war cry. A second later, it had Bash in its sights. Perhaps it saw Bash as the biggest threat here, Or perhaps it thought its prey was about to be captured by another, and with a flap of its huge wings, it soared into the air and swooped down on Bash in a straight line. It had to be a young griffin. If it had been a cunning griffin, it would have fled without looking as soon as it saw Bash. But either way, as long as Bash was ready to attack, the result was the same. Bash struck from above. Guga, the griffin was sliced in half with a single blow. The beast fell into the muddy stream behind Bash, uttering a horrible scream that was hard to believe came from a griffin. Bash looked back after making sure the griffin did not come out of the muddy stream. Hey! What was? There were 3 stunned people. The one kneeling with wounds all over his body was a boy. He had reddish-black skin and a horn sprouting from his forehead. He had the features of an ogre, but his body was small and thin for an ogre. Or perhaps he had a strong mixture of human blood. Crouching beside the boy was a girl. She was an ogre, too, and probably still young. Her horns sprouted from her forehead, but they were still small, and her body was a size smaller than the boy's. If he had to guess her age, he'd say she was 10. And there was one more. There was a woman who had been hiding in the shadow of the griffin. What a great surprise! An orc has emerged from the muddy waters. Despite what she said, the tone of her words was indifferent, no surprise in her voice. However, it was a beautiful voice, like the sound of bells, that made Bash's heart tremble. What a beautiful voice! The woman, who was probably human, stood with a sword. What a beautiful body! And what was most striking was her body. She had a slim silhouette. The contours of her buttocks and breasts were the most beautiful he had ever seen. The curves, neither too small nor too large, seemed to convey her natural grandeur, and the proportions made him want to embrace her. She was sexually attractive, but that wasn't all. She was strong. From the shape of the muscles in her body, he could tell that she was a talented warrior. Beautiful muscles. Not too many, but well developed. Muscles every warrior would want. She was comparable to the human Prince Nazar or the hero Leto. Or even better than Bash. A great body. The child she would have would definitely be strong. Orcs desired female knights because they knew that strong women bore strong children. It was their instinct to be intensely attracted to strong women. All that was needed was an attractive face. But the face of the woman in front of him was hidden. A white cloth was wrapped around her face, covering everything but her eyes. This made it impossible to see what this woman with the best body looked like. But that probably didn't mean much to Bash. Beautiful, he realized that these words came out of his mouth spontaneously. Or maybe it was his recent experience with other women that made him say such flattering words. It was the result of training. Beautiful. The woman looked around and pointed at herself in case he meant her. Bash nodded his head. There was no other woman. There was an ogre girl, but she was too young to be a woman. Ha ha ha, orc. How do you know I'm beautiful without looking at my face? The woman laughed, but her tone was still indifferent. It was as if she had been told an unfunny joke. I'm sure of it, even if I can't look at your face. Wow, you're quite the ladies' man, orc. The woman laughed this time. Then she put her hand to the cloth on her face. Even with this ugly face hidden under the cloth. What appeared under the mask was a face with ugly scars. Half of her face was covered with burns or something, and on top of that was a large sword wound. The only part of her face that was intact was near her left eye. In fact, the ogre children groaned and shuddered at the sight of her face. The wound was that bad. It doesn't matter, wounds are the pride of warriors. He could have said that, maybe because of his recent seduction trip. If the first thing he had seen on his journey had been that burned and scarred face, he would have frowned. After all, the face was an important factor in finding a wife. But Bash had seen all kinds of beautiful women on this journey. Starting with Judith, a human, to Thunder Sonia, an elf, Primera, a dwarf, and Sylviana, a beast woman. All of them had beautiful skin and no scars on their faces. But that was not the case with all the other beautiful women. For example, the elf women he saw in Siwanasai Forest had large scars on their faces. However, their beauty was not marred by their scars, and Bash did not hesitate to propose to them. That's right, beauty had nothing to do with scars. Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, even after seeing this face. The woman's tone was indifferent, but her mouth was relaxed. Anyway, what do orcs do with a beautiful woman in front of them? I'm sure you'll try to throw me to the ground and rape me, won't you? Well, Well, you've just come out of the muddy waters, aren't you too lively? No, sexual intercourse without consent is forbidden in the name of the Orc King. Oh, then why the war cry? Bash looked at the ogres. Seeing this, the woman nodded her head as if she understood. Oh, so, even orcs help people, hey? So, what you just said was just a compliment to soften my attitude, haha, I never thought I'd be flattered by an orc again, that's really disgusting. I'm going to kill you. When I said you were beautiful, I meant it. I don't get it. You just show up out of nowhere and say things that don't make sense? I mean, what are you up to? The woman nodded. But Bash had no intention of contradicting her. So he answered truthfully. I want to make you my wife. Ha 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 ha. The woman laughed out loud. It was not an indifferent laugh, but as if something that had been held back was about to burst forth. Ah, forgive me. I laughed at your sudden proposal, but I wasn't making fun of it. When my face ended up like this, I gave up on the idea of becoming someone's wife. In fact, no one has made a pass at me since then. So this is a first. I've never been courted with such a serious face. And I liked it more than I thought I would. I was amused at my own reaction. It was the most positive impression Bash had had so far. Because, in a way, it was an answer that could be taken as accepting. Then. But, Orc, you can't help people and suggest something like that at the same time. Especially in this situation. The woman looked to the side. The two ogre children were at the other end of her gaze. They looked at Bash with anxious faces. Well, you're an orc. You can throw me down while you help them and rap me as you please. As I said, sexual intercourse without consent is forbidden in the name of the Orc King. Yes. You seem to be a well-educated orc who faithfully obeys the rules set forth by the Orc King. I can't make out your orc face, but if I look closely, you're handsome. No, is it the flattery from earlier? Anyway, orc, it's good to be serious, but it's not good to be too strict. I basically said, if you win, you can do whatever you want. Doesn't that mean I agree? It was a difficult question. If Zell had been here, he would have discussed it with her right away. And Zell would have given him a clear answer. So, come on. The woman turned her palm up and signaled him with a small gesture. Why are you provoking me? Because you killed my beloved griffin. After that I have to go home. And of course I would want to kill you for that, too, wouldn't I? But, well, I also have a troublesome personality, and I can't just jump on the bandwagon and swing my sword at someone who took the trouble to tell me that I'm beautiful now. So if you come at me, I'll have no choice but to swing my sword. Really? Yes, I mean it. Oh, and don't worry too much about the griffin. I was attached to him, but not that I care. We had a brief relationship. You don't have to take it so seriously, like I'm out to avenge him or something. Bash, however, was confused. He didn't know what the woman meant or where the conversation was going. What was she trying to do? He still wasn't sure what he should do. What do you want to do now? Orc, if it's okay with you, I think I'll leave. I wanted to kill those two because they were too much trouble, but if you stand in my way, I'll give up. If you stand there and tell me I'm beautiful, then I really have no choice. Finally, the woman forced Bash to make a decision. NNNGH. Bash thought, confused. He had two choices, continue to propose to the woman and take her as his wife, or give up his proposal, grant the water spirits, possible, wish, and save the children. I don't get it. Or, if there had been someone here, say Houston the pig killer, he could have told him not to be fooled. There had to be a way to have both, and what the woman said about agreeing to throw her down and rap her and save the siblings. You can do it, he'd told him. If only he knew what was happening. But Bash was the only one here, and with his options limited by the woman's arguments, he couldn't think of anything else to do. There were two options. Normally, Bash would have chosen the first, the woman herself said she was fine with it. He didn't have Zell's support here, but she could still be his wife if he just said the right words. He had had many chances before, but this was the greatest of them all. After all, she had accepted his proposal. The purpose of Bash's journey was to find a wife. If he achieved that goal, the lives of these ogre children he didn't even know would be a small price to pay. However, it was also true that the water spirit had saved his life a few minutes ago. The water spirit was trying to convey some kind of wish to Bash. It wanted Bash to do something. It was just a hunch, but there was no doubt about it. Otherwise, there would be no reason for it to save him in the first place. Bash had never been loved by the spirits in his life, so it wasn't possible that he had been brought to this place to take a suitable wife. If that was the case, it must have been because of the spirit's desire to save the children's lives. If he disobeyed the spirit's wish, great misfortune would befall him. If that was the case, I will save these two. Then I'll leave this place. I'm still a busy woman, and I have things to do. Of course. Then, goodbye. If you two have learned your lesson, you can go home. The woman said this and started walking in the downpour. Without getting her feet buried in the mud, she disappeared deep into the forest in an instant. She had very long legs. After all, she was a worthy warrior, as Bash had first noticed. Oh, way. The boy reached for the woman's back, but his hand fell effortlessly. The hand fell into a puddle of water created by the heavy rain and was held up in frustration. The boy looked up slightly to see Bash. Thanks for saving us. Bash nodded at the boy's words. But he also thought it might have been unnecessary. The boy was trembling as he looked down. The girl crouched beside him, looking at Bash with a disgusted expression. Like the orcs, many ogres were warriors. It was not uncommon for them to seek battle, or even a place to die in battle, like stray orcs. Maybe he was interrupting them. But the next moment the boy stood up and spoke. I was impressed by your swordsmanship just now. Please make me your student. The sudden words were drowned out by the sound of the rain and did not echo. But they certainly reached Bash's ears. The heavy downpour continued. Bash and the ogre siblings took shelter in a nearby cave, not wanting to stand outside talking in the rain. The three of them now faced each other around a campfire. I want to thank you again. I am Ludo, son of the great warrior Lula Lula. This is my sister Luca. Ludo, son of Lula Lula, the ogre great warrior. Luca, daughter of Lula Lula, the ogre great warrior. This was how the twins introduced themselves. I'm Bash. The moment he said that, the younger sister, who had been looking at Bash with curiosity, looked up with a start. Bash? You don't mean that Sir Bash who became the Orc Hero after the war, do you? Yes. Your prowess has been passed on to the ogres as well. It's an honor to meet you. Noticing her attitude, Ludo turned to look at her. So he's someone famous. My brother has yet more to learn. If we're talking about Sir Bash, the Orc Hero, he's a great hero on par with our mother. Without Sir Bash, we would have lost many battles. Luca's eyes sparkled as she looked at Bash. She was like a child looking at a hero from a fairy tale. From Bash's point of view, it was a familiar look. Are you sure you're the real one? Yes. Can you swear by the Orc King that you are the real one? I swear it by Nemesis, the Orc King. He is the real one. Normally, swearing by the Orc King Nemesis was not something that could be done so easily. But for a child it was okay. It was normal for orcs to lie to children. Of course, it was not a lie that Bash was Bash, nor that he was a warrior who could swear by the Orc King Nemesis. But you are the son and daughter of Miss Lula Lula. Yes. How is she now? Lula Lula, the great warrior. She had many titles, but the most famous was Frozen Eyes. Lula Lula of the Frozen Eyes. She was a famous warrior. She was a three-eyed ogre. Three-eyed ogres were not that rare. However, her three eyes were born with a blue glow, and from them came ice spears that impaled all of her enemies. Of course, that wasn't her only strength, for she was a warrior known as a great warrior. Bash had also seen her on the battlefield several times, holding a metal club in each hand and lunging forward. He remembered seeing her turn several human soldiers into pieces of flesh with a single blow, using her tremendous physical strength and ogre-like agility. During the war, she was said to be one of the candidates to become the next chief. And even if she did not become the chief, they were sure that she would be one of the leading figures of the ogre race. Besides, her appearance was more than beautiful. She was a favorite. If she had not died or gotten married, Bash might have attacked. However, the ogre race held a higher rank in the alliance than the orcs. It was considered the greatest humiliation for an ogre woman to be impregnated by someone of a lower rank. No matter how much of an orc hero Bash was, he would never be taken seriously. Of course, Bash had no intention of making a move on the younger sister. In another 10 years, or at least 5, she would grow up to be a beautiful ogre woman, but right now she was not to Bash's liking. The orcs did not consider a woman who was not old enough to bear children to be a woman. She is dead. It was Ludo who answered. I see. Was it an illness? She fell in battle. A warrior of that caliber, Bash grunted. In his memory, she had been a particularly strong warrior. Very strong indeed. That's the thing. By the end of the war, anyone could have died. However, Bash knew several warriors who were better than that. For example, Thunder Sonia, the great elven archmage, or Leto, the hero, would have been able to defeat even Lula Lula. Or even if not, they were outnumbered at the end of the war. Even if their troops were not as strong as Lula Lula in a one-on-one fight, they would be able to defeat her if they gathered 1,000 or 10,000 men. No, sir. My mother was killed after the war. In a duel. Ogres, like orcs, were a warlike race. They were stoic and strong-willed, unlike the orcs, who were drunkards and womanizers. When they weren't drinking or mating, they trained, and duels were fought to test the results of their training. No, she was killed by foul means at the hands of a despicable person. What? How could they have killed her? Well, we don't know how they actually fought, but I don't think my mother, who was so strong, would have lost in a hand-to-hand fight. And her body was left there. Of course, with dirty methods. That's why we went on this journey to avenge her death. Today, the world as a whole strives to remain peaceful. In this peaceful world, revenge was not encouraged. War was a thing of the past. Even though there were some hard feelings, the leaders of each country had decided to put the past behind them for the time being. However, not everyone was in favor of this development, as some orcs became wanderers as they could not agree with the Orc King's decision. Some traveled across the continent to avenge their parents killed in the war. But Bash didn't know that. Is this about the woman from before? Yes. Bash remembered her. A swordswoman with the best body, her face marked with the honor of a warrior. He couldn't even ask her name. At the very least, she must have been a fierce fighter who eventually made a name for herself. Even without having fought, he could tell with a single glance that she was an impressive warrior. Will you challenge her again? Yes. You can't win. The boy before him, on the other hand, was, in a word, inadequate. He might have trained well, but he was far from being strong enough to fight the swordswoman. If the woman felt like it, she would chop off his head in a heartbeat. Tisk. I know. Ludo bit his lower lip in frustration, but he looked at Bash and told him clearly. But I'm going to challenge her and win next time. I see. Bash didn't feel like stopping him. Sometimes a warrior had to face an opponent he couldn't beat and win. And if he lost, he died. That was it. Ludo then drew his sword and held it out in front of Bash. Bash did not move an inch. If it had cut him, he would have counterattacked, but there was no sign of it. That's why. I beg you one more time. I know it's impolite to ask such a thing of you, Orc Hero. I beg you one more time. Please make me your apprentice. If this were a bar in the Orc country, the place would have been in an uproar. First of all, everyone would have stood up and threatened the boy. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? You're being rude, get in line. I'm going to be Sir Bash's first apprentice. No, me. I'll be first, and from then on it would be a fist fight. When all was said and done, all that would be left would be the destroyed bar, dead orcs, and only Bash standing. Had it been Bash back then, he would have refused immediately. A veteran's duty was to nurture young warriors, but now Bash was a man traveling for another purpose. He had no time to worry about the boy. Brother, you are being rude. That you would ask such a thing of Sir Bash. But Luca, you saw what he did before. If we learn from his sword, we'll definitely be able to defeat her. However, there was one thing that bothered him about the twins in front of him. There is also the water spirit's desire. The water spirit was trying to tell him something. Bash guessed that the wish would be to save the twins. And that wish had just come true. But would a spirit go to the trouble of telling an orc with whom it had no relationship? By nature, a spirit would never reveal itself to someone with whom it had no connection. If that were the case, he felt he should do something else. What did the spirit want Bash to do with the twins? If Zell were here, she could explain its intentions to him. Spirits were demanding and capricious beings. When they were angry, even the fairies who were close to the wind spirits were scared to death. He had heard many anecdotes, A dwarf village that angered a fire spirit was destroyed by a volcanic eruption, a human village that angered a water spirit was wiped out by a terrible storm, a lizardman village that angered an earth spirit was swallowed by a fissure in the ground, a fairy who offended a wind spirit was once swept away by a sudden tornado, only to be spared after a night on her knees in the air. Spirits were not to be offended. Everyone who lived on this continent understood that. For example, if Bash had left the place and said, "I saved them," that's enough. If that was not what the spirit wanted, it might get angry. Wait, no, so that's it. Suddenly, Bash remembered Lula Lula of the Frozen Eyes. She was a beloved of the spirits, he remembered. She was an ogre with little aptitude for magic, but the fact that she cast ice magic with such vigor was proof of that. It would not be surprising if the water spirit was allied with the twins and wanted to help them get revenge. Or maybe one of them was loved by the water spirit. Either way, it was possible that the spirit wanted the twins to succeed in their revenge. Bash made this judgment based on the little information he had. Very well. But only until the rematch with this woman. I have my own goals, too. He didn't know how much he could help. But thinking about the future, he couldn't not do what the spirit asked him to do. Really, thank you very much. Ludo bowed his head. If this were the orc country, the other orcs would have cheered. They would be disappointed that they had not been chosen, but if Bash had recognized him as his apprentice, that was something to celebrate. He wouldn't be surprised if he even jumped into the air. So, Bash, no, what is your purpose, master? I'm looking for something. What is it? I can't tell you. I see. I understand. Ludo wasn't interested and didn't pursue the matter. Bash was grateful. It was hard to explain when you were asked to get to the root of a problem. Anyway, this will be very helpful. I look forward to working with you in the short time you're here. I don't know if you will defeat her, but I'll train you somehow. Yes, please. So Ludo became Bash's apprentice. The de facto number 1 apprentice. That was what young men in Orc country said when they talked about their dreams, rubbing the bridge of their noses, stammering, and a little embarrassed. It was a more than dignified position. Ludo was delighted, and Luca, on the other hand, had a worried look on her face. But neither of them noticed. The rain did not let up. Bash stood in front of Ludo outside the cave in the middle of the huge storm. It was raining terribly, but rain of this magnitude was a regular occurrence on the battlefield. Bash had nothing to worry about. Ludo, however, was struggling to stay on his feet, nearly blown away by the wind. Ludo's target was Bashi's sword. And he had 2 swords in each hand, as if he had learned from Lula Lula of the Frozen Eyes. The way he held them in his hands was quite regal. Come whenever you want. Bash said loudly so that his words would not be drowned out by the sound of the rain, and Ludo nodded his head. Yoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. With Ludo's yell, he let out a powerful blow. Bash met it with his great sword. This is it. Bash's eyes widened at the weight and sharpness of the blow. It was the son of Lula Lula of the Frozen Eyes, and it was the one who wanted to avenge her death. If they had killed Lula Lula, even with dirty methods, then it had to be a very good warrior. Even in Bash's estimation, the swordswoman was quite skilled. Ludo assured him that he would be able to defeat such an opponent next time. If that was the case, Bash braced himself for the impact of a blow that, contrary to his appearance, would be quite heavy. But... oops, as expected from you, master. Not even with all my strength in one blow could I drive you back. Bash did not back down. He just leaned forward against the swords that were so light. And with such a trivial movement, Ludo was repulsed. Then I will continue. Hearing these words, Bash braced himself again. Ludo's speed seemed to have increased slightly. What came next was probably a barrage of blows. Yes, Lula Lula had great physical strength, but her speed was also tremendous. The continuous blows from the 2 metal clubs overwhelmed even Dandelion, the great elven swordsman of quick decision and quick blood. Therefore, he imagined that Ludo was also a kind of warrior who did not compete for his physical strength, but for his speed. There were many warriors who stood out for their speed. However, Bash had never fallen behind against this type of warrior. Often considered a warrior with superior strength, Bash's speed was also above average. The hero was not only a man of strength. Those who fought the Orc Hero and survived would remember his sword and say, "His sword? I tremble just remembering it. Anyway, don't even try it. I have no doubts. For example, I could cast 3 spells while you wield your sword, right? I'm pretty fast, if I do say so myself. There are at most 3 people I can think of who can cast magic at that speed. Bash would make 3 slashes at the same speed that I cast my 3 spells. That's how fast he is. Of course, Nazar and the others are faster. But Bash's sword is heavier. Even a single strike would break a magic barrier, and the impact is like being hit with a club. My barrier, you ask? I, the great elven archmage Thunder Sonia, have seen my own barrier shattered, and moreover, I'm going to cut it in half because it's too long, but she'd say something like this. Let's continue. I could have killed him 3 times. Bash had this impression when he received Ludo's sword without any problems. The Orc Hero usually didn't comment on others. It made no sense for him to judge those below him. However, there were times when he looked at an enemy in front of him and judged whether he was strong or weak, whether he could be defeated or not. Based on this experience, if he had to judge Ludo, whether in strength or speed, he was below average, he was weak, too weak. Bash looked around, as if worried. In front of him was a cave. At the entrance of the cave was a girl. Ludo's sister, Luca, was it? She looked at Ludo with a worried expression, but when she caught Bash's gaze, her expression changed to one of sadness, and she returned a look of apology. He was sure that she knew. Even if Ludo was trained a little from now on, there was no future where he could defeat the woman. He would have to train him in a short time to the point where he could defeat the one who had killed Lula of the Frozen Eyes, even if she used dirty methods. The difficulty of this training made Bash feel dizzy. Even when the human knight Sir Assus, the giant killer, hit him in the head with full force, he had never felt so dizzy. What should I do? 30 minutes later. Bash, in front of Ludo, who was lying on his back, panting breathlessly and saying wow. He was his apprentice now, but he didn't know what to teach someone so weak. Orcs did not train, except in infancy. They were born with the instinct to fight, and without being taught anything, they grew up to be warriors naturally. If they were not, they would die, so they were naturally eliminated. But even these orcs had a desire to improve. Bash had never taught anyone how to use a sword. Although it was the duty of the veterans to train their successors, he had never been asked to be a master. Almost every young man wanted to be Bash's apprentice, but no one could say it out loud, so it didn't happen. However, in the Orc country, he had been asked to fight several times, especially by the king's sons. They would look at Bash with bright eyes and say, "Excuse me. Can I have a fight with you?" And if Bash agreed, they would be very happy. Then, of course, they would get beaten, but they seemed to know that would happen from the beginning and would ask him hopefully, "How are my sword skills?" Bash was the one winning, so he wouldn't just praise them, he'd point out what they were doing wrong. "Your feet aren't fast enough. If you're not a coward, you should come with the intention of approaching," he would tell them. The king's sons would say, "Wait, I couldn't do that. If Sir Bash's sword hits me, I will not only lose my leg, but also the whole lower half of my body. Then I won't be able to go to the breeders." Anyway, that was the training in the Orc country. If Ludo's swordplay had been a little better, even Bash might have offered some advice. Is he too advanced or too delayed? Does he swing his sword out of habit, or does he not watch his opponent's movements? Does he have strange habits, or is he too basic and easy to read? These things could be discovered in a match. But honestly, as far as Ludo was concerned, it was difficult. All he could say was that everything was bad. In battle, it was common for 4 or 5 enemies to die at the same time when Bash swung his sword. Rarely, however, would an idiot die crushed by corpses. Ludo would be one of those idiots. In retrospect, all of the king's sons were first-class warriors. They were still young, but that was to be expected. They had survived the fierce battles at the end of the war. Bash thought with all he had. What should he teach Ludo, who had collapsed in front of him? He had never seen such a weak ogre. What should he do? What did young orcs, ogres, and warriors do on the battlefield? The least he could say was that those who collapsed from exhaustion died without exception. On the battlefield, the first to die were those who could not move. The inability to move forward or flee meant that you were just a target. So the least you could do was avoid it. Get up. Ha, ha, no, I can't get up anymore, gah. Bash kicked Ludo over. Those who said they could not stand on the battlefield were often able to get up after this was done to them. At least that was the case with the orcs. And apparently the ogre Ludo did too, for he stood up, eyes wide. Run! Run where? It's almost dark and the sun is setting. Oh ugh! Bash kicked Ludo away. Those who said they could not run on the battlefield were often able to run after doing this. Now that he thought about it, this was common to all races, not just orcs. If you kicked them or slashed them with your sword, if you attacked them, they would all run frantically. He kicked Ludo away again. Ludo dropped the sword and stood on all fours, covered in mud, looking at Bash. Why, you ask? Bash gave him a piece of his mind when he saw his look that said, why? Do you want to see your mother's killer with that look? When Bash said this, Ludo stood up slowly, biting his lip, and broke into a run. In the pouring rain, as if running away from Bash. The composure he had before his training had completely vanished from his face. Bash gave chase. He deliberately extended his murderous intent, intending to kill him when he reached him. But slowly, so as not to reach him. It was a technique he normally used to exhaust his opponent when hunting prey he couldn't reach. Bash knew that it was in the moments before death that a person showed his greatest strength. This was true of himself, as well as the fiercest men Bash had defeated. Moreover, Bash grew stronger through repeated battles to the death. Drawing strength from one's limits was what pushed a warrior to a higher level of existence. Ha, gwa, ha. Ludo ran well. If he could run so far, he wondered what had caused him to fall earlier. In the rain, he got stuck in the muddy ground and fell many times, but he ran desperately. It was hard to tell from the side if he was afraid of Bash or if he really wanted revenge from the bottom of his heart. Or maybe Ludo himself did not understand. The ogre boy continued until he could no longer get up, even though Bash kicked him. The rain did not stop. But Bash and the others started moving the next day. Ludo said they had to keep going. He said that if they didn't follow, the advantage of the enemy they wanted to take revenge on would be too great to follow. His sister Luca had a slightly negative look on her face, but did not mention it. As for Bash, he was inclined to stay in the cave and train until Ludo was more capable. However, he also had a strong desire to finish with their revenge and go to the demon country as soon as possible. Time was always limited. Training took place even when they were on the move. Ludo would hit Bash with his sword, sometimes defending himself from his blows, and when the orc felt that the boy had reached his limit, he would make him run until he collapsed. That was it, although it was too crude to call it training. Ludo was a little frustrated, but for the time being he complied. Bash saw the speed with which Ludo got up and the distance he could run increasing day by day, and he felt he was making steady progress. Luca just stared at him. She didn't say a word, just watched. With a slightly sad expression on her face. 2 days had passed. The rain had not stopped. Though it showed signs of weakening from time to time, it continued to pour for most of the day. Bash and the children slowly made their way through the rain. However, it was unclear if they were moving in the direction they wanted to go. Luca led the way. As a sorceress, she could magically determine the direction of the target of their vengeance. However, it seemed that she was somehow unable to find the exact location, and they even had the feeling that they were circling around the same place. Ludo's training didn't seem to go very well either. But that was to be expected. If he could suddenly become strong in just 2 days, no one would die in battle. Ludo worked hard. Every day, he was beaten by Bash, chased and made to run, but it wasn't something that could be called training. For him, every day was a confrontation with his own incompetence. It was humiliating, no doubt. But he never complained. So Bash didn't give up on him and patiently trained him. He made him charge at him, kicked him, stood him up, kicked him, made him run and kicked him. Thanks to his efforts, the time it took for Ludo to fall became longer, and the time he spent standing and running increased. Of course, this did not show that he was getting stronger. But he didn't care. You didn't get strong that fast. Even a man of Bash's caliber took a year to become a full-fledged warrior. An ordinary soldier would need several years of hard fighting to become a renowned warrior. Despite the similarity in name, ogres were a more battle-ready race than orcs. While orcs were a race unrivaled in their ability to adapt to their environment and breeding, ogres excelled in everything else. Whether it was simple strength, endurance, agility, senses, or wisdom, on average, ogres was far superior to orcs. Therefore, even though they were fewer in number than orcs, they were among the best in the 7 Races Federation. Consequently, Bash believed that this training would eventually pay off. He didn't know what Ludo and Luca thought, but they were very attached to Bash. Even at meals, they were eager to hear his stories from the battlefield. When they were sheltered from the rain, Bash would tell them about the fierce warriors he had met on the battlefields of the past, and their eyes would light up and they would ask for more. However, when he told them an anecdote about Lula Lula of the frozen eyes, they were a bit sad and angry. Thinking back, Bash had not encountered many youngsters of other races before. During his journey, he had seen them from afar, but had never approached them or spoken to them. He saw no use for them since they could not bear children. However, seeing the children in front of him, he found them quite pleasant. It awakened a desire to protect them, something different from sexual desire. And so the days of repeated training and travel came to an end. The rain suddenly stopped. Bash looked at the sky with a doubtful look, palms up, when the rain suddenly stopped. The sky was dark, covered with thick clouds. If he strained his eyes, he could see that it was still raining. But for some reason, no raindrops fell around Bash and the children. Ludo and Luca also looked around with curiosity. When they looked closely, they could see a clear line on the ground along the path they had just walked. The area beyond the line was wet, but the area on the side where Bash and they were standing was somewhat dry. A barrier. At Luca's soft words, Bash and Ludo knew that they had jumped onto a barrier that someone had put up. A barrier to keep out the wind and rain. And it was a pretty big one. The kind of barriers that are erected during wars, when cities are exposed to large-scale magic. Ahihihi. Suddenly, a voice was heard. When Bash turned around, he discovered that a mist had been gathering around him for some time. It had a slightly pinkish appearance, something unforgettable to those who had run through the battlefield. This is bad, Bash quickly covered his mouth and held his breath. That mist, that sweet smell. When orcs smelled it on the battlefield, they were excited to have a reliable reinforcement. But at the same time, they had to leave quickly. For a man who inhaled the mist would inevitably become useless. Succubus charm mist. It was the secret of the succubi that continued to rage in the war, and until the end, no perfect means could be found to resist it. It was an invincible magic that melted men's minds and made them do the bidding of the lower half of their bodies. Ahihihi. Deep in the mist, there was a woman. Pale pink hair pulled back in two tails. She was small, with a face and body that still looked childish. Yet there was a glamour that clearly identified her as a woman. Dressed in a black leather suit that covered only her private parts, her skin was white and slightly sweaty, and she was so glamorous that any man would have swallowed saliva. The owner of such a body licked her fingers with an enchanting expression. She was a succubus. She had no tail and only one wing, but she was still a succubus. Bad boys, where do you come from on such a rainy day? She slowly moved her licking fingers to her lower belly. Then, opening them wide in her crotch, she stroked her lower belly and waved at Bash with her remaining hand. At the same time, the succubus eyes glowed red. Hey, guys, didn't you know? Any child who enters the succubus nation without permission will be eaten. Bash felt dazed. By the time he realized he was being charmed, it was too late. His eyes were already glued to the succubus body, and his feet were unsteady as he walked toward her. What a strong orc stud! Come, come! I will give you the greatest pleasure. Come, look me in the eyes, ahihi, how brave you are, and how handsome too, you are just like the man of my dreams. Bash's vision was blurred by the succubus' red eyes. Half of Bash's brain told him he was in great danger. Don't touch her. If you touch her, it will be the end of everything. A virgin orc who touches a succubus, even if he sleeps with another woman afterwards, will become a magical warrior. If the orc hero becomes a magical warrior, the orc's pride will fall to the ground. It could not be forgiven. There was no way to let it happen. He had to resist with all his might. But when the succubus' red eyes glowed, the alarm bells went off. It was okay to be a magical warrior, too. If he drowned in her body, it would definitely feel good. Her skin was white and thin, her breasts were moderately sized, but they still aroused his desire, and every time she moved her hands, the sound of sparkling water echoed around her. Every time the sound reached his ears, his will faded and his body relaxed. On the other hand, the mini Bash was rigid and took control of Bash's body. His hand reached out on its own. To the succubus. Hey! But the next moment, freedom returned to Bash's body with a thud. The fog in his vision lifted, and a disheveled succubus stood before him, looking at him with a blank expression in her eyes. Hey, Could it be that you? The succubus slammed her legs shut. Then she slowly rose to her feet and stood up straight. She raised herself a little higher and looked into Bash's face. You wouldn't happen to be Sir Bash, the Orc Hero? Yes, I am. The moment he said that, the succubus staggered in surprise. Then she immediately picked up some cloths from behind a tree. They were some carefully folded clothes. The succubus quickly put them on. A quick change of clothes. He realized that the things he wanted to keep looking at, touching if he could, and owning were kept in the drab military uniform. Her hair, which had been in 2 tails, was now in 3 braids, and thick glasses were placed on her face, giving her a more normal appearance. The succubus then raised her hand to her forehead. It was a salute. I'm Venus, and you once saved me on the battlefield. Then she bowed deeply on her knees. I'm sorry about before. It is an honor to meet you, Sir Bash, the Orc Hero. I see, Bash nodded when she told him that. He couldn't quite understand the situation, but the crisis seemed to be over. I understand if you are angry. It's not right for a proud succubus to charm their benefactor and hero. Sir Bash, please, I beg you to forgive me. I am not angry. I'm grateful that you stopped. How magnanimous of you. Thank you so much. Although he was disappointed that he could no longer see Venus' overly erotic body, he was certainly relieved. If things had gone on like this, Bash wouldn't have been able to resist her charm and would have thrown his virginity where it didn't belong. As a result, the magical warrior Bash would have been inevitable. On the contrary, he would have become a slave to the succubus. If the Orc Hero had become a slave with the mark of a magical warrior on his forehead, the pride of the orcs would have fallen to the ground. They would not remain silent after their hero had been disgraced. There would be no doubt that war would break out between the succubi and the orcs. The orcs would not be able to fight the succubi. It would be a lopsided defeat that they could not win. So, Sir Bash, what business brings you to the succubus nation? Had you announced your arrival, our country would have welcomed you with open arms. It's a bit hard to explain. Bash looked behind him and saw Ludo being stopped by his sister. What the hell was that? Perhaps Ludo had fallen under the same spell as Bash. When he stood up, he looked confused. I see, so it's a complicated situation. Venus snorted and put her hand to her chin. So the fairy's words are true. The fairy? Yes, a fairy named Zell came by the other day. She told us that Sir Bash was swept down the river and came to this area. She said that if we tried to hide you from her, she'd get us into trouble, so she spent half the day yelling at us. We proud succubi would never do such a thing to our benefactor, Sir Bash. It would be an insult. So everyone was up in arms, and she was captured. The scene seemed to come alive in his mind. In fact, I indeed slipped off the bridge, fell into the river, and got separated from Zell. Well, can you go get her then? She's been screaming all night, and the soldiers on guard had a mental breakdown. Bash thought. The succubus nation. Of course, there were only succubi there. All individuals of the succubus race were incredibly beautiful. Sometimes bewitching, sometimes innocent, sometimes cute. Some orcs even dreamed of befriending a succubus. Even if they couldn't have children, it didn't matter. Succubi, however, were one of the highest races in the 7 Races Federation and were rarely seen as rivals to orcs. To them, however, they were nothing more than a source of food. Without exception, they were always looking for an opportunity to eat a man. Bash had no ill feelings toward the succubi. They could chase him as much as they wanted. They might not be able to have children, and he might not have to become their slave, but if it was just a one-night stand, it was a win-win situation for both parties. But that was after he lost his virginity. Not now, of course. And as had just been demonstrated, Bash was unable to resist their charm. At the slightest whim of one of the succubi, the worst future Bash feared would come true. It was a dangerous place. He could not go to such a place after being unable to resist the charm a moment ago. The whole country will welcome you with open arms. How nice, everyone will be thrilled. No, bring her here. Oh, please. I beg you. As our benefactor, if Sir Bash comes all the way to the border, refusing you will bring great shame to our race. We will be scolded by the Queen. But, Bash was the Orc Hero. He couldn't honestly say that he didn't want to enter the country because he was afraid of losing his virginity to a succubus. He looked at Ludo and Luca, a little worried. I have companions with me and we're in a hurry to move on. Hey? I see. Ludo listened and seemed to be lost. Luca, on the other hand, shook her head. As someone who had just experienced charm, it was not surprising that he felt a sense of personal danger. That good-looking boy over there, hey? Excuse me, who are they? That's my apprentice. Oh, you are his apprentice. How envious to be taught by Sir Bash. I would like to be trained in the art of sleeping in the bedchamber, cough. Venus undressed in the cold, so she must have caught a cold, coughing several times, but finally returned to her serious face and looked at Bash. Anyway, you seem to be on guard. But rest assured, Sir Bash is the benefactor of the succubi. We have nothing but respect for him. Therefore, no succubus will try to touch him or his apprentices. Even if one or two loses control at the sight of Sir Bash and his excess of virility, neither I nor any of the others will let them touch you. I am a succubus whose life was saved by you during the retreat in the Leaner Desert, so don't doubt it. Even if I have to sacrifice my life to do so. Venus' words carried great weight, and they could feel her determination. So please. Please, I beg you. Just a little. Just a little salute to the Queen. Please. For the sake of our honor and pride, please. Bash could not refuse when she asked so insistently. That's fine, but we won't stay long. We too have a purpose for our journey. Of course, don't worry. Come in. So Bash and the ogre children entered the succubus nation. The capital of the succubus nation was deserted. The city, normally shrouded in a thick pink mist that would have shattered the consciousness and rationality of men of all races, was empty. There was no such mood and the streets were almost empty. The succubi were one of the high rankers of the Seven Races Federation, along with the demon and ogres. In addition to their superiority over the males of the Four Races Alliance, they were also superior in physical and magical abilities. The succubi Bash knew always had an enchanting smile on their perfectly made-up faces and always showed a sense of serenity. The few people on the street did not have that aura. They had sunken cheeks and a look of not feeling well. It's so deserted. It is a defeated country, there is hardly any food, and it is impossible to ask them to cheer up. The orcs are in a similar state, aren't they? The orcs have no shortage of food, and they are a bit more animated. No food. Immediately after hearing these words, Bash suddenly felt a glance and turned his head. He looked and saw several succubi in an alley. They looked at Bash with bloodshot eyes. Drool was dripping from the corners of their mouths. They were all beautiful and bewitching women, as succubi were. Their bodies also made one want to swallow saliva just by looking at them. If a human woman wanted to have a body like that, it would take a lot of effort. However, upon closer inspection, their arms and legs were slender, their ribs were marked on their sides, and their cheeks were sunken. They probably weren't eating enough. He also noticed that their lips were chapped, as they were not wearing lipstick, probably because they had not been in battle. Oh, if it isn't Cucumber. She'll want to. Venus, you brought someone very tasty with you, didn't you? Just as Venus was about to say something, one of them approached Bash and the others, licking her lips. Standing in front of Bash, she thrust her hips out and put her index finger to her lips in an enchanting pose, watching Bash intently. The woman's eyes were glued to Bash's crotch. She was looking at him as if he would disappear if she took her eyes off him, even for a moment. Bash wondered if he should cover his crotch. No, it wasn't particularly exposed, but he wondered if he should leave it unprotected when the enemy was aiming at his vital spot. It was a very powerful look. Oh, so strong. This boy here looks good, but I think Mr. Orc is better. I'm sure he'll give us lots of thick, strong meat. The other succubi also surrounded Bash and the others with vulgar, barely bewitching grimaces and smiles. But though they approached and stared at them, they did not touch them. Bash did not know it, but that was because the succubus race had a rule: never touch another person's charmed prey without permission. Cuscus, hey, look, this little girl here is trying hard to protect her older brother. So sweet. Then I'll make you a special offer to show me how good you can make your brother feel. Kaya ha 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 ha, what an idiot you are. Don't give me that, you like it too, right? A desperate woman from another race. The succubi circled around Bash and the others, saying whatever came to their mind. Ludo turned red and looked away, and Luca held out her arms menacingly to protect him. By the looks of it, they're idiots for crossing the border, aren't they? It's nice for the border guards to have a little fun once in a while. We'd like you to share some of that with us. Venus, you and I are friends, right? Aside from the little kid, we can get a lot out of the big guy, can't we? Hey? He's not too charmed, is he? Perhaps your charm isn't strong enough. I'll charm him too, just to make sure. Cucumber. Look at his face, not just his crotch. You're being incredibly rude right now. Instead, Venus' words were merciless. The woman she was talking to, Cucumber, looked her in the eyes and shook her body. Rude? What do you mean by that? I didn't exaggerate either. Cucumber turned her gaze to Bash's face as if to apologize. The other succubi did the same. They stood there for a few seconds. It can't be that you are Sir Bash, the Orc Hero, right? That's right. The moment Bash nodded, Cucumber and the others' postures straightened to the point where they almost made a crunching sound. Their hips, which had been bent like a cat's, straightened like a large tree, their faces, which had been tilted slightly to the side and held at a confident angle, straightened, their chins tucked back, and their right hands moved to the sides of their faces. It was the formal greeting of the succubus army. However, their clothing was a bit provocative. Forgive us. No, Hey. At Cucumber's words, the other succubi hurried to the back alley. What they brought out of the alley were cloths for 3 people. When Cucumber and the others put them on, they hid their skinny but gorgeous bodies. As for Bash, he was a little disappointed but relieved at the same time. My name is Cucumber. You saved all of us during the defense of the Piles River. Sir Bash, the Orc Hero. I'm so sorry for our attitude. I'm sorry. Cucumber then pulled out a dagger. I'm so sorry, sir. Not only that, we even tried to eat you. That's a disgrace to the proud succubus race. I will pay with my life here and now. That's not. However, these two are still inexperienced. I beg you to spare them with just my life. Then enjoy the scattering of this fool's life. May my blood splatter the spirit of the remaining warriors. I really sorry. Bash grabbed her arm and stopped her from stabbing herself in the heart. It's okay. I don't mind. Succubi never charmed someone they really respected. It was a bit disappointing from Bash's point of view, but the current situation was also convenient for him. Regardless of Bash's abilities, he was not immune to the succubus charm. However, despite Bash's feelings, succubi were unusual. How generous of you! He even took her hand and stopped her. He didn't hesitate to take the hand of an ugly woman like Squadron Captain Cucumber. I suppose watching Captain Cucumber die would spoil his eyesight. After all, she's just a woman lusting after her benefactor. You two were like that too, weren't you? Anyway, the succubi's gazes changed from those of boiling flesh to those of envy and respect. Their eyes, which had been heart-shaped, became star-shaped and shone. However, Sir Bash, we are glad that you have come to our country, but please be careful. What do you mean? Now this country is forgetting its pride. When you walk its streets, please don't be alone, and let Venus be by your side as much as possible. At these words, Bash bowed his head slightly. The gesture was casual. But to the succubus and the others, it was a very tender gesture, and it made their hearts pound and race, which they had just tried to stop. I don't know what's going to happen, but I don't plan on staying that long. As soon as we pick up Zell and greet the Queen, we'll leave. I understand. Well, Sir Bash, thank you for talking to us. It will be a memory I will cherish for the rest of my life and be proud of for generations to come. Thank you very much. Their heads bowed in unison. Neither their beautiful hair nor their magnificent bodies were visible. Dressed in cloth, the veteran warriors looked like 3 caterpillars from above. Their appearance seemed to symbolize the succubi of today. Curly Kale, the succubus queen, was one of the most bewitching succubi. For a succubus, being bewitching meant being a woman who was a veteran heroine. Before she became queen, her thunderous name was known throughout the world as the succubus princess. Her former nickname was Curly, the boner. She was so named because she sucked men until they were nothing but bones and skin, and pulled out the spines of women. She was such a woman, but her actual appearance was different than during the war. She had large breasts, huge buttocks, and scars over her eyes and cleavage. These were still intact, but she had a large burn scar from her collarbone to her chest. It was a scar like a tree branch, an electric shock wound. She had been defeated by Thunder Sonia in the final battle between elves and succubi. Though she survived, her body was badly scarred and one of her legs was permanently injured. After the war, she decided to step down as queen, but all of her successors were dead and there was no one to serve as queen, so she continued to reign to this day. Just a few days ago, she received a formal letter of protest from the Beastman country. The attack by Carrot, the former general of the succubus nation, and the subsequent withering of the sacred tree. Was her action a consensus of the succubus nation or not? If so, they would not hesitate to go to war. The letter of protest, with such a few sentences, surprised Curly Kale. They had had no contact with Carrot for almost a year. Worried that she might be injured or sick somewhere, she decided to send out a search party, even though she knew that other countries would criticize her. On the one hand, she wondered why she was doing this, but on the other hand, a part of her was convinced that she was right. She had been put through a lot of hardship. She had been left with all the foreign negotiations. Carrot didn't want to talk too much about what had happened there, but it was clear how she had been treated. Still, she didn't show it in front of Curly Kale, just apologized to her for not succeeding. Carrot cared about the succubus race more than anyone else. She was a very reliable person, but she was also prone to melancholy. Curly Kale feared that she might explode with despair at any moment. So she said, "Oh, I see." Then Curly Kale stopped to think about Carrot's behavior beyond that. If she, the proudest succubus of all, had exploded, any other succubus would have ended up the same way. Neither Curly Kale nor the people of the succubus nation had the right to blame her. It was not the way they had been treated that those left behind should think about. But because of her actions, the succubus nation was now under suspicion. If what she had done was true, a war with the Beastmen was very possible. The succubi, as they were now, did not have the strength to go to war with another country. If they fought, they would surely be defeated, and they would surely be slaughtered, even their babies. Extermination. Extinction. The succubus race was greatly hated. For the survival of this country and the succubus race, she could not be wrong in her response. So she immediately sent a letter of apology. Carrot had disappeared and had nothing to do with her country's intentions. If she returned, we'll put a rope around her neck and hand her over. She thought how ungrateful this was to Carrot, who had worked so hard for the good of the country. The reply to the letter of apology had not yet arrived. What if this letter was a false accusation from the Beastmen and they were just trying to start a war so suddenly? What should she do? Could she protect her people? Curly Kale's mind kept running through these thoughts. Curly Kale was a warrior queen. A warrior better at war than diplomacy. But she had to do the best she could. It was one disaster after another. Lately, in addition to these events and chronic food shortages, it had rained. The city was protected by barriers, so they didn't have to worry about flooding, but the day would come when the production of fodder could no longer be sustained. At the same time, they received a letter from Nazar offering to send them new food, which pleased her, but she wondered how much she could trust him. As these troubled days continued, something worse happened. The fairies attacked. Yoo-hoo! Mr. Where's Mr. Bash? Succubi, if you're hiding him, you're in big trouble. No matter how good Mr. is, there are some things you can do and some things you can't. Kidnapping and imprisoning the Orc Hero and sucking him dry is the height of dishonesty. Even if Mr. Bash was happy about it, Zell, won't allow it. Come on. Bring him in now. Or I'll kill you all. Mr. Answer me, Mr. When the attacking fairy was brought before Curly Kale, she was wrapped in a bamboo screen. She was the famous fairy, Zell the Deceitful. Of course, she wasn't famous for being a liar. This fairy was the companion of Bash, the Orc Hero to whom the succubi owed a great debt of gratitude. However, it was still not very clear why this fairy was here. She said that Bash had fallen into the river, or that he could come here, or that the succubi had captured him, or something else she could not understand. Normally, she would have replied, "Don't underestimate the proud succubi." Succubi were a race that valued gratitude above all else. No one would be foolish enough to treat Bash as food, let alone deprive him of his freedom. If they had found him, they would have told the queen immediately and welcomed him as an honored guest. That's what she'd like to say, but it was true that the succubus nation was in shambles. Everyone was starving, and the entire race was losing its pride. It was a shameful thing, but one could never be sure that it wouldn't happen. Of course, it was supposed to be impossible. If anyone in the succubus nation was foolish enough to charm Bash, kidnap him, imprison him, and feed on him, they could not allow it. They had to be publicly executed in the Queen's name. Neo, I know you don't think it's possible, but at least investigate. Also, be sure to inform the border guards. Yes, ma'am. So she had her entourage secretly investigate the country. At this point, however, Curly Kale was optimistic. First of all, there was no reason for Bash to come to this area. It was probably that fairy's prank. Some might scoff at this judgment as naive, but that was the way things were. A fairy suddenly bursting in and shouting things, you had to assume it was a lie or a prank. A long history proved it. 2 days passed, and she received a report from her assistant saying, I checked for suspicious persons, but everything was clean. She was furious. After all, it was a lie from the fairy, and she could show her no mercy just because she was Sir Bash's former companion. She would tear off her limbs and make an example of her. Your Majesty. It seems that the border guard, Venus, has spotted Sir Bash and is on her way here. The report came in. At that moment, an orc stood in front of the succubus queen, Curly Kale. With green skin and a huge sword on his back, he radiated the aura of a strong man. Bash, the Orc Hero, was sitting there. I welcome you, Sir Bash, the Orc Hero. The succubus throne was made to be horizontal. It was customary for the queen to look at her guests in the audience as she reclined languidly. The throne was like a couch bed where she could sleep if she wished. If you were wondering why this was so, it was because if the person she granted audience to was a man, she was always ready to eat. However, if it was a man who was respected and to whom they owed a debt, this was not the case. Curly Kale sat with her back so straight that they thought they heard a creak. He was about to be charmed by Venus and Cucumber, respectively, but they stopped short of doing so. What? Please forgive us. They will be severely punished. It doesn't matter. I don't feel bad about being wooed, even if it's a succubus. It was taboo for a succubus to court a respected benefactor. Bash said he was okay, but Venus and the others still had to be punished. That was what Curly Kale thought, but when she saw Bash, that feeling disappeared. Sir Bash. Firm arms that made you want him to hug you, hips that made you think he was inviting you, a toned lower half that looked like it could give away a lot. He's too naughty. She wanted to strip him naked and eat him right away. No, no. Control yourself, Curly Kale. Sir Bash is the benefactor who saved the succubus nation. If he hadn't gone to the leaner desert, the succubi would have died long ago. Don't look at him like he's food. If she wasn't the queen, she wouldn't have been able to resist. She was glad that Venus and the others had kept their cool. Both Venus and Cucumber were soldiers who had served their country well. They should know the meaning of pride. They should not be punished for a moment's hesitation. Normally we would give you the warmest welcome, but I'm ashamed to say that our country is also poor, and we're up to our necks at the moment. No problem. Thank you for your concern. Of course. In front of Bash, who was sitting cross-legged, there were numerous dishes. A whole roasted cow, a pile of bread, hors d'oeuvres, various soups and desserts. He drank a glass of wine made to imitate human wine, and the succubus sitting next to him immediately poured him another glass, smiling with satisfaction. Such a drink had been made because they had heard that other races liked this kind of food, and even though Curly Kale didn't know the pros and cons of the taste, Bash drank it with a charming smile. I heard Zell was in trouble here. Oh, that fairy. She's a real nuisance. Will you take her away? Of course. Then. Neo. Curly Kale clapped her hands and a cart was brought in. On top of it was Zell, of course. She had been wrapped in a bamboo screen, a tag with a magic circle, and then thrown into a bird cage. All these precautions were taken to make sure she would not escape. Oh, if it isn't Mr. Do you think my suspicions have been confirmed? Or will there be a duel for this lovely fairy? But that's not fair, is it? With the charm, Mr. doesn't stand a chance, and without the charm, the succubi don't stand a chance. I don't recommend it. Could you untie this rope? If I'm in a cage, there's no need to tie me up, right? Ouch. Be more careful. Fairies are as fragile as they look. If our limbs are torn off and our heads removed, or if we're set on fire, we'll die. Neo, the member of the retinue who had brought her in the cart, opened the lid of the cage, turned it upside down and shook it, and Zell fell to the ground in tears. The succubus silently extended her long fingernails, and the rope that bound Zell was cut, freeing her. Immediately, Zell began flying at super speed. Yay! Freedom! After all, a fairy is only a fairy when they're free. The moment you feel the wings, the moment you feel the speed, is the moment you feel freedom. The wall of air you hit. The gasp of breath. The rush of air. The air is so good. Ah, this is the other side of speed. Feeling exaggeratedly free, the fairy flew around the deserted palace for a while, then landed with a thud on Bash's shoulder. Wow, you always save me, mister. I thought I was going to help you this time, but then you just go and save me. This is my life. You saved it. Verily, I shall ensue thee till the end of my days, and with all mine ability shall I requite thee. That is not true. Your knowledge always helps me. You bet. If I weren't a fairy, you sure as hell wouldn't be looking for a wife. Zell wiggled as she spoke. Bash wished Zell was a human or an elf, but alas, she wasn't. It was only because she was a fairy that she was able to get along with the orcs. Any other race would be an outlet for the orcs' sexual desires. I'm very proud of you, mister. I'm surprised you survived these murky waters. Of course, I didn't expect you to die in that muddy stream. But I thought you might get a little exhausted from the current. And then the succubi caught me and did this and that. Silence, fairy. We proud succubi would never betray our Sir Bash, to whom we owe so much. Don't underestimate us. Curly Kale said in a dignified voice. Her voice was filled with a mysterious power that made Zell's entire body freeze. Bash caught her with his palm as she was about to fall off his shoulders. Excuse me, I'm really sorry, Sir Bash, I ended up screaming. No, that's okay. Zell was rude too. Yeah, even though I was in a hurry, I'm sorry too. I apologize, Zell apologized. She was one of the few fairies in the world who could apologize properly. So, Sir Bash. Now then, from Curly Kale's point of view, they were in trouble. If Bash came to this country, they would welcome him as an honored guest, no doubt about it. And that was exactly what he had done. If an orc as desirable as he was in the country, people would be hungry, and some might not be able to contain themselves before him, so even if he was an honored guest, he would be greeted privately. That was fine. The problem was not there. Anyway. What business brings you to our country? He was a man who should never have come. A person who should be living a comfortable life as a hero in the land of the orcs. And more importantly, he was a person who was much talked about in the succubus nation. Why would such a person come all the way to this country? More specifically, who sent him and what did they want? The story he told was that he slipped and fell into the river and got lost, but those who had fought with him knew that this hero named Bash was not that stupid. There was no doubt that he was visiting the succubus nation for some purpose. Since it was an undercover job, he had Zell enter the succubus nation before him and intentionally let her get caught so that he could have a good excuse to infiltrate the country himself. It was more natural and logical. Even though it was a crude and unclear strategy, it was too clever for an orc to have thought of, though a fairy might come up with it at the last minute. I'm just here to pick up Zell. There is no other reason. I'll leave immediately. I see. If Curly Kale were still young, she might have believed those words. But she was a queen who had fought in many battles. She was the leader of the succubi, trying to hold on to her nation, which was sinking in the aftermath of the war. So where are you going? To the demon nation. Those words sent a chill down her spine. She heard Carrot, the former succubus general, talking about resurrecting Gadigas. Gadigas, the demon king. Curly Kale remembered him as an extraordinary man. If he were to be resurrected, the war would be reignited. But the succubi did not have the strength to fight a war. And what is your reason for this? Ah, well, I'm looking for something. Bash was silent for a moment, but finally said that. Curly Kale knew immediately that he was hiding something. Is it something we don't have in our country? I'd have to look for it, but probably not. So it exists, thought Curly Kale. At the same time, she thought it was a roundabout way of getting around. There was nothing he couldn't get in the succubus country if he asked for it. Curly Kale was a very rational succubus, but if Bash was willing to give her a chance, she would probably even offer her the national treasure of her country. After all, a night with the hero was far more valuable than a national treasure. No. No. Get a grip on yourself, Curly Kale. You're the succubus queen. This is no time for such girlish fantasies. We're on the verge of a crisis that could wipe out the succubi. Curly Kale shook her head to clear her mind of the fantasies. A man with thick strength coming and rubbing up against her, telling her she could do whatever she wanted to him during the night, that was a fantasy even a little girl didn't have these days. But it was the nature of a succubus to think of a possibility, just in case. Do you think the thing you're looking for is in the demon land? Yes, that's what Nazar said. Nazar, you mean the prince of the coming heaven? Yes. There it was, Curly Kale realized. Speaking of Nazar, it was he who had sent a letter to the succubi earlier. It said that he had heard that the succubi were running out of food and that he would send more. To be honest, she didn't think it was true, because it sounded too good to be true. Did he know how many times Carrot had traveled to other countries and complained about food shortages over the years? She hadn't forgotten how her clothes were stained with dirt when she temporarily returned home. Did the humans send him? Curly Kale's eyes narrowed. A little more of the other side of the story was revealed. Maybe Bash was an auditor, checking to see if the succubi really were in a food shortage situation, and if the food they were going to bring in was going to be handled properly. That had to be it. Humans had been sending in their countrymen as food. In fact, right after the war, the succubi ate many of their compatriots and killed quite a few of them. There was probably some disagreement among the humans as to whether or not they should send their people to this place again. In fact, many were against it. That's why they sent an investigator to see if it was safe. If you think about why Bash was chosen, it was easy to see that he was the right person for the job. If the food was eaten in the succubus nation, they would probably try to hide the fact that they were sending an auditor. So it had to be done in secret. However, if they were told that they were sending a human, they would realize that that person was the auditor. That's where Bash came in. Earlier, the wedding of the third princess had taken place in the Beastman Kingdom, and Bash had to attend. Orcs, like succubi, were not to the liking of the Four Races Alliance. It would not be surprising if he was suspected of Carrot's rampage and ordered to infiltrate the succubus nation to prove that he had not betrayed them. He could infiltrate by pretending to have nothing to do with the humans, and since he had the respect of the succubi, a visit to the feeding grounds would be easy. If Bash himself was devoured, the humans would not feel it as a loss. That seemed to be a clever idea of theirs. I'd like to know if you are interested in the eateries of the succubus nation. Eateries? Well, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. I knew it. With that somewhat hard to express answer, Curly Kale was convinced that she wasn't so far off the mark. If that's the case, it would be a bad idea to refuse him so abruptly. Sir Bash will be in trouble. I wouldn't want to cause him any trouble, but... Curly Kale shook her head and took a deep breath, thinking inwardly. No, I have nothing to hide. We have been trying to cope since the first slaves died. Besides, if Sir Bash is the auditor, I don't have to worry about him lying. We'll just show him things as they are. Curly Kale looked up and stared at Bash with determined eyes. Then she spoke confidently. If you don't mind, would you like to take a tour of the eatery before you leave? I'm sorry, but no, I have to leave immediately. Don't say that. It's pouring rain outside the barrier, it will be difficult to reach the demon country. Please protect yourself from the rain for a while, and visit our nation while you are there. It's a country that's still green, but it has things worth seeing. Bash seemed a little worried, but Zell whispered something in his ear, and they started talking quietly, but eventually he nodded. All right. I'll do it. So Bash decided to stay in the succubus nation. The succubus queen was really scary. She looked at you with those big eyes. Orcs are an inferior race to succubi. I don't think they usually want to let us in the country. That's true, isn't it? When I met the queen during the war, she despised me. She called me a dirty servant and told me to stay away from her. How nostalgic. I should be grateful to be treated like the Orc Hero. Bash was given a room in the royal palace of the succubus kingdom. This was partly because the succubi had little concept of gender, but the more important reason was security. In this country, a man sleeping alone in a room was an eat me sign. Therefore, the room was guarded, and even now, 3 succubus soldiers stood guard in front of it and outside the window. And that's why. Inside the room, Bash told Zell what had happened so far. I see, a water spirit, Zell nodded knowingly and looked at Ludo and his sister. Are you two friends with this water spirit? Ludo and Luca looked confused. Water, spirit. No, neither Lucan nor I have ever heard of a water spirit, let alone seen or heard one. Or maybe it was because your mother, Lula, was a beloved of spirits. Bash said, but Lucas shook his head. Yes, that's true. My mother was an expert in ice magic even though she was an ogre, but I heard that the spirits only love one person. Well, spirits are fickle, you know, I often tangle with wind spirits too, but they usually just ask me for favors or give me incoherent sermons, but when the time comes, they're quite helpful. Oh, maybe this one likes to help people. It might even help some little kids it doesn't know. Zell's words convinced them of the nature of spirits. They were capricious, so they couldn't do much to them. It was like a disaster, one could only rejoice when they did something on a whim, and accept it when it was taken away. So what are you going to do now? Outside the barriers that cover the country, the rain is terrible. If it were just us, it would be fine, but it will be difficult to take them with us. We have no choice but to stay in the country until the rain stops. Even you fell into the river, mister. The words made Ludo's mouth tighten. We just found her and now we have to lose her again. She's also lost her griffin, and it's raining. She can't get very far on her human legs. We have to assume that she's stuck as well. I see, that was to be expected, master. Humans moved slowly in bad weather. In war, humans were the most vulnerable of the 12 races to terrain and weather. There were no conditions that gave them an advantage like lizardmen, and they had many weaknesses. So, while we're at it, let's train as much as we can. I want to get stronger. I don't know about you, but I don't want to disappoint that great spirit. Right. As for Bash, he would like to leave right now. The time to become a magic warrior was running out. No matter how many letters he had received for the demon general, he could not be sure this time. Impatience was always in his heart. But it was also true that Curly Callas' words had made him a little more interested in this country. Oh, mister, what is it? Well, earlier the Queen said they would show us the eateries. I was thinking about that. I see. Succubi are famous for their beauty. I wonder if you, mister, being an orc, find it uplifting to see such beautiful women. It's a pity, because it seems that many succubi respect you, and if they could have orc children, we could have easily found a wife for you. Bash nodded, but even if succubi could give birth to an orc child, he couldn't propose yet. After all, he had to avoid becoming a magic warrior. So Bash was uneasy for another reason. The succubi's eateries. In other words, it was a place similar to the orc breeding grounds, a place where men and women mated day and night. The difference was that for the succubi, it was a meal and not for the purpose of having children. In other words, it was not intercourse per se. However, the act itself was no different than intercourse. Although Bash was an orc, he had never observed others having sex. During the war he did not have the time, and after the war he did not go to the breeding grounds. Of course, he had never slept with a woman. When he was a novice warrior, he had seen the chief warrior make a show of a woman from a distance a few times. If he had gone to the breeding grounds, he could have seen what kind of sexual relations the orcs were having these days. At the same time, he was sure that they would have begged him to show them an example. But they would not ask him to do so in the land of the succubi. They apparently had no intention of charming Bash, and he could safely watch the mating. It was very important to watch and observe. If he saw how the succubi ate, he could avoid making a big mistake when it came time to lose his virginity. That was why Bash was so worried. Succubi were different from orcs, but he had heard that they could suck a man off with rough sex. This was definitely a learning experience. A wife, right? It was Luca who asked with a pouty voice. Sir Bash, do you take wives, like ogres and demons? I heard that orcs share women. Those unfamiliar with orcs often asked such questions. It was Zell, of course, who answered them. That's right. If you are an orc hero, you are allowed to have your own wife. But with the current situation in the orc country, it's impossible for Mr. to find a wife who meets his standards. So he set out on his own to find a wife. And are there any conditions? He is an orc, so his wife must be able to bear children. So succubi are out of the question. Also, lizard women are out of the question because they are a no-no to Mr.'s liking. He is a very demanding orc, so I think the best would be an elf or a human, followed by beast women. Dwarves are not Mr.'s favorite, but if they're human half-breed it's fine. However, Mr. is a great man, and his wife must be of a certain caliber. They can't be ordinary villagers, or someone of unknown origin like you. That's how I feel. Yes, we want at least a title like noble knight or a daughter of the chief. A half-breed? Well, how about an ogre? An ogre? What do you think, mister? The question made Bash think of Ludo and Luca's mother, Lula, the great warrior. Male ogres had a huge body, much bigger than an orc's, and they had a body like a rock. Females, on the other hand, were more like humans and demons, a bit more muscular, but still good-looking. Not bad, but I don't think they would accept me. That's true. Basically, the demons and ogres, along with the succubi, despise orcs, so even if Mr. wanted to, it would be impossible. However, if I were to take a woman from one of those races as my wife, I'm sure I could return triumphant with my head held high. At Bash's words, Luca muttered with his head held high, and thought about it. After that, Zell shot words of praise for Bash like a machine gun, but the conversation went nowhere because Luca was silent. If you took away the BGM Zell was playing in the background, you could say that the place was shrouded in silence. Knock knock. And then there was a knock at the door. Good evening, and excuse me. It's Lieutenant Venus. Come in. I'm coming, then. Then a succubus entered the room. She had pink hair in a braid and a childish appearance. Her thick glasses and drab military uniform enveloped her, but everyone present knew that she had a glamorous body. Ludo, for example, just remembered her and started rubbing his knees. I, Venus, have been assigned to show you the city. Her high, sweet voice showed a certain nervousness. Her respectful and compassionate attitude towards Bash was also favorable in his eyes. If she were not a succubus, he would have sworn that he would have dared to propose to her that very day. Shall we go now or do you want to sleep a little longer? I've been waiting. Let's go. Yes, sir. She nodded, as if she knew he was going to say that. Bash and his party were led to a large building. It was a rectangular structure that appeared to be as large or larger than the royal palace. Several guards stood around the building, indicating that it was heavily guarded. This is the eatery of our succubus nation. It is quite large. During the war, we ate outside, but after the war, it became necessary to keep the food alive as long as possible. We built this kind of building so that they could live without any inconvenience. As Venus approached the building, one of the guards approached with a no-way look on her face. Lieutenant Venus, is this man an additional food source? What a magnificent orc! He alone could fill the bellies of 50 people a day. Negative. A message should have come by now. Right, I think it was supposed to be an inspec. I mean, a tour. Is that him? Yes, this is Sir Bash. So don't look at him like that. Bulletin butt, the guard looked at Bash and swallowed saliva. Her eyes were bloodshot, her long tongue was licking her lips, and her hands and wings were flapping. If you want to fight us, I won't stop you, but I value my life, don't you? Venus' tone was very different from the one she had used to address Bash. It was filled with an overwhelming confidence in her own fighting abilities and an eagerness to crush any filthy cat burglar. Excuse me. The guard recoiled and looked away from Bash like she was looking at the most disgusting thing. Venus turned to Bash and bowed with a straight face. I am very sorry. I have shown you my shameful side. Shall we go? Yes. After such an exchange, they entered the building. It's so beautiful. The inside of the building was bright, and the walls and floors were polished to a shine. It was comparable to the royal palace they had been in until a few minutes ago. No, on the contrary, the building materials were more luxurious than those of the royal palace, and it looked as if it had been carefully cleaned. The slaves said it was easier for them to live like this. Did they really? Yes. At first it was a hut with a bad draft, but we listened to the slaves' wishes. It reminded him of an orc breeder ground. Humans and elves had little physical ability, so they had some soft beds. It would be hard to say that they were clean, though, since the orcs dropped by day and night. Of course, Bash had never been inside to take a closer look, so he didn't know the details. Now that he thought about it, something he had heard before his journey, that people were getting sick and dying because of the brood slaves. I suppose the orcs were also supposed to prepare these buildings for their brood slaves. I don't know what the orc brood slaves are like, but at least the food here has started to live longer since these buildings were built. However, it seems that the succubus diet is still very exhausting, and the number of people getting sick or dying does not stop," Venus said as they climbed the stairs. When they reached the second floor, they found themselves on a balcony overlooking a room. There were many succubi lined up in the room. It seemed that most of the succubi in the country were here. Each of them was dressed in the light clothing typical of succubi, and the contours of their bodies were clearly visible. Some had large breasts, some had large hips, and for Bash, it was a sight to behold, but most were slender, with only their eyes shining. They're all so thin. Food is scarce, many of them haven't eaten in a month. Can't they eat the same food as the other species? We can, but without men food we will die, Venus said bitterly as they walked along the balcony and up the stairs to the third floor. The succubi noticed Bash and drooled, but Bash didn't care and decided to follow his guide. They were led into a single room. There stood a single succubus dressed in a military uniform. A large piece of glass was glued to the floor, its edges edged with spell patterns and glowing with light. "I am Lieutenant Venus. As I informed you, the Orc Hero Sir Bash has arrived for a visit. Proceed with your mission." "Yes, ma'am." The succubus looked at Bash with wide eyes, but quickly returned her gaze to the floor crystal. "From here you can see the food being served. Don't worry, they can't see us from the other side." "Why is it like that?" "Some people kill the food by absorbing too much of it, so this is a countermeasure. They can't control themselves. It's instinctive, so anyone can do it, even if they don't want to. And someone has to stop them." "I see." For all species, being a predator meant taking the life of another. Succubi, however, could eat their prey without killing them. They squeezed semen from men, just as humans squeezed milk from cattle. The difference with cattle was that if they squeezed too much out of the men, they would die easily. Unlike war, killing humans would not be without consequence. They would need more cattle. If they killed the cattle, they would be the next to die. Succubi had to manage their food with the utmost care. But what a joy! The food seems to be healthy again today. Under the glass was what appeared to be a human male. Naked, of course. Ah, is he really human? His appearance, however, was unlike any human Bash had ever seen. Had his skin not been milky white, he might have looked more like a fat orc than a human. No one, not even orcs, were that fat. He was more like a troll, a magical beast that appeared in the northern forests. Trolls were creatures that stood on two legs, but most of their bodies were made of fat, and their mouths were always dirty because they ate everything, and they emitted a stench that would make even orcs frown. The human in the room looked like one of those creatures. "We feed them well and let them sleep. They are as fat and healthy as you can see." The food shook his heavy body with a sense of languor and he walked over to a table set up in the room. Then he began to eat all the food on the table. When he finished eating, he lay down on the bed in the middle of the room and began to doze off. Lying on his back, the figure looked strange to Bash's eyes. Although his body was white, his face was generally reddish-black and he had dark circles under his eyes. He was huffing and puffing, as if he was tired or perhaps having trouble breathing. Really healthy, hey? During the war, many of those who were able to gain weight lived long and healthy lives. On the other hand, those who were thin tended not to live as long. If you were thin, you got sick easily, and your wounds were hard to heal. Since their physical and muscular strength was less than that of the fat ones, they were more likely to die in battle. So Bash also thought that being fat is a sign of good health. But the man below him didn't look like that. In fact, he looked like he could see death coming. "Oh, it's almost time to eat." He looked up to see someone enter the room. It was an incredibly attractive woman. She had a lot of exposed skin, as was typical of a succubus, long wavy hair, large breasts, and a great ass. Any man would have wanted to throw her to the ground and sire his own offspring. Bash looked at the man. This was the important part: how was this man going to sleep with this attractive woman? As food, he would be a man who slept with women every day. And many times a day. He must have had a lot of experience. This time he wanted to observe and use it as a reference. "Now, if you'll excuse me." "Yes." The meal was over in a few minutes. The succubus unilaterally touched the man who lay like a corpse. The man didn't even move his face. Even when Bash watched intently as the succubus undressed herself, the man did not even look at her, just stared at the ceiling with vacant eyes. The job was done by the succubus and finished before Bash had time to ask, "Why isn't the man moving?" The succubus was very excited, and so was Bash, but the lying man did not seem to be as excited, and did not move at all, not even changing color until the end. The man never moved, did he? Yes, that's right. There were some who cooperated at first, but after a month, they all became like that. After all, being eaten is hard work, so I guess it can't be helped. I guess the succubi don't use the charm either. Of course we don't. We don't need to use it to get our food. I see. It is impolite to use the charm. It would be disrespectful to those who provide our food. Venus said, looking at the glass again. Inside the room, a second succubus had just entered and was approaching the food. Bash watched him closely, but the man did not move, and the succubus ended up sucking his semen without him being active. To be honest, Bash was disappointed. But when he thought about it, that was to be expected. Men didn't come here because they wanted to. No woman in an orc breeding ground would want to have orc children, but it was the same thing. There was no way anyone would actively try to have rough sex with a succubus. As you can see, the food spends its days in comfort. What do you think of that? I see, he was sorry to hear that, because what Bash wanted to see wasn't exactly that. Are you unhappy with anything? No, not particularly. Of course, we'll continue to do everything we can. For example, Venus raised her eyebrows. There was something unusual in the room under the glass. Another succubus, who had entered the room to have her turn with the man and was eating, was agitated for some reason. The man lay on his back with white eyes, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. What's wrong, was it too much suction? Venus quickly asked a nearby succubus who was about to do something about it. No, it was her first suction. He hadn't reached his daily limit, or maybe he's sick, but the succubus was just as confused. He's sick, or worse. Follow me. Yes, ma'am. Venus said and ran from the room. As Bash looked down, Venus jumped into the room and began to cast some kind of spell on the still convulsing man. Probably some kind of healing magic. But it was too late, Bash knew. The man was going to die for sure. Thinking back, there was a hint of death coming from the man for some reason. What's wrong? Maybe someone poisoned him. Ah, that's how they die, isn't it? Orcs rarely died of poisoning. They had strong stomachs that could digest most poisons. However, they had seen enemies die of poisoning during the war. They would die rolling their eyes and going into convulsions. Could you cure them your powder? I don't know, but let's try. Come on. Sure. Zell said, and they went downstairs to follow Venus and the others. It turned out that the dying man was saved by Zell's dust. The slave was currently being held in the facility's infirmary for observation. Bash and the others were taken to another room by the security succubus. There they were seated on a soft couch that resembled a bed, and the succubus who claimed to be the director of this facility bowed her head to them. We have shown you something incredibly embarrassing. But don't worry. I assure you that the food has been well fed and this will not happen again. The succubus who called herself Nian was still poisoned to Bash's eyes. She, too, was dressed in the same drab succubus uniform as Venus and the others, but surprisingly, even in her uniform, her chest and buttocks were out of proportion. Even in such trivial things as walking, sitting, or tilting her head, one could see the huge mass in motion. However, Bash had an idea for the name of this succubus. Nian, the smothering. The pink mist she emitted was so thick that it caused opponents to run out of oxygen and slow their movements. He had never talked to her properly, and had only seen her once on the battlefield. At that time, Bash was not yet famous, and Nian looked at him and laughed, saying, "Don't stare at me, orc." Of course, Nian did not remember. Bash couldn't stand to have someone like that bow down to him. Even if you apologize to me, Bash said, but Nian did not raise her head. She just said please and humbly. Only Zell would say that's right, or I don't know what you would have done if I hadn't been there, but Bash didn't know what to do. He crossed his arms for a while, waiting for her to raise her head, but it didn't seem to do any good, so he let his eyes wander. Then his eyes met those of Ludo and Luca, who were sitting next to him. Bash. Yeah. If they give them such good food, I think something like this will happen again. When he said this, Nian looked up with a start. Her face was filled with strong anger and resentment, as if telling him not to talk too much. I thought you were Sir Bash's apprentice, but I have doubts how much you have learned to behave. Nothing, I haven't learned any of that. Bash didn't teach him either. Really? Then explain to me why you think the same thing would happen. I'll kill you if you say anything out of line. It was written in her eyes. Anyone who knew her on the battlefield would have stopped talking at that moment. But Ludo could not see that. He put his hand to his chin, as if remembering, and began to speak. Something similar happened in the ogre's country. After the war ended, the people who had been important during the war threw down their swords and started to live a comfortable life, eating, sleeping, having sex, drinking. The ogres weren't treated as harshly as the demons and succubi, and we didn't have to worry about food. So we could have a good life. It's an enviable story, isn't it? I wish I could live like that. Then, about 2 years later, I think it was, a person collapsed and died while drinking at a festival. I was nearby, so I noticed it, but the body was kind of creepy, it was all swollen up like he'd drowned, and people were talking about how he might have been cursed by someone. And if you looked closely, some of the generals looked similar too, and when I talked to them, they said they felt tired, they felt sleepy, and their knees were starting to hurt, so I thought it might be a curse after all. And did you find the evildoer who did it? Unnoticed, Nian had sat down on the couch, elbows resting on the armrests, in a rather lazy and sexy position, staring at Ludo. The deadly atmosphere became more intense than before, and Ludo, as expected, noticed it and looked away from her. Or maybe it was because his eyes were drawn to the large mass on the table. No, not at all. In the end, it was decided that it was probably due to a lack of training, and the chief said, it's because they're lazy, and after that, well. Ha! Nian chuckled through her nose, and a slightly sweet smell seeped into the room. Bash and Ludo rubbed their knees at the same time. How could a disease be cured with just a little training? It's really a problem that ogres are made of muscle, because they have more muscle than brains. But no one died in the same way before we left the country. So it's just that the one who died was sick, right? Nian sighed and crossed her legs, elbows on her knees, chin resting on her hands. The gap between her crossed legs drew the eyes of Bash and Ludo. And then Nian's gaze returned to Bash. She paused for a few seconds, then resumed a pose what seemed to make a squeak from her crotch. Excuse me. The brat interrupted me and I. Never mind. I know very well that you are not a warrior to be taken lightly by a youngling. I'm honored that you think so. But from the way you acted, this isn't the first time one of them has died like this, is it? That's right. Nian said, and then spoke as if she had come to her senses. The first year, they didn't know how to handle the food and let them die from oversuction and malnutrition. For the next 2 years, they worked to provide a steady supply of fodder and a comfortable environment. As a result of these efforts, the food got fatter, they stopped complaining, and the number of people they could feed each day increased. This year, however, it was noticed that some of the food had turned pale. The succubi thought that the daily meals were sapping the strength of the food, so they decided to find a way to eat with them by moving as little as possible, but to no avail. The food grew paler and paler, and sudden deaths like this began to occur, one after another. It was as if they were on the front lines of a plague, and yet the succubi were not catching it. There was nothing they could do, and they were stuck. If we could at least get some extra suppliers, I think the others could get enough rest. She looked at Bash as if to suggest, if we increase the number of people, we can get out of the current situation. But of course, there was no way for Bash to understand her intention. If we can't wait for reinforcements, then we have to make do with the forces we have. I know, right? Orcs do not get sick. I don't know anything about diseases. But if this is how ogres are cured, why not try it? Is it, really? But if it's a curse, it won't work. Zell, who had been standing on the table nodding only a few times, looked back at Bash. It can't be, because my dust doesn't work on curses, you know? If he was healed, it was because he was hurt or sick. Then what is it? Everyone there bowed their heads, and then there was a knock at the door. The one who entered was Venus, who had been making the rounds of the facility with the guards. Miss in charge of the facility Nian, the children who were sick, when they were sprinkled with the fairy dust or made to drink it, they all showed a dramatic improvement when administered. Tell me more. Yes, first of all, they said their color had improved, their general discomfort and pain in their knees, hips and other joints had disappeared, and their vision was clearer. They said it was like being back in the old days. Some of them were so encouraged that they immediately offered to help with the meal. and other staff members and myself tasted the food and it was as wholesome as if they had just arrived at the facility. When she looked, Venus' face was quite radiant. Obviously, she had also participated in the AIDS. I see, but if the illness was only cured by the fairy dust, it's possible that it might come back. Nian had a complicated look on her face, but finally she nodded as if she had made up her mind. I don't think it will work, but as long as we don't know the cause, it would be fun to try the ogre strategy. Although she knew it was a desperate measure, she had no choice but to try it first, since she had no other ideas. Nian agreed and turned her head to Bash. I hope you'll stay here for a while, Sir Bash, and see how the results go. No, I still have to leave the country. As for Bash, he honestly wanted to leave soon. There was no reason for him to stay since it turned out that he wouldn't be able to see what he was looking for. Please. I'll make sure I get results. Please give me more time. Just give me another chance. Well, I understand. However, when a woman persuaded him and he was so close to her huge cleavage, he could not help but agree. Lao Wain's skillful hand was a former human soldier. He came from a farming village and, as his alias indicated, was unusually capable with his hands. During the war, he was a member of an engineering unit and was involved in all sorts of behind-the-scenes operations, from blowing up escape routes and disarming traps to setting up camps and building roads and bridges. Although he had participated in battles, he had never raised the head of an enemy general, partly because he was in the background. Perhaps because of this, the reward he was to receive for his war efforts was nothing more than crumbs. The village where he was born had long since been reduced to a pile of rubble. He was good with his hands, but not very polite, and he had trouble finding work, perhaps because he clashed too easily with his superiors. This was not uncommon in the post-war period for a human who had been a soldier. Some managed to find work and survive, others left the country and found work in other nations, while others turned to crime. Or, more accurately, they became so desperate that they had no choice but to turn to crime. Lao Wain became a thief, breaking into houses that appeared to have money, stealing what he could, and selling it. He was probably one of the most profitable of the criminals who appeared in large numbers after the war. Unfortunately, one day, the house he broke into turned out to be the home of the mistress of a very important person. To make matters worse, the aristocrat was in the middle of making love to his mistress. The nobleman's guards were known knights, so they easily captured Lao Wain. Normally, a thief caught in the act would be imprisoned for a few months. During that time, at least he would not have to worry about food and shelter. Prison was the last refuge for people like him. But not for Lao Wain, who had seen something he shouldn't have. After a very long trial, he was sentenced to death. Luckily, the current death penalty law stipulated that he should be sent to the succubi. So he would be taken to the succubus nation, where he would become food. At that moment, Lao Wain was desperate. He had heard of men captured by succubi on the battlefield. He had seen the bodies when he had to rebuild a fort that had been taken by the succubi. They were in a motley pile in the underground prison, and at first he didn't recognize them as corpses. They looked like dried pork or something. When he learned that they were desiccated human figures like mummies, he felt that succubi were a terrifying existence, along with the difference between their appearance and what they were capable of. He would die and be desiccated like the others. At the thought, his eyes darkened completely. In fact, he thought he would die for several months after he was sent to the succubus nation as food. Every day, several succubi would hold Lao Wain, whisper sweet words to him with glowing red eyes, and squeeze him over and over again. No doubt it was a pleasure that almost drove him crazy. But it was clearly hell. He thought he would die soon, and indeed some of the food shipped at the same time as Lao Wain died in less than 6 months. But eventually it became heaven. His room became so spacious that it looked as if it had been made for royalty and aristocrats. The bare cobblestone floor was replaced by a carpet so fluffy that it looked as if he could sink into it. The bed that was nothing more than a coarse linen cloth became a fluffy bed. The room was furnished with an expensive table and chairs, and on the table was more food than he could eat at once. The meals were sumptuous, with everything one could eat. The spices were a bit strong, but compared to the past when he could not eat much, there was no reason to complain. The succubi's meal was now limited to one at a time, and they no longer used the charm. With his mind intact, he was now the one who could pull them down and do whatever he wanted with them. These succubi were, well, other succubi. They were very helpful, but at the time he was very turned on by such a situation. 3 years passed. He ate, slept, and his body was devoured by succubi who came at regular intervals. This life was good at first, but because it went on for so long, he got tired of it. He also gained a lot of weight and his health deteriorated. He was fattened up and squeezed every day. They were almost like cattle. No, they were cattle. As he was tormented by the unspeakable discomfort of his increasingly heavy and sluggish body, he remembered that this was a death sentence. He was no longer human. When his chest suddenly became painful during the meal of one of the succubi, he knew that time had come. But he survived. He found himself with several succubi and a fairy flying in a bed much more normal than the one he had been assigned. Apparently, the fairy had used her dust to save him. He did not understand the gist of what the fairy and the succubi were saying, but he learned that the Orc Hero was in the country at the time, and that he had been saved only because of his words. Bash, the Orc Hero. He met him only once. He would never forget the decisive battle in the Lemium Highlands. Lao Wayne was in the human camp. There he saw a lone orc fighting a giant dragon. All present were stunned as they witnessed a battle beyond human comprehension. When the orc defeated the dragon, Lao Wayne felt an unspeakable thrill in his heart. He had seen something extraordinary. He felt this way even though it was the enemy who had won. Such an orc had come to the land of the succubi, and the succubi were intimidated by him. They did not attack or seduce the orc, but rather look up to him. The orc even used the precious fairy dust to help the succubi with their food. He thought that even stupid and smelly orcs were different when they were a hero. It was the day after such an incident. Lao Wayne and the other food went outside for the first time in 3 years. Bathed in sunlight for the first time in a long time, he saw the other food. They looked as fat and unhealthy as he did, and seemed blinded by the sun. He wondered why there were so many people there, not just him, but no one seemed to know why. But in the place where Lao Wayne and the others had been taken, another hellish scene was unfolding. Ha, ha, ow, cough, cough. An ogre child was being kicked by an orc and running away from him. He didn't know what the boy had done, but it must have made the orc very angry. What clung to the boy's face was the fear of death. Hey, that's the Orc Hero. Someone said something that made him realize the identity of the orc chasing the boy. That's right. The moment he thought that, the memory of the old battle came back to Lao Wayne's mind, and he felt a sense of dread as if a centipede had been thrown at his spine. And this monster was right there. And for some reason, it was angry too, kicking the boy to the ground. Could it be that This was something that everyone had been thinking about for a long time. Recently, they had lost strength compared to the past. They couldn't be eaten as often as before, and more succubi had become dissatisfied with them. Yesterday, thanks to the fairy dust, they had temporarily regained their strength, but it was probably only temporary. What did the shepherds do with the cows that could no longer be milked? The answer was obvious. Succubi did not eat meat. But it was rumored that orcs did eat human meat. And they understood that. Ah, so that's why they fattened us up. Now then, let's take a few laps around the square, so please follow me. The succubus who had brought the food to the square explained. She sounded very apologetic. So he was convinced. This would be a test. If he couldn't keep up with it, he would be disposed of like an old pet. And then he would be made into dried meat or something and eaten by orcs. He didn't want that. He didn't want to die. You don't have to strain yourself. Come on. Lao Wayne ran as fast as he could. His body was heavy, his knees creaked and his lungs screamed. Still, he managed to run, probably thanks to the fairy dust he drank yesterday. And then, perhaps inspired by him, or perhaps coming to the same conclusion, someone else began to run as frantically as Lao Wayne. If one person started running, 2 would start running, if 2 started running, 4 would start running. Someone sensed that they would be in trouble if they didn't, so everyone started running as fast as they could. No one thought deeply about why the ogre boy was being chased. However, the desperate form of him was enough to remind those who had been lazy for 3 years of a sense of danger and fear. There was no one who was not running. They all kicked their legs as hard as they could. When they fell down, they thought, I can still do it. I can still run. And those who couldn't get up kept going, even if they had to crawl. They ate, slept, and had sex every day. They lived like nobles. They were happy. From the bottom of their hearts they were grateful that they were born men. Had they been born female, they would have become the orcs' brood slaves. But cattle were cattle. When they were no longer needed, they were culled. No one wanted to die. Having survived the battlefields, they wanted to live longer. As long as possible. Driven by this instinct, men kept running. The food was so happy. Today we were going to let them run for a while just to test them, but they all wanted to run more and more. Even after the training was over, I felt that they looked better than usual. They all seemed to have a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction on their faces. I wondered how effective it would be in preventing recurrence of the disease. If they're happy, I'd be happy for them to do it on a regular basis. But I'm sure the others will be frustrated because they'll be eating less for the time we spend training. We'll have to ask them to be strong because they'll be eating less. Curly Kale said as she listened to her subordinate Nian's report. After all, it was about the all-important food, of which they had only a limited supply. She didn't want them to get hurt, but if it made them feel better, it was the best they could do. In the same place, Sir Bash was training his apprentice, and some of them were filled with excitement at the sight of him. Even though they were physically exhausted, they showed that they could still go on. Sir Bash is a war hero, right? It's natural that even the soldiers of the Four Races Alliance would want to show off their good performance in training. So what kind of training is Sir Bash giving his apprentice? You're also curious, aren't you, my queen? Isn't it obvious? I too would like to be trained by him. Curly Kale laughed and Nian shrugged. I've seen him train the boy to develop his physical strength and endurance rather than his technical skills. Specifically, he kicks him and makes him run until he drops. Very practical, isn't it? Yes, it is. On the battlefield, the first to die is the one who can no longer run. It reminds me of the Lunar Desert. That was a real battlefield. There was no magic or martial arts involved, only those with physical strength and a strong will survived. I didn't participate in the retreat from the Lunar Desert, but the person who recommended the food instructor said she was a survivor of the Lunar Desert, and she told me that she was drooling at the memory of how Sir Bash kicked the boy and ordered him to run. You must be a naughty girl to think of Sir Bash as food. But I won't punish her. If I had been there, I would have done the same thing. That's very generous of you. Nian, who did not suggest any specific punishment, was also aware of Bash's sex appeal. Although they had only met once in the reception room, it seemed to Nian that Bash's whole body was a whip. His thick chest told her to throw herself at him, and the way he sat with his big thighs spread wide, she felt completely invited to join him. If she hadn't ducked her head to look away from him, she might have lost control. Anyway, it's not a good idea for Sir Bash to stay like this in the succubus nation. Someone will lose patience. I agree. Although, as a woman, I would like him to stay forever. I hope the queen herself will not try to overthrow the pride of the succubi. The two smiled with indescribable bitterness and exchanged glances. Then Nian suddenly looked out the window. There was not a single star in the dark sky. It was hard to make them out because they were covered by the barriers, but it was still raining heavily outside. Now, my queen, let's move on to a slightly different subject. What is it? My subordinates are worried that this rain is not going to stop. Yes. I know. Is there anything you can't tell me? Nian and Curly Kale were close in age. They had been warriors on the battlefield together since before Curly Kale was called queen. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was one of the succubi Curly Kale trusted the most. No, I really don't know what's causing it. However, I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but I can't contact the Shrine Guardians. Has any investigation been done? Of course, I sent out a platoon just in case, but they didn't come back. They've probably all been wiped out. The whole platoon? Was it Carrot's doing? No. Even if she had gone crazy, she would never touch the shrine. She knows better than anyone how important the shrine is to succubi. Then who? The identity of these villains is unknown, but there is no doubt that the country is under attack. Curly Kale's words contained a chilling coldness and murderous intent. Nian reacted with a feeling of nostalgia at the sound of her voice, but matter-of-factly. She was used to it. Your Majesty, if you are worried, would you prefer that I be the one to go? If the enemy is able to eliminate the Shrine Guardians, they must have some skill, right? What about the eateries? I can leave that to my subordinates. Nian, well, if you say so, can I leave the strike team to you? As you wish. There was no sound in the palace, protected by guards. It was a quiet night. Deep in the forest. Half a day's journey from the succubus capital. The barriers, repeatedly and cleverly placed, caused one to get lost in the forest, and most never reached the place. There was no doubt. One was always led in the direction of the capital. For this reason, even after the war, the succubi kept this place unknown to the other races. And even if they had known, they would not have done anything special about it. The succubi called the place sanctuary. They did not build a city around it like the beastmen, nor did they hold festivals nearby. It was hidden and protected by many barriers. People of other races would not even know that a succubus sanctuary existed, let alone the barriers. Not even young succubi knew of its existence. However, there was certainly something there that the succubi had protected and believed in for many years. In such a place, there was a woman. Hey, you! The sanctuary still existed silently there. But the floor was soaked with blood, and all the barriers had lost their light, except for the last one. The bodies of several succubi lay around. Who the fuck are you? The fallen succubi were all renowned warriors. They had chosen service to their country over freedom in a world of peace. These succubi lay on the ground in the most pitiful manner. The last remaining succubus stared at the one who had done such a thing outside the last barrier before the sanctuary, the kind of barrier that physically prevented entry. She was a woman. Probably human, but she had an unpleasant appearance. 80% of her face was hidden, with only her eyes peering out. She stood aloof, but somehow did not leave any openings. She answered the succubus questions in a light tone. I am not obliged to answer you, but I am impressed by your devotion, so I will tell you. I have already lost my name. I don't intend to use it either, so please, let's spare me that part. I just want to draw power from your sanctuary and use it for revenge. Power? You don't know? Well, even I didn't know until recently, but there are places to gather power all over this continent, and it's said that if you gather that power, you can perform miracles. Although miracles are a bit vague, it seems that anything is possible. For example, the woman's distant tone softened a bit. Bringing the dead back to life. The strong succubus warrior shuddered at these words. You're going to resurrect Gadigas, aren't you? You guessed right. That's right. You're human, aren't you? Why would you do that? Aren't humans in charge now? Elves and dwarves are no better off than your race. Then why? I told you it was for revenge, didn't I? I'm a human, but I'm not on the human side. A swordswoman of your caliber? I'm sure you've done them a lot of good on the battlefield, haven't you? Yes, it's a funny story. Humans are idiots. Shrugging, the warrior shook her head. Well, let's cut the small talk, succubus warrior. Normally here I'd say I'd only spare your life if you break the barriers, but despite what I do, I love succubi. I won't do anything to hurt their pride, so I'll kill you like a warrior. You don't think this act in itself hurts our pride? I don't. In any case, if my wish comes true, you will regain your pride. Now get ready. The succubus reacted to these words. She brought her fists forward, red eyes blazing and a thick pink mist around her. Even though she knew it wouldn't work on women, the mist was meant to give strength to her fighting spirit. I am the second in command of the succubus queen's 2nd battalion, Nian the Smothering. I am very sorry, but I have no name to give you. The woman raised her sword. It was as if she said, just in case, and it made Nian's nerves tingle. But considering the difference in power, that might not be an option. Nian knew that she wouldn't win. The woman was unbelievably strong. Not even the elite Nian had assembled could give her a scratch. So, goodbye. A beam of light appeared in Nian's vision. Its path was invisible, and she could only feel the heat on her neck. Curly, I'm sorry. Neo, your majesty, convinced she would die, Nian's mind filled with the image of her beloved queen and her sister who worked as her assistant. Nian's vision faded into darkness, ending her long life as a succubus. Ha! At the pile of corpses, the woman brushed her hair as she breathed. The blood stains on the sword she held were quickly washed away by the downpour. Well, the woman pulled out a key. It was decorated with ornaments and a jewel that glowed with an ominous light, and it could be seen at first glance that it was an object filled with a great quantity of magical power. She inserted it into the last barrier. An ominous light emanated from the place where it was inserted. However, as if it collided with something, an unpleasant sound rang out. Oh, doesn't it open right away? The woman said, shrugging her shoulders again, but glancing at the barrier. There were still a few succubi inside. They were the last mages holding the barrier. As expected from a succubus barrier. Even with the magic barrier breaking key, it will take some time. However, this magic key is absolute. After all, it is the national treasure of the demons. It is only a matter of time before it is broken. So, I have a suggestion, why don't you just remove the barrier? You haven't been out for days. You must be going crazy with hunger. I think it would be better for all of you to go out and fight rather than continue to suffer. The succubi locked within the barrier knew this. Those who died before their eyes were veteran warriors, all known and all who had fought in many battles. And they died brutal deaths. They were struck down by an overwhelming sword without being able to lift a finger against the woman. So they understood. The woman said, I will kill you without making you suffer, so come out. The mission of the remaining succubi was to protect the sanctuary. It was true that they were starving, but they would not abandon their duties. They had no choice but to hold out and wait for reinforcements. Are you waiting for the next reinforcements? Well, I thought the succubi would be braver than that, but I'm disappointed. They were not to fall for the woman's provocation. Perhaps the barrier will be lifted first, or the reinforcements will come first, but, let me assure you, you won't come out alive. Right now you are wasting your time and suffering in vain. The woman said, perhaps sensing the uneasiness spreading through the succubi's minds. But they did not move. There was no way they would move. Well, that's fine with me. I've said it many times, it's only a matter of time. The words reached the succubi, but they were drowned out by the sound of the rain as they disappeared into the forest. No one else heard her voice. Do you really think you can resurrect Lord Gadigas? It was the one of the succubus inside the barrier who murmured these words. Hearing this, the woman laughed. Yes, I think so. But isn't it absurd to bring the dead back to life? I think so too. In fact, it is said that to bring a dead person back to life requires enormous power beyond human knowledge. Then. But this land has the necessary power. The woman began to speak, in a tone as if trying to convince the succubi, though that was not her intention. This is a story that someone found in the writings of a certain archaeological site. It seems that this world was built over the corpses of ancient creatures, great creatures that fought each other in ways that mankind cannot even imagine today. Some of the corpses still have power and have been a blessing to those who inhabit them. Some people have praised and believed in the power that resides in the corpses as gods, and your sanctuary is one of them. Then perhaps it's time to use it, isn't it? Because believing in a corpse will not help us. If we resurrect Gadigas and start the war again, the Seven Races Federation will win this time. The demons, succubi, and ogres will be able to escape their current hard lives and enjoy the beauty of victory. Just like the filthy humans of today. One of the succubi, unable to understand what the woman was saying, reacted to the last words. Filthy humans, don't you have any pride in your race? No. There is no pride in such selfish and selfing scum. The sound of the woman's voice was cold to the point of chilling. That is why. I apologize for provoking you. So please lift the barrier. You will die, but it won't be so bad for the other succubi. Some of them were impressed by the woman's words about resurrecting Gadigas. But after hearing the last thing she said, no one wanted to follow her. Her words were that scary and terrifying. Chapter 50. Market Research. Several days had passed since Bash arrived in the succubus nation. The rain seemed relentless. Ludo was steadily gaining strength, but showed no signs of getting stronger. During these days of stagnation, Bash trained for the first time in a long time, but he had too much time on his hands. However, he was not the type of person who appreciated days of doing nothing. He had a strategy meeting with Zell before he went into action. Sir Bash, what did you just say? Venus, who was accompanying Bash and the others as usual, inadvertently replied to the first words out of the hero's mouth. Tell me about the kind of man women like. As soon as Venus heard this, she swallowed hard and looked around. Someone must be testing me, she thought. Otherwise, the charming man in front of her would never have made such a blatant provocation. But, why do you ask? Venus had to answer carefully. If she said, you, naked, she might find herself under the hangman's rope the next day. I'm looking for a wife. I mean, I've heard that orc wives never miss a meal, but... She replied calmly, hoping the answer would be something along those lines. Venus was a first-class soldier. If she were a little girl, she would have been executed long ago. Her head would already be saying goodbye to her body. On the other hand, if it meant what she hoped it meant, Venus would give him a yes without a second thought. She would take off her clothes immediately and jump on Bash's chest. Sir Bash, are you thinking of taking a succubus as your wife? But we were talking about Venus, who was very careful and cautious. She did not lose one of her wings and tail during the war because of carelessness and recklessness. Hey? Sure, if I took a succubus for a wife, I could brag about it when I returned home. But you don't like orcs, do you? Oh, yes, of course, that's true. We have a lot of respect for you, Sir Bash, but we don't think much of most orcs. To be the wife of an orc was to be his sex slave. They treated you as an object and displayed you as a trophy, a completely inferior being. Most succubi considered orcs who were not Bash to be inferior creatures. It would be unthinkable for a proud succubus to subordinate herself like that. In this day and age, however, young succubi would gladly accept such a position. This would not be good for the orcs, however. If they took a succubus as a wife, the orc husband would have to feed her every night. This might seem like a mutually beneficial relationship, but it was not good for the race in general. No new orc children would be born. If one or two, or even all, of those starving within the succubus nation were to invade the orc lands, the orcs would be easily destroyed. Of course, if Sir Bash wants a trophy to prove that he has brought a succubus to her knees. I'm sure there are many who would take that position, myself included. Venus' gaze shifted to Bash's crotch. Even she didn't have access to food every day. And the condition of being Bash's wife wouldn't hurt the succubus pride. If she could take that position, she would. But that's not what you mean, is it? Venus asked as if to confirm. For her pride was in an extremely high place. If she were a young succubus, she'd probably be in heaven right now, happily devouring Bash. Yes, as much as I would like to have a succubus for a wife, I still need her to bear my children. That's right. Bash was the Orc Hero. Venus, who knew Orcish values, correctly understood that a succubus was not a suitable wife for an orc. Of course, if you weren't a succubus, I would have proposed to you when we first met, but that's not possible. If Bash had the power to see sound, he would have seen the sound of Venus' chest pounding and heaving. However, no matter how Bash was, he didn't have that ability. Cough, Sir Bash. I am a proud succubus soldier. I have endured rigorous training, fought in fierce battles, and have a will of steel. But these provocations are too tempting. In the succubus nation, we are taught that it is an act of dishonor to our pride to look upon a respected man as food. I get it. Bash's face was so cute as he nodded with a look of incomprehension. Venus exclaimed inwardly, how can I say no to that pretty face? So I'm traveling around trying to find a human or elven woman who looks like she could bear a child to be my wife, but it's not working at all. Since you are an orc, wouldn't it be enough to fight her, beat her, take her to safety, sleep with her, bring her back to your country, and declare her your wife? The orders of the Orc King forbid intercourse without consent, so that's not possible. I see the orcs are also under such restrictions. Venus looked at Bash twice as she muttered this. Orcs were under the same restrictions as succubi. Succubi were starved by restricting their food supply, and orcs were prevented from increasing their numbers by restricting their reproduction. Bash, however, was determined to find a wife the human way. She was certain that he had suffered tremendous discrimination and oppression on his journey thus far. Just like Carrot, the succubus general who was now on a diplomatic mission. He was traveling with great determination. But I'm going to demon country when I'm done taking care of these children. I have a letter of introduction from the human prince Nazar to the demons. I have failed many times before, but this time I want to get myself a wife.